Hello, everyone. It's time for Shmup Slam 4 to finally begin. It's been a long time coming. How's everyone doing? How's it going in chat? Y'all ready for some super early, at least in my time zone, Dodonpachi Resurrection or DFK? Alrighty, everyone. Let's get the first stream up and rolling, or the first one, which will be Daring Spino playing DFK. Hang tight.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Shmup Slam 4.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I bet some of you are up bright and early like me and Softdrink are. It's about 4 a.m. over here, and we're getting ready to commentate some DFK 1.51.
DFK at 4 in the morning, I can deal with that.
Exactly. This will be the nice little wake up to our brains.
All right, so 1.51 is kind of a strange beast. Not one that gets very much discussion in the community. For those who are not so familiar with this mode, at the surface level, it's very similar to regular DFK, but things are tweaked, and the changes become more and more apparent as we get deeper. So you notice right away here, Final able to create a ton of danger lasers immediately just by like canceling bullets and chilling in the corner. His main goal in stage 1 is going to be to generate as many of these danger lasers as possible and actually continue his hyper chain, which is something you're able to do in 1.51. He calls it specifically hyper chaining. Apparently, this is the name for the technique, where essentially you just hold down the hyper button, and if you have a full hyper stock, when your current hyper ends, you're able to immediately transition into the next hyper. This is crucially, this doesn't destroy those danger lasers, and he's going to try not to destroy them because he wants to milk them for hits as much as possible. It looks like he took a hit there.
Yep, unfortunate.
He's going to try to avoid taking a hit before stage 3, from what I understand, because he's going to try to counter stop the hit counter. And the hit counter actually carries over between stages in 1.51. So that should be pretty neat, just seeing that number go up and up and up and up and up. And got to make sure that he's on point with execution for the entire start of the run. So hopefully we won't see another reset, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that in this mode, hypering is very, very much encouraged, like extremely so. And there's also an entire like hyper rank system that's part of DFK that is taken to the extreme here even further, because when you get your hyper rank above a certain level, they start spawning second wave bullet patterns at you, so it gets way more dense and way more difficult to deal with the more that you hyper.
Right. There's actually a couple different layers of rank in 1.51. There's the hyper rank that we would normally think of when we think of DFK, where it influences the sort of the difficulty of canceling bullets with the hyper, and the amount of hits that you get from them. But then there's also a global rank, and that global rank you can't really lower ever. And when that global rank gets above certain threshold, I believe it's 7 for the Omote loop patterns and 9 for the Aura loop patterns. When the global rank gets above those values, then the game starts using those patterns and is just locked into those patterns. So, for example, in stage 5, there's some specific routing to avoid triggering the loop 2 patterns before the laser wheels to prevent things from getting too difficult. And you may also notice that he's playing power style, which means that there's even more complexity to how this is going to work because he doesn't have a lot of bombs to fall back on.
Those numbers are going nuts right now, man.
Oh yeah, 46k hits, as one does in stage 1.
No big deal.
Yeah.
This is
And
an average DFK game.
It's just gonna keep going up too. Yeah, 1.51 gets a little crazy. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think the way that the hits, like the max hit chain carries over between levels, makes the scoring like super hingent on what you do in the previous stages, and it's especially why you want to get it just as jacked up as possible immediately.
The reason for taking a hit there, I believe, is to lower the hyper rank going into the boss.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a lucrative strategy in some of the other modes of DFK as well. I'm not entirely sure how much effect it has here because it's power style. I don't unfortunately have a lot of knowledge on power style, but you'll probably be seeing that happen a couple times throughout this run.
I believe the power style broadly works similarly to the other modes in the sense that when you're in the normal mode, you're generating hyper faster, and in boost mode, you're more able to cancel things. But in normal mode, you can potentially gain more hits. The other advantage.
Stage 2 we go.
The other advantage to using bombs in this mode is that triggering a bomb will cancel bullets into star items, and that will turn all the bullets and particularly all of the danger lasers into stars, which is useful for scoring purposes. So we'll actually see some intentional usage of bombs. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's the max hit count that carries over, not the current hit count. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
And
So when he gets that counter stop, it's gonna carry over for the rest of the game, basically, as far as I understand.
okay, that makes a lot more sense. So yeah, that's the fact that max hit count is elevated is able to increase his scoring potential. I'm not sure exactly how that works, to be quite honest. But apparently there's some kind of mechanic where by having a higher max hit, he's able to probably attain a higher GP multiplier or something in the subsequent stages.
Yeah, if you're able to, why don't you just go ahead and for you viewers out there, you can open up a wiki page for version 1.51 and you can get the skinny on some of these here mechanics. There's a lot of them.
You also might notice he's using a lot more bombs than normal. That has to do with the fact that the B mechanics are changed in 1.51 compared to vanilla DFK. So the B pickups, when the B is green, rather than giving you hypercharge, it gives you an entire bomb item. The gold B, rather than giving you score, gives you an entire hyper. And when flashing, it gives both. So especially in parts of the game like the second half of Stage 2 here, where there's continuous consecutive Bs, you'll notice that he's able to route around those B positions and use them to gain resources immediately when needed, and then immediately convert those resources into score. And right there you saw intentionally taking an auto bomb hit to those danger lasers, and notice that the lasers got canceled into those big stars, which again, that's going to be the primary score technique that we're going to see being manipulated in the later stages of this game. Still milking hits off in the corner right here.
Love it.
Oh, interesting. The hits aren't going up from the bullets, at least in that situation.
Yeah, I think he's using it for hyper.
Yeah, that makes sense. Man, I love how there's so many modes of DFK. I don't even know exactly what I'm seeing, but it's just cool.
Yeah, it's like a very different spin on what you would expect from this boss fight normally. I'm pretty sure the bullet patterns are mostly the same as they are in 1.5, but also these ones look a little more ridiculous. I think that's because the hyper level is super high right now, so she's using the way more fierce patterns from the Emote loop.
Yeah, these are definitely second loop patterns. But also interestingly, the fight seems relatively manageable because he's just able to continuously chain between hyper and bomb, and as a result doesn't have to directly engage with the boss.
Nicely done.
It's kind of cool to see how resource usage plays out in 1.51 compared to vanilla 1.5, because in vanilla 1.5, decisions like, do I save a bomb to use intentionally during the fight against XE in Loop 2? Those are very important and can have a lot of factors, like influence in your routing. Whereas here, it seems like because you're able to generate hypers and bombs so rapidly, you can just kind of do that, which is neat.
Yeah, and if you notice,
this is so many lasers.
Whoa.
What the hell?
Oh my god. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I'm sure some of you have noticed by now, but in Dodonpachi games, usually when you bomb, it breaks your chain, but in 1.51, it actually doesn't. It keeps your chain going the whole time. So using those resources is actually super critical for jacking your hit count up as high as possible, instead of it being like a thing where you just mash the reset button every time a bomb goes off. You're actually using them intentionally.
Man, I'm really digging the pro strat here of just sitting in the middle of the screen and holding laser and watching the number go up.
Slow-mo, man.
Yeah,
this whole section is like 2 minutes longer than it normally is.
Yeah, it's cool to see how many times the music, like how far the music is advanced compared to where it normally would. There's something extremely satisfying about this right now.
Yeah,
There's
no,
so
I'm not
many
even
danger
playing,
lasers.
and I'm just mesmerized. I guess we're gonna get that counter stop on the hit counter pretty
Hopefully.
soon.
Hopefully. Oh man, 80k. I think it wraps at 99.9.
Yeah. So we're actually not too far away from getting that big juicy counter stop number. Just a little bit more.
Yeah, and immediately going into the next hyper. But the lasers are gone. So that's interesting. I wonder if that was an intentional drop there. Can you check the route though?
I'm not sure. It seemed like he got some star items for it.
Yeah, it may have been intentional. Yep, he got the counter stop. There you go.
Excellent.
And the GP value is also counter stop, which
Yeah.
is the more significant thing from a scoring perspective. So once again, for people who are not familiar with how Dodonpachi's scoring works, oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Get those stars. There's a small box in the upper left-hand corner. Oh, that's so cool.
Man.
Yeah, and then just immediately refilling the bomb from the B. That's cool.
Yeah, there's some very interesting routing going on in this mode.
Yeah, it's kind of intentionally routing around the auto bomb because you can't manually bomb in power style, of course.
Right, exactly.
So intentionally routing the auto bomb in situations where you're going to be able to get a ton of canceled lasers with it. It's very interesting. Oh man, that point blank.
Wow.
What the heck was
What
that?
excellent positioning. That was
What
crazy.
was that?
Man, I'm telling you, Spino is like the DFK master. He's got some super play strats for every single mode in this game except a range B, basically. This guy's a DFK super fan.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're gonna hit 1 trillion relatively soon. So the goals for this run are to score over 3 trillion, in addition to getting the counter stop for the hit count at stage 3, which we did just see, and defeating Hibachi. So looks like we are almost 1/3 of the way to that score goal.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the Hibachi fight's going to look like. You think there's going to be some extreme milking like there is in Black Label Arrange?
We'll see
Wait,
something.
no, I'm thinking of Arrange A, actually. That's where the real serious milking is at.
We'll definitely see something interesting there.
Collect those big fat stars. Man, he just now got to the washing machine. All that slow-mo at the start, you kind of forget where he's at.
Yeah,
All the music looping.
Yeah, it's
That'd be exciting.
interesting. I'm very curious to see what would actually, like, where it would actually be in terms of the length of this run compared to a regular one-loop run of DFK. Because there's, I think, an hour block allocated for this game, which should give you some context on just what we're dealing with in terms of, like, how stretched out some stuff can get. And there we get the first trillion right at the end of stage 3.
Nice work.
Nice. Here we have the loop 2 perfect patterns. Interesting, he's just going for hyper against those. Huh.
Big bomb pickup. Wow.
I guess just quick killing the first phase. Man, just so much point blanking.
Yeah, I'm loving the bully strats.
Yeah.
I wonder, is he able to get big stars in boss fights after bombing?
I'm not sure. We'll find out. Whoa, man, the quick kill here. Holy
Yeah,
crap, that was
get out of here. You're not even going to use those patterns.
very clean. Also looked like the hyper timing was laid out so that the conclusion of the second hyper during that fight, right when those big pink and blue spreads were coming out, was actually timed so that the end of that hyper canceled all the bullets on the screen there, meaning that you could immediately start setting up for the point blank against the third phase. And it's interesting to see that routed that way against against that boss in particular.
Man, the danger lasers really, they spawn a shit ton of bullets when you destroy them.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, that big juicy slowdown. Just patiently working his way through the first half of stage 4.
Yeah, it's interesting how trivial this looks, especially when you consider just how much is going on the screen. I think it's because the hyper rank is still relatively low. I think it lowers after the end of each stage. So for the opening of the stage, you can kind of just chill in the center of the screen and let things build up.
Yeah, it's very funny thinking about that compared to how that route is normally done, where there's there's like the box in the top right that's like shooting the rotating lasers, and normally he'd position himself in there to get the hits from those lasers, but there's so many danger lasers that he can just sit in the middle of the screen and milk those instead.
Yeah. Well, and the danger lasers are kind of positioned to be where you're not, from what I understand. So there's actually some advantage to sitting in one spot on the screen and not really moving very much if your goal is to continuously build hits off of the danger lasers, which is why we see that being adopted as a routing strategy.
Here comes the big rush right here. This part can be a little tricky in some of the other modes DFK, but as you can see, we're just gonna hyper our way through it. No big deal.
We're definitely having to be a bit more careful with positioning and timing for hyper. I think the stage hyper rank is starting to climb a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
We're definitely hitting the Aura route right now, though, in terms of the mid-bosses. This is Raiko, I believe is his name? The Woomy guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that point blank.
Yep.
That was very
Get up
saucy.
nice and close. Still milking those danger lasers.
It's interesting they keep going even during the mid-boss fight. Although they're held back during that explosion. That's kind of funny. Yeah, they like pause for a second and then come back down.
Yeah, I think it's because that counts as like a massive cancel. So I think it's like all the bullets would disappear and then all the danger lasers would just kind of retract for a little bit. Man, all right, there we go. Finally cashing in those lasers.
Yeah.
What to say, we're running at 30 FPS for this entire stage.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the second half. Let's put it that way. Second half of stage 4 is where things start getting kind of interesting.
Could you imagine playing this mode with no slowdown?
No.
Can we find a way to get this in MABE somehow?
Oh boy. It's interesting also to look at this in the context of sort of Black Label power, because that's what it reminds me of a lot with how the scoring is working. You know, you see a lot of sitting in the corner of the screen and milking bullets, or timing. In Black Label, it's B items. You want to collect the B items at specific points while they're flashing to cancel all of the bullets on the screen into stars, and then the stars end up being your primary source of score.
Right, yeah,
so
exactly. I kind of
in some
wonder.
ways this is similar, but in others it's quite distinct.
Yeah, I kind of wonder how much Cave uses like these weirdo arranged modes that they make in order to test out ideas for further expansions to their games.
Well, in the case of DFK, it was ported long after the arcade release of Black Label, but there are some situations where the ports have had arranged modes that later went on to be used as design inspiration for subsequent arcade releases. The main one that comes to mind is Ibarra. The Ibarra PS2 port had an arrange mode that actually has a lot of similarity to what would end up being Ibarra Kuro. Kuro has more systems layered on top of sort of the foundation that the arrange mode provides. But you can clearly see the lineage there between that arrange mode and then how that was adapted into a full release.
That's cool. I find stuff like that very interesting, especially in this unique world of shmup development.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, so he
Get these
does
big
not
fat
have
cancels.
a bomb right now. So he's got to be very careful for the moment. There are no more bees coming up on this stage either. So this ending section could actually get a little dangerous. We'll see.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna.
There will be a
try
bomb
and-
coming up from the carrier right before Rayan, though. Now he's got this.
Yeah, holding on to that hyper for just long enough.
And then letting the hyper end and cancel those lasers to cash out. Very nice.
Collecting all those big old stars. Having to grab the bomb pickup. Hell yeah.
And at 2 trillion already. So 1 trillion from that stage alone.
Yeah, this is looking clean. And as you can see, his high score is 4 trillions. So we'll see. Maybe he can break a new PB during Shmup Slam 4. That'd be exciting.
Okay, so taking advantage of the same Rayan setup that you often see in vanilla DFK, where by leaving one of those rocket boosters alive, one of the inner 2 rocket boosters alive until it moves off the screen on its own, it delays her phase transition. So she won't actually start some of these later patterns until after. Oh, that is really spicy.
Nice. Loving it.
Apparently the boss doesn't take damage if you're not directly attacking her. So he was just sitting there on top of one of the little like option orbs and using it to gain some extra points. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, he sandwiched himself right in between them too, so he was also able to build up hypermeter at twice the speed.
Indeed. Yeah, sticking yourself right between a couple different hitboxes to build hyper more quickly is a pretty common technique in DFK.
Yeah, very
especially
lucrative,
in the
as you
later
can see.
stages. Yeah. Nice, clean second phase there. That was really fast. Second phase of the Rayan fight can be a little tricky if you don't manage it properly. Very nice on the end there as well.
Yeah, in my experience, it's always either been very easy or very difficult.
Yeah, this fight can swing pretty rapidly.
All right, good old stage 5. Every DFK player's favorite stage, no matter what mode you play.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely.
He's definitely not stressed out right now.
Well, with stage 5, the main thing he wants to be careful of is how his global rank is working. Because he wants to make sure that he's not triggering the loop 2 patterns prematurely in order to make his route through the laser wheels more viable. So he's already used 1 hyper on the stage. Remember that first hyper that we saw for the first few seconds of this stage was actually a smuggled hyper carried over from that stage 4 boss fight, which I believe was intentional. So that is his second actual hyper usage on this stage so far. Curious to see where we'll hit 9, because remember, at 7 is the Omote pattern.
There's
and,
a death.
Okay, that is probably not intentional.
Yeah.
At 7, he'll hit the Omote patterns on global rank, and at 9, he'll hit the Aura patterns at global rank.
Yeah, and this is the point where the last like 4 stages of actions, they like add up into like, okay, this is what you get now, so you're gonna have to work with what we've given you.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in this mode, it seems like with things like the max hit carrying over and changing how that influences your scoring potential.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's really cool that if you let the hyper end, you can cash out the danger lasers automatically. So I think this is the 3rd hyper we're seeing. So maybe
Yeah,
the
I
4th,
believe
though.
so.
May actually be the 4th now that I think about it.
He's got so many hypers going off, it's hard to keep track.
It really is. Which is, 1.51 just kind of pushing all these systems to the very limit of what you can even consider remotely to be normal than DFK 1.5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really just kind of just takes what the original game was and then just goes the next level with it. Just like, how can we push this as far as possible?
Interesting feathering here. Probably trying to delay killing the Zako. Nice. Grabbing the bomb there with the green D.
Popping another hyper.
I think that's at 6 now. Man, the slow
This is the slowest Zako rush I've ever seen in this stage.
Yeah, it's working hard. game
I'm
is
almost afraid
doing
his
her best.
computer is going to explode.
Yeah, wow. Wow.
Oh, this ought to be fun.
Yeah,
We
so
got
here we hit
20
the...
danger lasers, and now we got the laser wheels.
Nice, and cashing out right there.
Is he going to grab the bomb?
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, intentionally taking a hit there, probably to lower hyper rank, and cash out a little bit
Do it
on the
again.
lasers on the screen.
Grab another one.
Yep. And he's going to avoid hypering for the first few wheels here. My understanding is... Yeah, there you go. My understanding is that he wants to try to trigger the loop 2 patterns at a very specific point. So we are still under that global rank threshold. So I imagine this must be the last hyper that we'll see before before we start hitting the second loop patterns. So I think this is either 6 or 7.
Nice. Man, I wonder how much those big stars are worth, because they gotta be worth a ton right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and keep an eye on the scores. Pretty. Oh, nice. Getting inside the wheels here and gonna hop
Good
over on
stuff.
the right. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful routing.
Yep, and then grabbing another bomb there. Again, intentionally taking those hits because he knows that another bomb is coming up in the form of the EVs. Because in 1.51, if those Vs are green and you grab them while they're green, you get a new bomb, and they always spawn green. Man, the amount of slowdown just from canceling the danger laser into the bullets,
It's wild.
It's really, really remarkable. 2.7 trillion already. Oh, man.
And we're not even through the first half of stage 5 yet.
Yeah, there's still a lot to come.
And look at all these bullets. I'm amazed that the bitrate is handling this as well as it is.
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable, huh?
This must be the best that Spino's internet has ever done.
All right, so we have hit the loop 2 patterns for the wheels here. I believe we're still in the Omote patterns at the moment, but we are in loop 2 patterns, which I suspect is right when he wants them to have been triggered. Yeah, nice. Because he made it through there looking like he's very, very much en route.
Yeah, this is looking super clean right now.
Interesting strategy for this boss. Just milking a little bit of extra stuff off the bullets there.
Oh man, this looks rough to dodge. It's a good thing he doesn't have to.
I find this mid boss to actually be quite fun to try to dodge. There you go. There's 3 trillion. Nice.
Well done. Hell yeah.
And there's a bomb pickup coming right before the start of the next major segment of the stage.
Yep.
So again, that's a routed auto bomb to cash out. And right here we have the bomb carrier.
Yep, and that's 2 out of his 3 goals so far. The first goal being to counterstop the hit count at stage 3, score 3 trillions, and the final goal being to defeat Hibachi at the end.
Hell yeah.
Pretty excellent start to the slam, I gotta say.
Well, it could all still go horribly wrong.
Well, of course, but you know, don't wanna give him the commentator's curse.
Right. Yeah, let's keep our expectations realistic. This is Spino we're talking about. There's no way he can be consistently good at DFK. I mean, geez.
He's definitely never done that before. Definitely not a former world record holder of a mode or anything like that.
Interestingly, though, Spino did mention having some concerns about his internet leading up to this run. So I'm very glad to see that, at least so far, knock on wood, that has not panned out because the encoding is keeping up.
Yeah,
is
it
really,
is really
really something.
impressive. Must have got the ISP to hook him up. It's like, look, Slam 4 is coming up. I need to make sure this connection is stable.
Curious to see how the end section of this stage works out, particularly in the section coming up here where all the lasers start overlapping.
Yeah,
on the
this
side.
ought to be interesting.
Oh, okay, interesting. So you can't cash out the regular lasers into the big stars? It looked like only the
Yeah, it looks like you have to
lasers
destroy
cash
them
out.
to get the big stars, which he's getting a lot of.
Yeah, so still very lucrative in terms of score potential from those lasers, but not quite what I was expecting.
Yeah, in a very
terms of,
different way.
Yeah.
We got another DDP Stage 1 mini-boss showing up, spamming his bullets all over the place. Get a nice cancel. Pop another hyper.
Yeah, now it's going to go for these lasers again.
Yep. Big stars, baby.
It is really satisfying just seeing the laser melt into all those big stars.
Yeah.
That section in particular, just like, so many consecutive cancels of those lasers into the big trails of giant stars. It's very cool how
Yeah, you just see
aesthetically
the game
satisfying it is.
stagger every single time. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
This is why slowdown is good, kids.
This is starting to get a little concerning in terms of the bullet density and hyper rank here. Looks like things are still okay for now since he's not even having to move at the moment. But having the shot angled over to the side is increasing the amount of... Oh, you see some stuff is starting to get through. He's having to move a little bit.
Yeah.
So that trick with angling the shot over to the side with Type B is one of the reasons that Type B is so strong in Black Label, particularly PL Power. It looks like that same phenomenon carries over here as well. Where
Yeah, 1.5 as well. It seems like Type B is generally meta in most of these modes.
the main advantage it has for canceling bullets is that because you can angle the shot from the sway options over on top of the main shot, it increases your ability to cancel bullets. Because essentially things are getting hit by both the main shot, like the center part of your shot, and also the option sway shot at the same time. So it creates this zone of very, very dense interaction between bullets and the player shot.
Yeah,
It allows
and I
you to cancel things
believe,
more rapidly.
if it works the same way as it does in 1.5, if the bullets hit the option itself, they turn into big stars instead of small stars.
I think that's probably true here as well. Okay, nice point blanking on the little drones there, able to build up a lot of hyper very quickly.
Man,
the common technique in
Shooty's
all
getting
modes.
deleted.
Yeah, she's gone. She's out of here. Get out of here.
This is probably the most deleted I've ever seen her in my life.
Yeah, that was real fast. Oh, interesting. This pattern's different.
Wow, that looks cool.
That does look cool. Oh, was that intentional? Was he setting that up for score?
Oh man, Spino, you crazy mad lad.
Because there's danger lasers spawning right now during the boss fight.
Yeah, he's milking.
And he's not going for a quick kill anymore. I think he's milking the boss fight here.
Man, what a strat.
Ha!
More stars. Now you're out of here. Wow, well done. I've never seen that before.
All right. So now we're on to the X stage. The X stage is actually the part that he's expressed the most concern about. So Golden Disaster can be pretty tricky here. It's been described as essentially just a damage race in this mode in 1.51. And he wants to save all of his resources for Hibachi. Although, wait a minute. Are we going to hit the... Because this sounds like... Okay, no, yeah. I was like, this sounds like a credit theme. Hang on. So, the key thing to watch out for here, Golden Disaster will have a laser spam attack. And if that comes out, he's basically guaranteed to take a death. So, really wants to make sure to maximize damage and take out this boss before it reaches that point. So we'll probably see a lot of point blanking in this particular spot because there's an intersection of two hitboxes, and by using your laser aura in that particular spot in between kind of the side and the core of the Golden Disaster boss, you can do extra damage. So whenever there's iframes, you're gonna or a gap in the boss's attacks, you're gonna see him camping out right there. Great timing there on that hyper. When all of those drones spawn, you can use the laser aura to very quickly regenerate your hyper. And that's, in fact, in 1.5, often you see players bombing there and doing the same basic thing. But here he had a hyper build up with the right timing, and he was able to use the activation iframes of that hyper to destroy all those drones efficiently.
Yeah, I believe that's effective in pretty much every mode of the game for the most part. It's just like a really strong universal DFK rule.
Mm-hmm. Nice, really, really good timing on that.
Yeah,
Abusing the
incredible timing.
iframes as much as he can.
Yep, dodging the big bombs while canceling the bullets.
Yeah, this attack is much scarier than it's looking right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so damage is pretty good, but oh boy, here we go.
All right, getting super close.
And nice.
All right. Now this is going to be the part where Power Style starts to show its cracks a little bit, because this is a real challenging boss fight in Power Style, specifically because you have no bombs.
Yeah. So he has expressed some confidence with the first phase. He has a specific route, but as long as he's following that route, then it should go okay. We'll see a fair bit of this, where essentially his bullets are being interrupted by all of the bullets that he's canceling during some of these patterns. So it's going to be crucial to have hypers built up on time before hitting some of these patterns. Really nice cut throughs here.
Yeah, super solid dodging. And as you can see, he is still getting hyper meter from canceling some of those bullets whenever he's in boost mode. So he's probably going to be using that quite a bit to abuse as many iframes as he can.
Taking a bomb hit there. I don't know if that was intentional.
Oh, nice.
First
well
phase is down.
Super clean. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah,
Yep,
so
that's a death.
final pattern gets tricky because you can't use bombs to cancel out of it.
Yeah.
So when things get scary, you have to have a hyper available.
Or just believe in your dodges.
Yeah, or just YOLO.
Down to 2 lives. Squeezing through. All right.
Getting back up on there to try to build a hyper back up. Yeah, there you go. Proximity is really useful to try to build hyper back up in this fight. If you grind against the boss, well, it has its shield up during the iframes. Ooh, ooh.
Damn.
Okay, I don't think that's good. But
yeah, that looked a little rough.
he
but
still has some resources here.
He's still pushing. Squeeze through
man.
the gaps.
Nice. Oh dear.
Oh man.
I think
Final life.
this is still doable, but it's very scary.
Yeah, it's looking super close. Oh man.
Okay, well that was just barely mistimed there. It looked like
Yeah,
he was
just
about
barely.
to drop down. Oh gosh.
Man, good game.
So close.
Very
Very
close.
good run though. Looking at the score, he flew past the score goal for this run, and definitely delivered on the stage 3 counter stop. So a bit of a bummer there that we were not able to see him close out the Hibachi fight, but regardless, very well played. And thank you for waking me up.
Yeah, man, that was close, and I'm super glad that I stayed up to see that, because that was a crazy run. I believe this game is coming out on Switch soon, isn't it? As part of the cave ports?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also available on Steam right now. I don't know how much it is right now, but it goes on sale fairly often, and you get like 7 modes with your purchase, so you should definitely pick this game up because it is a real good time.
At the moment, it's $30 US. So I think it's
30?
at full retail right now.
Yeah, full retail, but you're getting like 7 modes. You
Yeah.
know, if you got the dollar to spend, you should consider checking it out.
Man, that was a pretty impressive replay list right there.
That was a tragic ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, super close, super close, but an amazing run nonetheless.
Yeah. Yeah, the TLB is absolutely no joke in DFK, and in 1.51 in particular because of and in Power Style in particular because of the way the bomb distribution works. You essentially don't have resources in the later part of the fight. So in his notes, Spino mentioned that he wanted to have at least 4 lives coming into the final phase of Hibachi. Did not quite line up with that here, but almost did. And if it weren't for a couple of just really near misses there, I think it would have been a very solid clear in terms of getting through the fight. So it just goes to show like just how tight some of these TLB fights are.
Yeah,
Regardless,
shout outs to playing
And
power style too.
I
That is
remember
hard.
I remember talking to Jaimers about power style, and I said, "Oh, power style seems really good." And Jaimers said, "Yeah, until you get to Hibachi, then it's
Yeah.
not so great because you don't have the bombs to pay your resource taxes with."
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the cracks really start to show there. It goes from like pretty chill for the most part with some tight execution to just like, all right, do it right or you lose.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I could tell it was going to come down to the wire there. And he basically played a perfect game up to that point, right? I may have missed some
Yeah.
things here and there, but did he have any misses at all?
He died once in stage 5, and it seems like if he didn't die on stage 5, he would have
had
cleared.
it. Yeah.
yeah.
Very,
What
very
a
close.
what a fun route. It's like never die, otherwise Hibachi just taxes you to death at the end.
Yeah. He did execute Golden Disaster correctly though, and there was some concern that that was not going to happen. Looks like the quick kill happened just in time there, so good to see that work out in a run like this, where maybe the TLB didn't go quite as well, but the EX stage boss was handled
Right,
very
yeah.
cleanly. Most of the run and the scoring strategies were handled very, very cleanly. In fact, if you compare the score, this is very close to his PB. His PB was just over 4 trillion, and this run was I think 3.84, 3.82, something like that. So it was already quite up there.
All the boss fights were excellent too, super clean, pretty
Yeah.
much no risk of failure there.
Yeah,
Completely
it's just-
erased Shooty from existence.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and then bothered to milk the last phase too, which was really cute. I've not seen that handled quite that way before. So
Well, awesome. Thank you, you two, for braving the time zone and being one of the most brutal, either super late or super early runs for most people.
Yeah, it depends on how you think about it. It
Yeah.
could be considered a late run for us.
but yeah, that was awesome. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Spino, for putting on such a good show, and kicking off Shmup Slam in spectacular fashion.
Can't
Yeah,
go wrong with some
amazing
DFK.
runs. Super good. It's always a pleasure to commentate some DFK, especially for Shmup Slam.
Oh, hang on.
Super glad that everyone's been enjoying all the slams to the point where we've run 4 of them now. That is super awesome. And while I'm here, I may as well shill shmups.wiki a little bit.
Yeah,
You can find
definitely.
some information about pretty much all of the game modes in this game specifically, and like about 90 other games that we have pretty good pages for over there. Shmups.wiki. That's the URL. Check it out. Get yourself some information and love yourself some shmups.
Sounds like Spino might be hopping in voice in just a second here, so we get to hear from the player himself.
Oh, cool.
Well, little post game interview. Welcome.
Hey,
Hey.
Amazing run. Fantastic job.
How's it
thank
going?
you.
Amazing run.
Yeah,
Fantastic
it's
job.
just fine. Well, I think it was a good run. I got most of the scoring rounds right, and I get to Higati.
Yeah, you
Excellent.
almost
You almost
got
got
through
it.
the fight,
One
too. You were
away. One
so
extend
close there.
away.
Yeah, you almost
Yeah, I haven't died at stage 5 heck on it.
We were mentioning that earlier. Actually, it seemed like the death in stage 5 may have set you back a little bit for the TLB, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. Also, when we got bomb at Higati's first phase, I lost it. Could actually clear, I kept it at second place.
That first phase route looks really tight, though. I mean, the hyper timings looked like they had to be very specific, and then the point blank dodging and cutbacks you had to do, particularly in the pattern where you took the hit that took the bomb away, look kind of inconsistent.
There's also something about Hyper 1551. So the Hyper in 1551 is had a shorter duration than 1.5. Because of that, I had to point blank a boss much harder so I can finish the phase before the laser walls coming at both sides. If it goes, I have no chance to clear the boss.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
When you were
So you're saying that,
playing stage 5 and you died, were you like, damn it, that's it? Or did you still think, okay, I could still squeeze out a clear even with that death? How many deaths can you have before it's just Hibachi's not going to happen?
If I have 3 days, that's it. I cannot clear Hibati because my route for defeating Hibati is at least 3 weeks. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Damn.
I must have at least 3 lives to have a shot at clearing it. Well, even so, it's a great game.
Yeah,
I
great
have a
playing.
great run,
Yeah, great fun.
and the internet doesn't suck. As
Oh,
happened
yeah,
in
your
this.
connection was rock solid the whole time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, that
we
was
were.
like the cleanest feed on your stream that I've seen in a while.
Yeah, thank you. And if you have noticed, this is my first time doing event solo. Like the last time I only did with others, like with Charlene, Silver Scar, ASM, or his, right?
Hmm.
I was worried, but it worked out well.
I mean, you always put on an awesome show, so I don't. I'm glad you were willing to do it, and I don't think you need to be quite as concerned as you were about being the only one on stream here. So, thank you
Yeah,
very
for
Oh,
much.
sure.
don't you worry. There will be a body count by the time this event is over. Probably myself included by the end there. But I'm
Don't
just gonna
worry.
be like, well, I ran the event, so I'm allowed to lose, right? I'm preparing that
Oh
ahead
yeah.
of time.
Oh yeah, dude. I was like the last 2 months I was like, all right, time to practice my Strikers 1945 run, and then work just came crashing down on me. So we'll see how
Oh,
that goes.
Yeah.
you guys will do well. I believe that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun regardless of what happens, and it'll be cool to show people more games because that's what Shmup Slam is all about, really.
Definitely.
It's
Speaking of
important to do
which,
your best and have fun.
I think we're gonna have a brutal next run because it's Strikers 1945 too, and that game shows no mercy.
Yeah.
So
Psycheo
Yeah.
Gang.
yeah, so we'll have Meriscan and Tom playing it.
Hell yeah. That's going to be a good one because Meriscan's been really pushing that game the last couple months. It's been
Yeah.
really great to see. More people should play Psycheo games.
Oh. Well, I guess I should be going out now. So thank you guys.
Yeah,
And,
thanks.
Especially thank you, Softdrink and Charlene. I know you guys wake up at 4 a.m. to do this. Great respect.
I mean, you know what? I'm not even tired anymore, so whatever, man. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm wide awake now. So, thank you very much for that. And as always, it's a pleasure to commentate your runs. A pleasure to be here for Shmup Slam. And take it away, Mark.
Okay, up next
Yeah,
we'll swap
goodbye.
over to some Strikers too. Hang tight, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
I don't know. What do you think?
Hello, everyone. So up next we have Meriscan and Tom playing some Strikers 1945-2, a game I think Plasmo's played a time or two. Joining on the mic is Plasmo, as you can see in the little commentary box in the bottom right there.
Yeah, hello, it's me, Plasmo, and yes, I've played this quite a bit. And yeah, I can maybe explain a thing or two, and of course talk about Psycho in general. I'm very glad we got so many Psycho games this time around.
Absolutely. I actually just got a Strikers 1945-2 board for about $130 off of eBay. I still need to fire it up and
sweet.
play it. Yeah, so I got the real deal. So I'm excited. You'll see me playing it here pretty soon after the event.
Yeah, if you only want to buy one Psycho game, do yourself a favor and get this one.
Yeah.
Strikers 1942 is, at least it's my favorite.
My favorites are Strikers 1945-2 and Gunbird 2, but of them, I think Gunbird 2 is so brutal that I'll start with Strikers.
Definitely, Gunbird 2 is a very good game, but it's too difficult for me as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we'll let since on the left Meriscan is doing a 2-all, we'll have him start playing, and then Tom's getting fired up, and he'll join as Meriscan goes, because he's doing a 1-all, so there's plenty of time for him to join in.
We go.
Here we go.
So right away we can see he's picking up Hayati, Meriscan. I'm not sure what Tom will pick. Has he started yet? I have to update here. But yeah, you either want to pick the Hayati or the Pancake. Those are the very good ships, and then you have a few more underpowered ones, which make up for quite an interesting challenge. But if you're just a beginner, you want to start out the game, pick one of those two. Both are homing to an extent, so you can see that the ship we're seeing right now has these little helper planes.
Yes.
And those are, well, sort of heat-seeking or something, going for the enemies and helping you out, reaching the like enemies far away. It's quite helpful.
This is Hayate, correct?
Yes.
Yes, this is my favorite ship.
Yes, it's mine as well. Other people prefer the Pancake. You do a lot of point blanking there with a Pancake, and then it's very powerful as well, and it's also homing to a degree. So yeah, Psycho games usually have few things in common, and one is they are very action-packed, very short burst entertainment, rather short games as well. They usually have 2 loops, and one loop is maybe 15 minutes, at most 20 minutes if you're milking and all that. And so it's a very short game, even for a 2-loop game. You're not spending much more than 40 minutes.
Yes.
And the same is true for Strikers 1942.
Yeah, Psycho are a really refreshing change of pace if you find yourself playing hours and hours of bullet hells and caves and Tohos and that type of thing, and then you play Strikers game and the bullets just start moving at you and you're like, oh crap, okay, I gotta readjust my brain here a little bit, get used to the faster pacing, and the short stages, they just go by so fast.
Yes. And that's also the appeal, because it's so short burst action, and the bullets are very fast as well. So the bosses in particular, especially in the later stages, are quite frantic, and you have to exploit a lot of safe spots and stuff like that. But it's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, did we explain when you're picking up the metal bars there, you want to catch them when they're at their brightest in their little animation, which
Right,
is
that's
which
a
is
little
not
bit
something I
weird,
picked up
yeah.
on for way too long when playing Psycho games.
Yes, that's like another typical Psycho trademark, at least for the later games. Well, you've explained it already. It's one of the main scoring mechanics. So you have all those gold bars and you have to pick them up in the right moment. And their brightest animation, I think it's like 8 frames or something. So it's very precise. And yeah, want to pick them all up at the right timing
And
and
it's-
destroy all the enemies. So the scoring is not that complicated, not that convoluted, if you want to put it like this. No exponential scoring, like very linear scoring, and it fits the whole gameplay.
Oh, looks like Tom's playing, so I'll get him pulled up on the overlay here.
Yeah, I think he has restarted. But still, the timing between the two runs is fine this way. We are going to see 2 very different runs. So Meriscan is going for a 2-loop clear, and Tom is going for a 1-loop clear. So we are also going to see very different kind of strats. Probably Tom is going for very survival-oriented strats already in loop 1, which is quite helpful if you want to start out the game and see yourself how far you can go. Maybe those strategies are more helpful, and Meriscan will use a little bit more risky strategies because he will have to use all those lives and bombs for the second loop, because that one is brutal. First loop isn't too bad. It can be tricky and you have to learn things, especially in, I think 1-4 is a very difficult stage. Then it becomes slightly easier, strangely enough. Like 1-5, 1-6, at least to me, felt a little bit easier. And then it begins to get a little bit harder. So that's more or less the difficulty progression in the first loop. And then second loop is just very difficult stage after very difficult stage. It's a huge roadblock and a great challenge to clear. As you may already know, again, very popular for many Psycho games is the random stage order for the first 4 stages, and in some other games only 3 stages, and then the rest of the game is fixed in order. And those random stages, they can be quite difficult to learn because essentially you have to learn, well, 4 different stage 1-4s on higher rank and higher difficulty. Because the same stage of 1-4 is more difficult as if it would appear on 1-1 naturally.
Yes,
so,
yes.
This is a huge difficulty if you're playing, for example, on the PCB, on the original hardware. Of course, since we are seeing, I think, both runs on emulators,
Yes.
you can manipulate the stage order there, so both players know exactly what is happening. They don't have to learn like all the random combinations.
Right, and this is something I've always wanted to ask you is, so if you are, when you were doing your 2-all and everything, and you get the stage order, what do you do? Do you just reset until you get the stage you want, and then when you get the stage you want, you just hope you get the rest of them to fall in order, or do you have to just learn the multiple stage orders? Like, what's
Yeah,
exactly the meta there on the PCB?
Yeah, to be honest, there's a little trick. You can, even on the arcade PCB, you can manipulate the stage order by like coin entry, I think it is. So
Aha.
if you enter, or is it the credit? It's either the coin entry or the start of the credit itself, one of the two. And depending on when in the demo cycle you do it, you always get the same RNG feed for the stage orders. So you can manipulate it to get the same order each time. So not too bad.
Oh, that's something I definitely need to learn when I start playing. I'll have to actually
Yes.
learn this credit trick.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think I ever did this manipulation. I found it to be entertaining to learn all the different stage variations. Because why not? It's more stages, more fun, more stuff to learn.
Yes,
But
and
yeah, I can see if
I
you're
can-
not interested in that.
well, I could also see if you're playing for a 2-all, I would imagine the first loop stage order doesn't really, phase you that much. when you're, you know, dealing with second loop bullet patterns and speeds later on, you probably are pretty used to some
yeah, I mean,
wicked
to a
ones.
degree it does. For scoring, it is quite essential to get the right stage order.
Oh, for scoring, I
I
didn't
mean,
know
it's
that.
not a lot because all the, as I've explained before, the scoring is very linear, nothing too crazy exponentially going on there. But if you really want to optimize scoring, you want to have a particular stage order, so that becomes important at one point. But let's say if you're just going for the 2-all clear, I think stage order may not be that important, maybe.
And does this play out in the second loop? Is the second loop a fixed stage order? How does that work when you hit the second loop?
So the second loop stages, I think they are always random and there's nothing you can do about it, but
Oh,
that
damn.
doesn't matter because the rank is always the same.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so, and again, that's true for all Psycho games. You don't really care that much about the random loop stages, you only care about the random first loop stages. Basically.
Right, that makes sense. Well, that's good, because imagine if the rank was still an issue in the second loop, how much of a nightmare
Yeah,
that would be.
terrible. Yeah. I mean, the stages are hard enough, and I think they are on max rank anyway. And yeah, you will see in a bit. It's a nightmare.
So Tom's in 1-3. Looks like he's still hanging in there. As no deaths yet. How often do you get extends in the game?
So you get one single extend at 600,000, and that's it.
Okay.
One score-based extend and nothing more. You can hold up to 8 bombs, so that's a lot. But if you die, you go back to, I think it's 2 or 3. So you
Rough.
do not want to die with
Yes.
that huge bomb stock, and
Right.
that's usually what happens when you're playing Psycho games, and it makes you feel really bad.
I know, and the bombs in this game are really good. Like they're pretty powerful boys.
Yes. So every ship has a different bomb, but usually it is summoning some bigger planes to rush in and help you. But those bigger planes, so basically your bomb itself, can be destroyed by the enemy too. So if you see, for example, Tom
I
here
didn't
is
know
launching
that.
a bomb, this huge plane, and if you're firing a bomb in the loop, and there's a huge barrage of bullets, it will destroy your bomb, and you will only be safe for like maybe half a second, and your bomb is already gone. So it depends also.
I had
when
no
you are
idea about
bombing,
that.
just how effective your bomb is. It's mean. It can be very.
It is. I thought it was a big old invincible plane that just tanks all the hits and
Nope,
you know,
not
is your big
invincible at all.
brother. Wow, that's crazy.
Yes. And some ships summon very weak helper ships, and they get like obliterated by all the bullets. So it's not really a bomb at all, especially in the loop stages.
So Psycho are greedy boys. I'm just thinking about this. You get one extend, and I'm assuming there's no sort of hidden extends hidden throughout
Nope.
the stage or anything like that. So when you hit the second
Nothing at
loop, that's it. You just get that one extend. Wow.
Yes,
Uh-oh, Tom taking a death there.
he took a death.
And like you're
He
saying,
should
that's
be fine.
a pretty big deal, but he is playing for a 1-all, not a 2-all, so recoverable is still possible.
Yes, and keep in mind that 1-4, and there was 1-4 where he died at the boss. It is maybe even the most difficult stage of the whole first loop.
Oh, I didn't know
Either
that.
it is one of the last, but those are not too bad. So maybe it's just me, but 1-4 is possibly one of the hardest, or maybe even the hardest stage of the loop, the first loop.
Yeah, because in some Psycho games, I'm thinking of like Gunbird, for example, the last stage, the game's like, okay, now it's time to die. Like, it's a really noticeable spike in difficulty compared to the
Right.
stages before. So it sounds like not as much of the case in Strikers 2.
Yeah, the last ones are not too bad. The bosses can be mean, but the stages itself, I mean, yeah, there are lots of exploits and stuff like that we will come to later. Let's see how this one goes. So 1-6 boss, you can see the exploit here, just camp in the corner. So this attack would be quite difficult, but you can just stay there and you're safe.
Wow, how is Tom catching up with Meriscan? Is Meriscan milking the bosses, or is it just these later stages take a long time?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. Although Meriscan is able to score in this game quite well, and he has recently, by the way, gotten the community record, the top score on the Shmups forum.
Holy crap.
1.8, almost 1.9 million, so top spot there.
Wow, nice.
So he's quite good at scoring, but for the live run, he will not do any fancy milking, not do the... there's a respawn glitch. We are not going to talk about this one, for scoring only, and very risky, very weird trick. He's not using it, so just focusing on survival here.
Yeah, I think even the simple scoring tactic of collecting the medals when they turn, or the gold when they turn full, you know, color, that can put you in some pretty tricky survival situations, because you have to sometimes sit around in the area of the screen you don't want to a little longer than you normally would, just to get them to change color.
Yes. You also have to think about when to uncover the medals and when to basically start the animation cycle, so you are in the correct spot exactly at the right moment, so you can plan ahead a bit. But that's mostly for like the more tricky gold pickups in the loop. And it is great fun. It may not sound like that on paper. I mean, Psycho games on paper, it's basically just very straightforward, very simple games. But if you're playing them yourself, it's a whole different experience.
Yeah, it's not so straightforward.
Yes.
That's what I really appreciate about the Psycho game design, is that they have a really like brutal basic idea, which is really fast bullets, just try to stay alive, but then they add in these nice little scoring elements that complement that really well without making it too complicated or weird. Looks like...
And good bomb there by Tom. That attack is a very difficult one, so very, very well planned.
It looks like Tom's recovered well.
Yes. He's definitely good to get the clear there. And Meriscan, full livestock, full bomb stock, going to 1-8 now, so also quite good. Oh yeah, if you wondered why he didn't die there, so Meriscan, during the opening animation of each stage, you have some invincibility frames, and you can rush through enemies, and this helps particularly at the beginning of 1-8. The mid-boss of stage 7 you can see on Tom's side. It is picked random. There are two different mid-bosses you can pick there, and those are truly random. You cannot manipulate them. Depends on personal taste, I guess, whether you find the one more difficult than the other. They are more or less the same in difficulty, I would say, so the random decision isn't too bad there.
Cool, and I got the game audio bumped up a little bit for everyone. We're hearing Meriscan, by the way, if you're wondering who we're listening to. We're hearing Meriscan's audio, since he's going to be doing two loops.
Boss.
Ooh. So we're starting to get into some of those Psycho patterns where you just gotta know. You just gotta know what they're going to do.
Yeah, lots of static patterns. But that doesn't make it too easy. So you still have to react a lot, but you also have to know like where the space is, in which borders you can react to. So it's a combination of both. You have to know where stuff comes from and where it goes to, but you also have to react in a set space then.
Yeah, I was playing some Gunbird 2 and doing some save state practice, and when you get into these later patterns, it feels really challenging to, like you're saying, okay, you know what the pattern's going to do, but you still have to react to it at a certain rhythm and timing, which is not easy.
Alright, and it looks like Meriscan finished the first loop with 1.5 million, over 1.5 million, which is very good.
Yeah, great.
So that is
great clear there.
Still on pace for 2.8, which is very close to his PB. So that's a very good scoring, and that's without the respawn glitch I was mentioning earlier. So that's
And we
That's a
got
very good run,
we got a
honestly.
real clutch situation here with Tom. He's got one extend
yeah.
left, but he's got two
Oh,
bombs. He's
one
got two
left.
bombs.
Oh,
Oh no. So close. Made it to 1-8
unfortunate.
boss there.
If you would have made it to the last boss, I think 2 bombs would have been enough. That's very unfortunate.
Still, making it
Wait,
that
what-
far
what-
in a
what-
Psycho
why does
game
the leaderboard
live
say overflow? I haven't seen this one before.
is not easy.
Interesting. Yeah, let's check out the loop. As you can see, it's suddenly bullet hell. Everything's shooting suicide bullets at the fastest you could imagine.
Oh, could you explain a little bit of the difference between the suicide bullets in Strikers 1 and Strikers 2? Because I kind of get hazy on the details, but I remember it's kind of funny, the difference between the two.
They're not that different, I would say. Well, how to put it? So the suicide bullets in Strikers 1, they can be more random and more like into your face. They are like thicker oftentimes and faster, and it feels like in 2 they're a little bit slower and a little bit more space to dodge. They appear higher up on screen. At least that's my impressions, but it's difficult to put in words, but they feel very differently, those two. Overall, I think they are easier to dodge in the second one, but since there are so many in the second one, the game overall becomes harder. So 2-all in Strikers 2 is definitely harder than a 2-all in Strikers 1. No doubt about it.
Right, yeah. Which makes me wonder, maybe I should have got a Strikers 1 board as well, just for my sanity. But I'm probably a little bit off of getting a 2-all in these games as of yet.
Yeah, Strikers 2-all, it's not easy. It's a great challenge, really. You definitely have to learn every stage very well and have to know exactly what's happening, and still have to deal with all the randomness in the loop. I mean, you can, of course, you have to learn the loop, yeah, but you still have to react to all the randomness then that's still present, as you can see right here. And as for the loop, and that's typical again for many Strikers games, the first half of the loop, so the first 4 stages are more difficult than the later 4. So by the time you're reaching, let's say 2-5, you are definitely much closer to the clear than you might imagine at this point.
And I'm getting his overlay updated, so we can get a nice big full screen view of him.
So we see a couple of bombs here, but still, it's a no-miss run, and he's going into 2-3 with 7 bombs, which is insane. Very good resources. You get a hefty bonus at the end of the game for remaining lives and remaining bombs. So if you want to maximize your score, you do not want to die a single time. And of course finish with 9 bombs left.
What do you think about that scoring mechanic, the cash out at the end? Are you a fan?
In some games, yes. In other games, maybe not so much. In this game, I would say yes. It is fun to get through all the patterns without bombing and stuff like that. And it is possible as well, but when it comes to bullshit patterns like, let's say, Dodonpachi Daiojo, like the washing machine pattern.
Right. Yeah.
If they're asking you to no-miss this and give you a bonus for this, it's kind of silly, isn't it? Same for Kitsui. I mean, I don't know about those true last boss patterns.
I feel like
but
I feel like
nowhere near as bad.
Dodonpachi, it's a little bit of an exception there, because I feel like it is
Right.
kind of cool to be able to take out Hibachi without taking too many deaths. Because you can play him like I do, super safe, but you end up taking a lot of deaths and losing score, or you can play him like WTN and be a boss and just dodge most everything.
Yeah. I mean, if the life bonus at the end or bomb bonus isn't too crazy, I'm fine with it either way.
Right.
But in Strikers 2, it's not too bad. I forgot how much it is. I think it's 50k per life or something like that. Which is a lot, but which is not a crazy, insane lot. So yeah, 2-4, and this is maybe the hardest stage in the loop. So the city stage in the loop. Especially the turret section we're going to see in a bit. We will definitely see 1 or maybe even 2 bombs. It's one of the toughest sections of the whole game. I mean, even when you're watching super plays, they always bomb there. At least once, maybe twice. So this section right here. And we see an opening bomb, basically. And we maybe will see another one. But look at those turrets. They just relentlessly fire at you. They do not stop. And here's a second bomb. And yeah, a 2-bomb strategy is probably safe enough. And you can do that. He can get those bombs back as well. You get at least 1 bomb per stage.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, good resources. But you need those for the boss. The boss is a meanie.
Oh jeez. So is there a particular reason why he's letting that bomb just float around? Is it just routing wise he can't get to it, or is there a reason he wants to leave it sort of floating? Oh, never mind. He got it.
Yeah, just pick it up.
Oh, will
No
they
reason
fly
not to.
away eventually, like in cave games?
Yeah, they will.
Okay.
They will linger around on the screen for quite a while, so it shouldn't be an issue. But if it happens, it's really annoying.
That happens in DDP from time to time, especially in stage 2,
Ooh.
4, or 2,
And
5.
look
I
at
mean,
those attacks. Look, the bomb is just flying away, and another 2 bombs on the boss. Or was
nice.
it was 3, right?
He's still got all
Yeah.
his extends too. This is a really
Yes.
impressive run.
Very good run. And we are still on pace for 2.8 million. So 2 million after stage 2-4 is very good. And so we enter the second half of the second loop. Which in a way is a little bit easy on the one side, but becomes very tough on the bosses as well.
Right. And coming up on these bosses, are there some of them where it really takes some resources to get through them, or would he theoretically be able to no miss, no bomb the rest of the game if he was playing really on point?
Yeah, so there are certain parts of the game, and yeah, we'll mention those where you just have to bomb.
Right,
Where it's
yeah.
like almost impossible to not bomb there. So the first half of this boss you can milk a bit for the turret if you really want to push for score. See those turrets on the side?
Yes.
They milk, you can milk
Oh,
them for quite a
yeah.
while. They respawn over and over again. Ooh, and that's the first death.
The crab of death.
Yeah, this, especially the opener for this boss, it's a very difficult one. So the part right after the turret, and you have to look out for chain deaths because they can happen very easily in this game, especially if you die at the wrong spots. This wasn't the worst spot, and he will quickly regain the power level, the maximum power level he was at before, which is very important. You see the bullets are slowing down just a little bit slower. Suicide bullets becomes a little bit more tame overall, but it will be back on maximum rank just in a bit. But yeah, the spot wasn't too bad, so if you could have chosen one spot where to die best, it wasn't the worst. It was fine. Oh, and there's another death.
Yeah, okay. Now things are getting
just-
scary.
Damn. But you see, you respawn without any power level, and he was basically forced to drop that
Yes.
one bomb.
Yes.
So he's already down to 1 bomb. So an extremely good run is now still a good run, but he has to play very safely from now on.
Those 2 loop games, man. you play
Yes.
you play so well for 38 minutes, and then 2 minutes.
Very stressful.
Then when the span of 2 minutes you make, a few slight errors, and boom, the run is completely changed.
That's a nice save spot. This one looks cool.
That's got to be satisfying.
Yes.
Those options Hayate has are so excellent.
Yes. They are very powerful.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we haven't really talked about those options, right?
Not too much.
Yeah, you have a what to call it, like a power shot or some kind, When you hold down the button, you activate it, and you see the meter in the bottom left, and this one fills up when you kill enemies or shoot bosses, just when you hit stuff with your regular shot. And when it's yellow, you can activate those little bits. And they're very powerful, as you say.
Yeah.
Alright, so 2 more stages. And resources are low now. So this will be challenging.
Oh, this stage reminds me of the hangar stage in Grega, kind of the backgrounds and stuff. Reminds me of that.
Right, yeah, it's aesthetically close. Right. Let's see which one of the random bosses we get. Oh, this one. Maybe the slightly more difficult one. But he should be fine. It's basically just 2 attacks repeating over and over again.
Ooh, nice dodge there.
Yes.
Now I'm getting nervous.
So this tank in the middle, you want to take it out as quickly as possible. It's a very high HP tank and can shoot very mean bullet patterns at you. But it's gone already. So very good quick kill there. These spawning UFOs or discs or whatever those are.
Yeah.
You can exploit some safe spots here. And the mid boss as well had lots of safe spot manipulations. Should be fine. And you get some resources back. There's a bomb.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Like look at this. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's cool
Like
animation.
very sweet exploits there for the patterns. And again, the boss, I think there's like one bullet pattern where you really have to watch out, and the other one should be fine. So
Here we
first,
go.
just camp there, and
Just gotta watch
go
those.
back. And see all those bits he's parking on top of the boss. He's going for the quick kill. Now move down.
Get him,
Tap,
get
tap,
him.
tap.
Holy
Some more
crap.
taps to the side. Should be fine. Should be fine. And the safe spot, and boom. Nice. Very good.
Wow. Round of applause.
Last stage.
Here we go. Come on, Meriscan. Shmup Slam 4
So
has
first
already
round of the
been
last
unkind to the players.
Yeah, those orange disc dudes, those are the main threat. Again, you want to go for quick kills on all of them. They can be. Oh, that was so insane. Why didn't he bomb that? Oh my god.
Maybe he's
Yeah, there's
saving
the
it.
bomb, there's the bomb.
There it is. Okay.
Yes, he had to save it for the double disc because that one's basically impossible.
It's
Alright,
really
mid-boss.
interesting how even
fine.
with
It's not
a
too
lot
bad.
of the more static nature of the patterns and everything, you still have to really know the game really intimately because you need to know, in case of situations like this and you're low on resources,
Yes.
what patterns you can bomb, what patterns you can't bomb, all that stuff.
Nice.
Oh, we got another one.
More bomb back. Final stretch for the stage. Another double disc. Should be fine, it's not as bad. Alright. So resources for this boss. Don't look too bad. If you die, you will probably have to just use another bomb straight away.
Right.
So maybe it's like 1 death he can take and 2 bombs he has for actual use. But if he can execute his route perfectly, he should be fine. There's still a challenge. It's not free.
Definitely not, especially when you're playing live.
Yes. Don't underestimate the pressure. Exactly.
Yes. I love that attack.
Ooh, nice. Second form, definitely
Clutch.
one of the more
He's
difficult
feeling
ones.
himself.
Yes,
He's
very
feeling
good.
the adrenaline.
Third form has lots of HP.
Can
Lots
he
of
can he just
micro-dodging
safety
here.
bomb it? Or is he still got to clutch it out here?
I have no idea. he could just bomb it maybe, but he's not going for it. He feels confident with the route. Okay, final form.
Oh boy.
He should be fine. He should definitely be fine at this point. Don't move too much.
Oh, he
Final
wants
form
that.
just
He wants
kills
that
it. Yes.
score bonus.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Very good.
Beautiful gameplay.
And look at that score, 2.8. So that's not only just a clear, that's a damn good score. And that's very close to his PB as well, which is 2.89, I think. So that's just 60k off his PB. Team AS.
How clutch.
represent.
Oh, he's part of the Team ASE, is he?
Yes, the average super play enjoyers. Very good.
Yeah, you guys got to keep an eye out for Team ASE because they snuck into the event. I thought it'd be funny if you all lined up your time to be just the block where you all just play one after another. That would be great.
Maybe next time, yeah. Yeah, this was amazing. Man, what a run.
I'm inviting the
Too bad
players to
Tom's
join voice.
just- Yeah. Yes.
Excellent stuff.
Excellent runs, both. First one was so close to reach the go-to.
Yeah,
Just a
1-8.
sliver away, basically. Yes,
1-8
right
boss.
before the boss.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
doing good. Thanks.
Great run.
Yeah,
It was
thank you.
insane.
Dude,
2.8 and clear.
I
That's
can't
everything.
feel my hands anymore. It's like
Yeah.
aesthetics.
You don't need your hands anymore.
I don't.
You can
Yeah.
cut them off now. You're done with them. You can cut them off and then,
Yo,
sell them
shoot.
on eBay for the hands that got the 2 all live. I was saying as you were playing the final boss, I was like, oh, he's starting to feel himself. Did you get that shmup adrenaline rush right at the end there where you kind of get like, oh, I'm going to get the clear. I just got to hold it together. Did you get that
It-
moment?
Yes, when I entered stage 2-7, but I've told this before by someone who asked on the Shmups forum. If you get to 2-7, even if you have no resources left, you can still clear because what's hard in the second loop are the suicide bullets from the enemies because those are like variables and they can go anywhere. So your routing can't be super strict. But in the 2-7 and 2-8 boss, there are no Zako enemies, so you can just follow your route, and that's it.
Right.
Yeah, that
Well,
was
in
some real
all the other
impressive
bosses-
gameplay.
You need to dodge constantly, so that's where all the bombs go. So I felt like when I entered 2-7 with next round, I was like, oh, I got this. That was kind of the easy part from then. The hard part was getting into stage 2, or in the start of the loop 2.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with the final stages of the second loop, so I was real nervous the entire time. I was like, oh, some wild crap is just gonna pop up and shoot him in the face, and that'll be that.
Oh, I should have died in 2-8. I got so close at the start with the discs. I think I don't deserve to live, but I did, luckily. The game took pity.
Oh, yeah, the part where you had like one bomb left and the double discs were
Yeah,
coming.
I
but
saved
you
them
were
for
saving
double
up bombs.
discs. That's absolutely.
Yes,
I have no
exactly.
idea.
That was
I have no
insane,
idea
but-
how to do that.
Did you forget?
would
That,
really-
did you forget that you had a bomb, or you just like, I can't
No,
bomb?
no.
I can't.
I can't.
Right.
There was another sort of 2. What do you call them? Like orange discs or something.
Discs of
Yeah,
death.
They shoot, and there's a route I've seen super plays, but I can't fucking follow it along. I just bombed that.
Yeah, that
So,
that was a hell of an impressive run, my dude. And great playing to Tom as well. A 1-all live Psycho game. That's
Did he do it?
no
I didn't
easy
see.
undertaking. He got real close. 1-8 boss. So he was right there.
Oh,
yeah, he was right there.
Was very tight. Yeah.
Yeah, in my brain, whenever I think about doing live runs, I was like, well, if I make it to the last boss, it's not what you want, but it's not, you still showed like you got the skills, and it's just a matter of time type of thing.
Well, what's fun about Strikers 2 for me is even if you're low resource, you can still clear because the later stages are the easiest one, or at least the easiest to route and memorize. So
Yeah,
even
that's
if I
pretty-
die really
that's pretty
early, I just
unique.
keep playing. Yeah.
I'm used to playing cave games where they always have that TLB or big old boss sitting at the end. It's just like, okay, you got to pay up your resources, buddy. You got to pay
Yeah.
up now.
I know. In some ways, I have a lot of respect for cave plays because I must imagine they restart constantly all the time because it's like, oh, I died, I don't have the resources, I guess we'll start again. I usually just keep going. Even did you mention the end bonus?
Yes,
In
we
the
did.
game?
We had a whole discussion
we
about
talked
that.
This one briefly.
Okay, I was gonna say it's not too substantial in this game
Yeah,
compared to the
exactly.
later ones. So
Yeah.
it's a score loss, but it's not like reset worthy usually. So it's always just worth to keep going, even if you died. Just try because you don't really need it. It's not gonna make a difference usually.
Yes. Well, awesome. So
Yeah, that
up
was a lot.
next we got coming up is Salamander 2. You all can see the poster in the chat here. Also, shout outs
think
to everyone
it's
who put the
good.
posters together. These are great.
Is it the right poster? I still
No,
see
that's the strikers. Yeah.
Oh,
I
let
still
you-
see
just
ours.
wait 1 minute.
fix
It'll
it.
pop up. It'll pop up.
Yep,
Okay.
gotta fix it.
I
There
just
it
was
is.
timing it because I wanted to have the poster on while we were talking to you. Your poster.
Oh,
Well, awesome. Thanks so much. And up next will be, let's look at the players and commentators for the next run here. I got my schedule. We got Salamander 2 copy paster with QuakedoomNukem and Jaimers on commentary.
All right, see you later.
Thanks
And
for
GG on
doing the
run.
commentary, by the way,
Amazing
Plas.
stuff. Yeah.
Okay, stay tuned, everyone. Hello, everyone. Okay, up next, we've got some Salamander 2 action. Copy Pasters playing. And I think he's playing on the PS1 version, which would be pretty interesting. And joining on the mic, we have QuakedoomNukem and Jaimers. How's it going?
Going right.
Hey there, everyone. How's it going? Yeah, it's Salamander 2. Sequel to like the first Salamander, which is like I guess it's like one of the most influential games out there, I think, in terms of shmups.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it did like the whole like God stage thing, like it did it before even R-Time did it, like a year before. Also known as like Life Force, like the US, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this sequel actually like came out like 10 years after the first game. Just quite a jump.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
the
one
original was 1987.
And Salamander is the one that it'll swap, right? It'll go from horizontal to vertical, right? Am I
Yeah.
thinking of the right game? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, this is like one of the last, I think, one of the last big Konami shmups they made. I think like Sex Brodies was like the last one they like really did for
Oh, wow.
For arcades.
arcades at least, yeah, arcades. Yeah, he's playing on like the PlayStation port of the game, I think.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not super sure what like the differences are between like the arcade version, but if he's playing on like a PlayStation emulator,
Yes.
and there are like emulators that have like rollback nowadays, so that might be like more preferable to MAME nowadays. Maybe, not sure.
Yeah, you can play RetroArch. You can get about 1 frame rolling back, and then after that, it gets a little on the PS1 core. It gets a little funky after that.
Yeah, I know the Dock Station emulator, like the latest newest
Oh,
one.
I didn't know that.
Also has like that stuff.
Well,
Just like
I gotta put that on my list.
Yeah, it's a good time to get into like PlayStation shops now with that emulator out. Good times.
Here he goes. Oh, I thought he went.
He's still letting the intro movies play out.
Oh, he wants to show the intro movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, this current intro is from the arcade version. Like, we remember that. But I think the first one is like exclusive to like this port, PlayStation port.
Yeah, it is.
Awesome.
The arcade intro is a lot less impressive.
Yes, definitely. Okay, got my
Really
timer
like,
ready.
Really like those Gradius intros they made. It's always so cool.
Well, it didn't save his
He's playing on
input.
he's playing on player 2 side. Any significance to that, or?
Not really.
Yes. There's a big difference. Player 2 has way less rank than player 1.
Aha.
Makes the game,
Oh,
makes
Oh,
the
it's
game
another one of
significantly
those
easier.
games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, player 2 is significantly easier than player 1 in this game. Just because of the rank being much lower.
And here we go.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary game, I'd say, for like a marathon. Because you get like you get very few lives in this game, and like recovery is also like really difficult. So
Well,
big ups to Copy Paster for trying this in the marathon. The big balls.
Well, like the first half of the game is not really all that bad for me personally, but from like stage 4 onward, yeah, it gets pretty difficult. Like stage 5, like what the hell? That's like literally loop 2 difficulty.
Yeah. So this game has scoring. In terms of scoring, this game is like a bit weird. Because like a lot of the score comes from like specific like secrets. Like you see this golem right here. If you
Yeah.
like kill it before it leaves the screen, it gives you a 100,000 point bonus. Which if you look at the score right now, that's kind of big.
Yeah, but it's kind of difficult to pull off because of how the drops of the items are random. Because they're not always like fixed. I swear to God, they're always random. Because if you get like 2 options and they may be a ripple laser, you might be able to kill the golem, but otherwise it will get away.
Yeah, I
Because-
think you can. I think you can manipulate the item drops depending on like which ones you currently have. I think that's what the super players do in like stage 1. They like leave like 2 behind, and pick up the
Yeah.
rest, and then go back.
And here is the first boss, which is kind of pathetic because even the break golem was much scarier than the biter here.
Yeah, you can milk it like a tiny bit for like those worms it shoots out, but if you just want to kill it, just you can even just stand still. Like it can't kill you, it can't bite you if you're like all the way at the left of the screen.
And that's the first stage done.
So you might have seen him use like these homing lasers. That's a new addition they made in this game compared to like
The
the
option
original.
shoot.
Yeah, option shoot. You can sacrifice like one option to use like a homing laser. And after that homing laser hits something, it drops like a tiny option, like a half option.
Yeah,
If you pick up 2 of those, you get an extra option.
full option.
So you can there are a lot of option drops like in this game, so you can kind of spam that. But there is like a risk reward system to it, because if like the lasers don't kill what you want to do, then you suddenly don't have any options. You're kind of like in a pickle. Have to be a bit careful with that. Yeah, you see though the thing Salamander's known for, like switching orientation. Like the first stage is like horizontal, and then stage 2
Yeah.
is like a vertical stage.
Horizontal.
It was like a big thing back when the first game came out.
Yeah, but it's kind of a shame that the sequel actually got rid of the vertical stages, mostly because there are only 2 in the game. This stage and then the final stage, and while the rest are basically horizontal stages. While in the
Yeah.
first game it was even, so it was 3 and 3, which is kind of a shame. But at least they made up for it because the stage 3 and 4 I personally think are the coolest in this game. And I kind of wish that they actually revisited the idea in the other games.
Yeah, the original also had like voice clips or like "go up," and then
Yeah.
this game doesn't have that, which I think is a shame. It's kind of iconic.
Yeah, it only has it for like mostly for the bosses, but that's it.
Yeah, this boss can actually be kind of scary if you get like bad RNG on like when the heads shoot. Can wall you if you're unlucky. Yeah, and here we have the gut stage.
Yeah.
It's probably like the most gutsy stage I think Konami ever made, maybe. It's
Yeah.
it's pretty visceral.
Yeah. But also it seems that they reference this stage in Gradius 5 in the cell stage with the worms and everything.
Yeah, it's not as visceral as this, I'd say, though.
Because yeah, even in the first stage you could see that the enemies actually sprouted out a lot of blood.
Yeah,
Like
you
they
can
were
see-
like, okay, this is not for children anymore. This is for man.
Yeah, you can just see like blood and guts in the background, like at the start, which is pretty good. It's pretty metal.
And also, if you as you can see, his double laser now is sort of powered up to a super state. That's a thing only in this game, that if you pick up the same power up again while you're at 4 power, you get basically sort of a hyper mode that you have for like 10 seconds or so. So it can basically wreck everything if you're good with it.
Yeah, this boss is actually pretty big, huge score of points.
Yeah,
you can do
because you can.
You can do some like some magic. You can do some magic with like the options, and like place them like on top of the spawn points here, and then you just continuously just like kill stuff, and it gives like a ton of points. I think in the super play, he actually like does like a trick where he starts with like 3 options, and then he positions the options, then he picks up a small option to go to 4, and that allows him to like just milk all the sides, and it's gives him like 160,000 points, which is a lot. Yeah, this one you can just circle around. Final phase really easy.
Well, I'm pretty sure it probably terrified some people when they actually had to spin around it.
Yeah, don't
and
worry.
now for the airfield.
We're done with the guts now. Yeah, this stage also has another secret. One of those 100,000 secrets. At some point, I'm not sure exactly what the condition was, but if you like speed kill these big ships, then like a golden ship shows up after these. That one gives you like 100,000 points if you destroy it.
I never had that ship show up at all, even though I destroy them.
Yeah, I kind of forgot what the exact condition is for it. But he did get it. It was supposed to show up like right now.
It's either destroy the ships or destroy all of the parts of the big ships. Like it's either or.
Yeah, you actually can like destroy stuff from the ship here. Like if you like position your options, like right here, it's very cool.
Yeah. Like you would think that they would have revisited this idea at some point, but no.
Yeah, another thing about the scoring in the game is that like the small options that you like get after like doing like the laser attack actually give you like 300 points, and you can spam that like really hard, like just continuously just use the laser attack to get like all the small options. It backs up quite a lot like over the course of the game.
And here's the touch run of this game.
Shoot the core. I think this guy is not that bad in this game. I think he's definitely more threatening than in other games though.
Well, Gradius 5 is basically really difficult, but then again, Treasure, they like their difficult bosses.
Yeah. In the original game, he also died like in like 2 seconds. The original Salamander. Right,
and now for the asteroid stage.
Yeah, this one actually comes back in like Gradius 5. This type of stage. This is probably the hardest stage in the game in my opinion. It's like pretty difficult. There's a lot going on in this stage. There's also like infinite scrolling, infinite vertical scrolling. Like it wraps around itself. And there are lots of different like paths you can take.
And also the enemies are shooting constantly.
Yeah, so it's really difficult. I'm not sure if the rocks are actually random or static or not. I kind of forgot about that. I want to say they're random.
They probably are.
making good use of that homing laser.
Now, the thing is what he'll do with the stage 5 buff is if he's actually going to try and kill it or if he's going to time it out, because from what I've seen, most people actually timed out that boss.
Yeah, it's probably easier to time out than actually kill it.
This won't be a Gradius game without a gun wall of some kind.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Use the safe spot where you just stand in the middle. Can I like go around it or just like stand in the middle?
Oh, he's actually going for the kill.
Yeah, this guy also like shoots a bunch of missiles you can milk a tiny bit. Yeah, he's going for the kill. Yeah, if you go for the kill, you have to deal with all this stuff here. Otherwise, just time out like the first guy and then the boss ends.
Yeah.
Nice. Got all the power-ups on the right.
And now for the final stage.
Yeah, this game is actually like pretty short actually. It's like, ooh, look at that there. Yeah, you can see like how difficult it is to actually like recover.
Two in a row.
Yeah, he doesn't have like, don't get many lives in the game. Only has one left. Like one saving grace, at least, is that you don't lose your options. You can just pick them up after you die, as long as they don't like scroll off the screen before you get them.
It's one saving grace for this game, unlike the original.
Yeah. It also doesn't have checkpoints like the original. Which can be a good thing or a bad thing depending on like where you die.
The original had checkpoints. Aren't you actually thinking of Life Force?
No, I meant doesn't have checkpoints just like the original.
Yeah.
They both don't have it yet.
Yeah. Because the Life Force version actually had the checkpoints and also the standard Gradius power-upping system.
Ah, yeah, that's right. But yeah, what like I was saying, this game is like 18 minutes for like one loop.
Even yeah, somewhere around 20.
It's not very long.
And here comes the Rekka boss.
Yeah, this might be scary with this speed. Because you have to like move to the other side quickly to avoid the lasers.
Well, the thing is, right now, if he's actually going to get past the upcoming speed section before the final boss.
Ah, yeah. I think you can do that with base speed. I'm not 100% on that.
With base speed, I don't think actually that it's possible. Like you could probably pull it off, but it's really difficult.
And yeah, just look at like this background here for the final area. Like this is just like full Giga. It's like so Giga.
Yeah.
You can't be more Giga than this. It's all the alien ads. It's like amazing.
Yeah. And here comes the final boss.
Iconic line.
But it's so random, like, I'm going to scare you like you've never scared before. Like, who says that?
It's really good. Also, is it just me or does this boss like remind me of like a fidget spinner? Like the way it spins. Yeah, these things right here.
Yeah, you better not
These,
shoot at them because they fire back.
Yeah, they feel like revenge bullets.
But it's also actually really cool that there's actually a Gradius bot that actually fights back. Because the only other one that I can actually think of is Gradius the Interstellar Assault, the final boss.
Oh, it's a bit scary now. Ah.
Ah.
he didn't have any speed to dodge things.
Yeah. But he was close to 160, but only if he didn't get screwed over on that beginning of stage 6, he probably could have gotten it.
Yeah, things can go south like really quickly in this game.
He's probably still going for at least that one all, because he still has time.
I think he's doing the trick here, like he leaves like those two R and Ls. He leaves them like kills them very late, and picks up other power ups, and then picks them those back up. I think that's what the super play does to get like specific like shot arrangements. Yeah, this super play also does like the constant laser thing, so you just constantly hear like option, option, seed, option, option, seed, option. That's constantly throughout the entire replay. It's hilarious. Playing this game for score is pretty scary. So you have to like pick up like everything just at maximum speed like all the time. Constantly like without options.
So we didn't talk about this during the first boss, but if you're actually able to kill the brain golem and get the score bonus instead of the biter actually eating the big brain golem, and actually smaller one shows up and then he eats it instead. It's such a nice detail.
Yeah, like a tiny version of him, like spawns there.
Yeah.
I think he gives like quite a bit of like tick points actually if you shoot him. He's like invincible, the tiny one.
Oh yeah, because it's specifically for that cutscene.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier like this game is pretty mild and unfriendly, so it's a hard game to run, for sure.
What would be technically worse? This game is a marathon or Gradius 3 arcade without slowdown.
Gradius 3 arcade, man. I think the best players are like pretty consistent at the game at least. They know like all the recoveries and stuff. I do like this this stage right here. It's like the big suns with all the fire all everywhere. Actually, that fire on the bottom can actually kill you. I think that happened to me one time. I think that I thought like the stage was done, then like those flames come up from the bottom and just killed me.
But it's also really interesting how you can actually sort of destroy the flames. Because you couldn't do that in the original Salamander.
Yeah, you shoot them and they like kind of like retract, like for some reason. like they're like a living organism or something. Yeah, just look at the background here, like white here. It's like so, it's like so gory.
I still think the first exposure to this background for me was fucking Mushroom Kingdom Fusion. Jesus Christ.
It's still like a Mario ROM hack or something.
No, it's a really old fun game by the developer, main dev of Xenofighters R.
Ah, okay, yeah. It's a good background to use for sure.
Mm-hmm. Like you would have expected they would have used something like that in Contra instead of this.
Yeah, that door there is pretty tight actually. It's pretty scary. Really hard to like carry like a shield through it. So you mostly just lose it by hitting the walls a lot. Ah, this is scary.
Oh god.
Yeah, if those things don't die, then kinda in trouble.
I didn't go for the milk this time.
Yeah, even if you milk that, it's still like really short actually.
Probably around 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, I think something around that. Yeah, they don't like fully commit to like the Gods team in like the Salamander series. It's only like usually it's like one stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed it up with like Life Force.
Yeah,
They made
where it was all. Where
Oh,
it was all like.
that's the golden ship. She gives like 100,000
Yeah.
points. Bang.
And he got it.
Like a super juicy like score bonus. This is really silly how much those are worth. It's like if you don't get them, it's like usually just like a reset. See how like the boss here like gets loaded into the ship above. It's really cool.
Just the small details like that really make it work.
Yeah, and then he gets like dumped like right here. Yeah, this boss dies like really fast if you can like get your options like inside the core like that. Yeah, there, nice.
Yeah. Just like that run.
We're already back to the stage. Game goes by pretty quickly.
sometimes shorter is better. Like, I don't think we need to have the discussion about the penultimate stage of Pink Sweets again, and how it's 10 minutes long.
I don't remember playing this for like SCGT like 2012, the shooting game tournament. Even though the game is like so short, it still felt like pretty long to be sometimes. I'm not sure.
Probably because of the second loop.
Yeah, second loop was like really difficult. It kind of makes doing like the first loop a bit of a drag.
But it's really nice that in this collection they basically added that if you get to the second loop you can then choose it from the main menu and play from there.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, actually, like the, I guess the correct way to defeat this boss is like to destroy all the cores on the right. But like usually it like times out before you even do that.
If you're making the misses, then yeah, it does.
Time was pretty short for like timeouts in this game.
Well,
Ooh, that
the
was
first
scary.
boss was probably like 2-3 minutes, somewhere around that time, which is probably the longest out of all of them. Because there is no way in hell you're going to actually attempt to time out the final boss.
No. But yeah, you might have seen it like the last one when he died. But like the bank like dropped like a bag of bricks after he died once. Bank is pretty big thing in this game. Can't really do anything to like manipulate it. Just gotta have to deal with it. Ooh, it's yeah, that's a tricky section. You kind of like depending on your options, like to kill stuff, and like when they don't, like it's like really sad. Feels really bad.
Hopefully he can get another speed up before long.
Yeah, speed is like the worst thing actually from a death and dying. It's just like so slow. I think he's past the hard part though.
Yeah, now only the crystals remain.
And there's a shield. But the force field in Salamander is like kind of bad though.
Isn't it in every G-Darius game though?
That's pretty good in like a lot of games though. Like especially in like the very first Salamander, like the shield was like so useless. Like it was like on top of your ship, and like if you like touch like any terrain, it like instantly evaporated. That was so bad. Yeah, Guardians 3 Arcade is like one of the best shields actually. Gives you like 6 hits. It's really good.
But not like it helps much in that game, and it's bullshit.
It helps a lot actually, like it saves your ass a lot of times.
not the bloody difficulty. Like, who thought the difficulty in Gradius 3 Arcade was a good idea?
It's kind of fun if you like learn to put up with all the bullshit. In my opinion. Pulls like no punches at all. Also, yeah, I'm Dutch, by the way. Hi. I get timeout. Yeah, Dutch accents are like the worst, I think. When it comes to English. Sounds like a space alien. Ah, yeah, that was difficult.
Yeah.
Speed.
Yeah, no.
Well, should be doable though.
Oh, he's
Still.
got to speed up.
Oh, what happened there?
He went into the bullets. He tried going for the power up, so instead hit the bullet.
Yeah, that's always the worst.
Because the problem with Super Cobra is that the bullets kind of blend in with the options on your shots.
Yeah, like these things right here, like they're, because of the rank drop, they're like so little of them. Usually they're like way more of them. That's it. That's it.
And that's 1-0.
Nice. Defeated the fidget spinner. Yeah, for some reason this game skips like straight to credits. In the original game you had like this escape sequence. They didn't do that in this game though. It's kind of like at the start of the area. Kind of like a sort of escape area, but it's not the same really. Yeah, GG.
Well, they probably learned the thing from Gradius 3 and its bullshit final escape sequence. So they probably were like, no, we're not doing this again. It will probably make a lot of people angry.
Yeah, that's why you have to do it though. Yeah, pretty clutch once you see there.
Now, if the thing is, if he's actually going to show off a little bit of the second loop to show how difficult it gets.
Yeah, the second loop is pretty difficult this game. Everything shoots like a ton of suicide bullets, revenge bullets.
Hmm.
These are just like faster as well. Because the rank is like also a lot higher in the loop. Yeah, one cool touch they did is at the start of the loop, get like a different soundtrack, different music track.
Yeah, they have different music for first stage, fourth stage, and then the fifth stage. The first and fifth stage have the music from Salamander 1, so they have the first stage and the first stage, while for the fourth stage, for some reason they put in Moonspin from Nemesis to MSX, which is kind of strange.
Yeah, this is the iconic like Salamander Stage 1 team. It's a very cool touch. Yeah, he just lets those guys leave because they shoot revenge bullets. Yeah, the same bonuses still apply. It takes the same secret bonuses on the 1001.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder here. A lot more dangerous.
Just constantly shoot your options.
Ooh, scary. This game has like a lot of parallels between like Salamander 1. Like the first stages are like pretty similar. The second stage as well.
Upgraded shoots revenge bots even after being eaten. Douchebag.
Ooh, almost hit there. Yeah, this boss is a lot harder when these things like shoot revenge bullets.
It's a good thing that the weird dangerous don't actually hurt you.
I still,
Aye.
still has an extra life. Nice. This is pretty difficult though with no speed.
Mm.
Pick it up for laser. Yeah, the sun's gonna come in on you when you get activated. I think that's a proximity thing, like when you get activated or not.
It probably is.
Yeah, there's this section coming up here, like that's like really difficult with like all the zubs coming from like everywhere around you. Yeah, like right here. Like this is a lot harder with revenge bullets. Just gonna have to not shoot. Got to the boss. Yeah, this boss can kind of be like a bit of an asshole in the loop. Because he like shoots like a lot more. There's a lot more chances to like wall you. Like if you like goes to the left right here, like right now, you can get like pretty bad situations. Like you really don't want to be like under him. But he got through it. The laser attack actually does like quite a bit of damage. Especially to this boss. The heads died pretty quickly. Yeah, this stage is scary on the loop. You can see like how fast those bullets are. Ooh. You really, really want to kill the turrets like ASAP. Yeah, the laser, the worm. The worm spawned on him. Yeah, very, very good. Very good credit. Very good one.
GG CPS.
Yeah, GG. Yeah, the asteroid stage in the loop is probably like the hardest thing in the game. It's really, really scary. I like the loading screen. It's a cute loading
Little
screen.
baby,
Yeah.
little baby golem.
Yeah, it did look pretty faithful to the arcade version from what I've seen. This port.
Oh, he's actually showing off the animatic for the. Never mind. But I never saw that animatic for the Salamander 2 intro at all.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello, hello.
congrats on the clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. GG,
That
man. That's a good one.
yeah, that was very unfortunate. I did not get the 2-all.
Mm.
Yeah, two all
I
is
had
like really difficult. Yeah. It's
I think
very
I
map
did
unfriendly.
I did the 2-all once, but well that's it. Only once and here I tried to 2-all again and it failed.
Mm.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah. And
But yeah, for just trying this in a marathon is like it's very big balls
yeah.
though. Very good job. It's a very marathon
Yeah.
friendly game.
Yeah. I think that's it. That's it and I hope for the next Shmup Slam and this is my first time on live and my heart was kinda heartbeat, especially when I died at the final boss. I got rich and I played it again and I got that one loop clear. That's
Yeah,
it.
it's always scary to do like these live
Yeah,
marathons. Yeah, these live demonstrations.
Yeah,
yeah. It was my
Definitely.
first time too.
Yeah. Yeah, it
but
gets
hey,
better
it
after a
pretty
while,
good for
but
the first time.
yeah, it's always scary the first time. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope I will get better at the next Shmup Slam and I think that's it and I will looking forward for the event and see ya. See ya. Thanks for watching and thank you.
Thank you for the one.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, awesome. Thanks you guys for doing the commentary.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Alrighty, so let me look at the schedule here. So up next we have TrancendPang, played by HAUSER. But before then, during the last run, some people won some giveaway codes for some shmups. Throughout the day, I'll be doing some shmup key giveaways,
What do you think?
and so I'm going to show you what you all won. So here we go. Stay tuned, chat. Okay, so before I show the trailers, I just want to say the way you claim your Steam code is email this email right here, shmupslam@mail.com, and just email with a screenshot of the homepage of your YouTube channel. That way I can connect your channel with the person emailing me, right? Okay, so the first winner is FPS Failure, and here's the game he won. Okay, and then the second game has 5 winners. And so here are the 5 winners. Sima Tuna, Corkman, Docs Phil, Gladius, and Mega Attic Nerd. And so you all won this next game. So here we go.
Garrett McMullen, Web Raphael, John Johnson, Sophie Jefferson, Swag W.
Alrighty, and again, a reminder for those 5 winners, just go ahead and email shmupslam@mail.com with a screenshot of the home screen of your YouTube page. That way I can verify it's you, and I'll get you those keys. Alrighty, so up next we got HAUSER playing TrancendPang. Stay tuned.
I don't know. What do you think?
Okay, hello.
Hey, stream.
We're
Up next is HAUSER playing some TrancendPang, which is a really cool name, by the way.
Yeah. But first, HAUSER's gonna show a quick video.
Hi there, I'm HAUSER, if you couldn't tell. Before I start playing with my big bouncy balls, I have something important to tell you. I am thrilled to be part of such a cool event celebrating the genre that we all love. It's a great opportunity for people of all skill levels to share their runs and have fun. And people is the key word here, because tomorrow, after Shmup Slam ends, all we'll have left is us, the community, playing the games, sharing on Discord, but also paying the bills, fixing the car, gourmet meals for the cat, working and dealing with day-to-day drama. And that's why I want you to help support the Electric Underground on Patreon, because none of this would be possible without people like Mark MSX, gifting us much.
Mark, the audio is. We can't hear the video.
And celebrate.
Yeah, you might wanna.
Shoot 'em ups, shooters, STGs, 2D fixed, auto-scrolling shooting video games, whatever you like to call them. A couple of dollars to have and enjoy this kind of event is totally worth it. And now, let's get back to the show. I give you one of the weirdest shmups ever, TrancendPang. Let's go!
That was awesome.
That was cool.
Good stuff. All right.
Much for you guys for doing that. I promise, chat, I did not put them up to that. Money was not exchanged.
Anyway, it's time to get ready.
Yeah,
so I guess I'll just quickly introduce this game. This is TrancendPang. It's a obscure indie doujin game developed by a composer and programmer called Vossdirge. It's kind of based on Pang, like in its most basic form, but it's gonna be a more wacky variant of Pang. So you'll see. It's more if Pang was like a frantic shmup than like what you would normally consider Pang. So I think it's good to just get started.
Yeah, let's dive in. We got a Dolphin here on commentary. You just heard him. Aktane here. What's going on? HAUSER, which is at HAUSXR on Twitch, is going to be playing some TrancendPang. We're diving in here. There's several modes in this game, right, Dolphin? But I think we're going to be playing the Wandering mode, which is your typical main story mode.
Yeah. So we have a bunch of characters. They all have different skills and stats for speed and their fire speed, which is the shot, and the overdrive power, which is like bombs in most typical shmups. But bombs in this game, like the actual things called bombs, are gonna be something else, and we'll talk about that once we see them. So HAUSER is gonna use Zunu as his sub skill, and it's gonna be playing with Neov.
So basically, you can like mix match the characters, right, Dolphin? You can basically assign sub skills across. Like you can basically make a hybrid of your own character.
Yep. So right now, Zunu is equipped as the sub skill character, but HAUSER's playing using Neov. Neov has this skill called Sidechain, which lets you shoot 2 shots at the sides of the character, and Zunu lets you have a powered up, beefed up version of the shot, which is very useful for defeating bosses, and Sidechain is very useful for defensive purposes. So at first glance, this game is like...
We're gonna hit a little restart.
Oh.
Oh, HAUSER wants to know the route. Okay, so HAUSER is generous enough to... Basically, this game has multiple different paths you can go. There's an entire map. So he wants the crowd to pick the first route. Basically left or right, if you want to call it. Pyramids or robots. So let's hear it in the chat. what you got going. If you prefer pyramids or if you prefer robots, you're not gonna know if you're right or wrong. But we want to know. So just type in the chat pyramids or robots, and we'll let Hauser know on the back end. I think he's gonna try to go pyramid, but let's see if we can persuade him. Extruder says 3B. We got some Pang experts in here. The other thing I want to mention about this game, so a couple of just logistical things, right? So you cannot move while shooting in this game. I believe Hauser's using an auto fire. I want to say about 30 hertz. But if you're not using auto fire, when the little kind of grappling hook is coming up, for those not familiar with Pang, you cannot move while that grappling hook is on its way up before it hits that first ball. The other logistical thing is, I want to say Hauser did this amazing thing where he put a pink bar at the top of the screen. That bar is completely homemade. It's not a part of the game. When you see that bar light up, basically what it means is he's entering boost mode. That's completely player controlled, and it allows you to put more on screen at the detriment of you as a player, but it allows you to get kind of some speed going through the levels and put some more bombs on screen. Dolphin, does it do anything else? What all does boost do here?
Boosting, well, it just, like, in practical terms, it just makes more balls appear on the screen. But it's very useful for getting like high scores faster, because the goal of the game is getting the max depth of the stage within like a time limit of sorts, which is the norma time that shows up at the very start of the stage. If you get to the end of the stage within that time, you will fight a harder version of the boss, and you get a chance to move up or down between the branches of this game.
Right. And so, just pay attention at the beginning of each stage. Like when we get to the next stage, you're going to pay attention. You'll see a time limit. Hauser has to beat that time limit. And I believe later on, and Dolphin, keep me honest, if you have to get to the upper path, you have to beat the time limit, the Neo boss, and you have to get 2 extends. Is that right?
Yes, that's for ranking up from B to C. But going from, for instance, A to B, you just need to get the time limit. But so getting to C is a lot harder. So there's 3 branches. There's A, B, and C. It's kind of like Darius in a sense.
Or border down,
but
perhaps.
But yeah, but you don't get to like choose freely. You have to perform well.
Yeah, the music in this game is, so you'll see 2A easy, you see that? Depth 2010 norma time, 2 minutes 20 seconds. So he has to basically get that depth completed and that norma time, the boss kind of defeated in that norma time to go up a branch.
Well, it doesn't need to have the boss defeated in that time, it just needs to get to the end of the stage, which is after.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
so the boss time doesn't count?
No.
Okay, I didn't know that. I think I missed
You can tell if the norma time has been reached by looking at the timer, because it'll like shine and sparkle in many colors if you have reached the norma time.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
yeah, what were you gonna say?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna mention
Dolphin's
those jellyfish-like things, and like the other like big enemies that show up. Those are the sentinels, as they're called in this game. They're basically like mid-bosses in a sense, and if you play on normal mode, which is what Hauser's doing right now, there's a normal mode and an abnormal mode. If you defeat 6 of them, then you get an extend.
In normal mode?
Like, just now.
Yeah. So the sentinels, like the actual visuals of the sentinels differ, and their behavior differs, I think, too, from stage to stage.
Yeah, they're completely unique for every stage.
So every one of the flashing balls, and this is true of most stages, but the flashing balls are basically known as bombs. And so you see one pop right there. Yes, exactly. So there's different strategies in which you're using those flashing balls to basically clean up enemies or kill sentinels. That's what does damage to bosses as well. So you're sort of managing your own defense as well as offense. And for all you Dodonpachi players out there, just keep in mind, you think your game is hard. Hauser only has 1 dimension. He can't move up. He's basically decided to handicap himself and not move up or down. Just kidding, but that's how the game works, right? He only has left and right. And remember, when Hauser's shooting, he can't move. So, it's pretty like you have to really get used to the gameplay mechanics here.
Also, using bombs, the glowing balls, that's like the core mechanic of scoring in this game. because depending on the size of the bomb that explodes, like the largest one in a chain, that's the bonus you get. So the largest size for the most part is like a size 5 ball. That's the largest you can get. And depending on, like I said, depending on the size, you can get a different bonus. And colliding them into bosses will make them explode immediately. And they will like play an entire like musical loop before exploding. So you have like time to set up like giant bomb chains. And that's how you're gonna be like getting to the end faster, and that's how you're gonna get like your gauge refills faster, or extends, or shield increases.
Yeah. I was gonna say we should explain some of the side mechanics. Hauser was using side chain there, but the meter itself on the bottom right kind of shows what he's able to use, whether he's able to use either of his A or B sub skills, or overdrive, which is like the big, I guess, call it the big bomb or big damaging. Did you want to explain some of how those work next, the next game?
Yeah.
Looks like you got Norma time, or he didn't get the.
Yeah. So now we're ranking up to
now.
stage 3B instead of 3A. So this is the pyramid stage.
Yeah.
You'll see. This is one of my favorite stages in the game. I think
Great
it's
music
like aesthetically really cool and has a really good like backing track. And everything in the game, you might have noticed already, everything is like synchronized to the music in a sense. And all these sound effects are unique for every stage, so that you kind of have like this generative soundtrack.
Yes, it's very Mizoguchi. If you're familiar with Rez or Lumines or games like that are made, the sound and the music are an integral element. But in this game, it's basically the sound effects and music are one soundtrack in a lot of ways.
So regarding the shield, in normal mode, you have a shield that goes up to 100%, and that you can get hit twice because you lose 50% every time you get hit, and then you die. But it'll constantly regenerate over time. In abnormal mode, however, you have a more like a typical shmup style, like livestock. So if you get hit, you die. That's it. But instead of having a shield, you instead have like an overdrive stock, which is separate from the gauge. So right now, overdrives, which is like the clean screen clearing
bomb, basically. Yeah.
Those use the gauge. They'll so activating overdrive will like just completely wipe out the gauge, and so does using the skills. But the skills will instead start draining the gauge gradually because it has like a run out time.
Hauser now just laying on. I mean, you'll see him. That pink bar is illuminated. My man is laying on the freaking boost because he is a pro strat, super player, right? And here comes the Illuminati pyramid coming in. He is ready to take all of your private data and sell it on the dark web. But Hauser will defeat him for us, for the safety of mankind here. Those lasers are actually really tough to dodge. That might have looked easy. He made it look easy. It is not easy at all, especially when you can only go left and right.
Yeah, this boss is tricky because every time you hit it with a bomb, it'll change an attack type.
Ah, that's what was happening. Okay.
Yeah, but it'll also change. It'll change on its own after a certain amount of time, but every time you hit it with the bomb, it will change, which makes it kind of tricky to deal with.
Oh, definitely. And I think this bomb can hit you with the triangles too, right? If there's collision damage, yeah.
Yeah, the triangles do damage you. And the stars are basically like
music for a bit, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, the stars. The stars are bullets, right?
Yeah, the stars are like your typical bullets. You can't do anything with them. The ball tower you can like manipulate and split.
Right.
But there's not just balls. You have those. I think it's pentagons or hexagons that like just float in the air.
Balls?
And so yeah, there's a wide range of like different types of balls. There's a lot of balls.
Yeah, Hauser loves his balls. I wish he looked at me like he looks at his balls. But unfortunately, this is his one true love, TrancendPang.
And after every boss you defeat, you also get an extend. So the game is very generous with like rewards and giving you resources.
So we're at 4B now. He wasn't able to make it to 4C then, right? Did he not get the time? I was trying to pay attention to
well,
which
he
one
did get the time, but he did not get
It's 2 extents?
The 2 extents, because you have to get the 2 extents, but you also have to keep them through the end of the stage. You have to basically start with, for instance, if you start with 2 extra lives, you have to end with 4.
So I know the other thing is, when we were practicing this game, when we first started playing this game, there were certain stages that were just a pain. We didn't know how to play them, and so you would literally like want to control your scoring or want to control your timing to be able to choose your route. So it's pretty complex. I mean, you can overscore, underscore. If you're trying to go up, trying to go down, you know, it's in your control, but kind of not in your control at the same time. I mean, it's a lot of skill and kind of like. You have to be paying attention, a lot of awareness, I should say. Side chain here, you can see chains on both sides. I mean, this ability seems, I don't want to use the word broken, but boy, it seems very, very useful. I was not able to play this game without side chain because it's just so hard.
It's a really, really good skill for like defensive play.
Yes, absolutely.
So, regarding the stages themselves, most of it is like semi-random. Like the types of balls are set, but how many or like at what times they appear or what sizes they appear, that's like semi-random based on like a pool.
HAUSER, I think, is trying to get to 5C here, right? He's trying to move up so we can get to the top branch. So this is going to be a very key stage for him, I'm sure, due to sweating right now. I'm gonna need some energy from the chat. Let me get some good chat energy. You know, let's go HAUSER. HAUSER's the best. I want to see HAUSER play with more balls, etc., etc. Let's do it. You know, give that energy. He's laying on boost right now. My man is try-harding hard around here. Those red balls go towards you, right? Aren't those kind of homing?
The balls with the red centers, they try to home in on you, which is really annoying if you get like cornered.
Kind of useful though in some ways because you can just kind of lay on side chain the way HAUSER's doing right now. But look at him running away from the balls. He's turning into bombs.
This boss is funny. This is one of the more like funny bosses. If HAUSER is able to get like just not die now and keep get the boss defeat extent, then he will rank up.
Perfect. Time for 5C. Let's do it. This boss right here, the epitome of animation technology. More animation than Rolling Gunner. The entire game of Rolling Gunner has less animation than this boss. I'm told, the experts are telling me right now, I'm doing the math in my head. And, you know, MS Paint utilized in the most perfect way. Dude, look at that. Oh,
nice. That's clean. That first phase is probably the hardest phase in this boss. So that's really good.
Look at this.
He's in a good position now.
Look at this. He's being trapped by the spears of the sunball here. My man is trying to smile on him with the X eyes. HAUSER not having any of it. Arms is side chain, ready for Abaddon. I think he just used Abaddon, but I can't be sure. Abaddon's hard to tell when he uses it.
Yeah, well, it'll tell you on the screen, but...
Right. It shows the words.
Yes, but it hasn't used it quite yet. But he hasn't had the need to.
Bomb, right? Like a sub-bomb? Abaddon?
Abaddon is the sub-skill. It's actually Zunu's skill, but since he has equipped Zunu as the sub-character now, and he can use it by holding down, I think up or down, and then... I'm not sure what key it is mounted to, but...
Yeah.
Up or down on the keyboard, and then activating the skill.
Right, so you have overdrive, and you have up, which is skill, I think skill A, and then down is skill B, right?
Yeah. So now, thanks to HAUSER not losing a single life during the boss, he's gonna
Crushing
get
it. 9 extents!
Yeah, and now he's gonna rank up to C, which is really nice. Because going from C to C is a lot easier than going from B to C.
Yes. Alright, so we as a crowd, we as a people need to decide whether HAUSER should go to, and we're going to tell him in the back end, whether he should go to FX or FC, right? Those are the two options up there?
Final X or final C.
So final
X is
stage,
bricks.
Right?
Huh?
Is Final X like a secret stage? I was trying to figure that out.
It's not really secret, but it's hard to reach. It's like the topmost stage.
I see.
So...
These red balls can hurt you, right? Or no? I'm trying to remember.
No,
okay.
that's just the background.
Okay. Yeah, the background, okay. I think I was trying to dodge them when I played.
I mean, makes sense. You want to avoid as many balls as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. If I remember correctly, the sentinels in this stage are pretty creepy looking.
Everyone is yelling for it. Final X.
Am I hearing Final X? We're hearing the tippy top, the hardest stage. We're gonna bust Hauser's balls, so to speak. Alright, I'm letting him know on the back channels. I'm letting him know. Final X, Hauser. They want to see the tippy. They want to see the craziest stage in the game.
This is this stage is like one of my favorites when it comes to like atmosphere and aesthetics. Also, I haven't mentioned this yet, but like you have the purple balls that glow. Those are like bad bombs. They're called black bombs. They can damage you. Those can damage you. The white ones cannot damage you when they explode. The purple ones can. So you really want to avoid them. But if you shoot them twice, then you can disarm them and then turn them into a normal bomb.
Oh, I see. So if you can get underneath and get 2 quick shots off, like you're in good shape. Softdrink can do that, right? With like if you get him trapped between the side chain, basically you get 1-2, like a quick double hit.
Yeah. So the worst thing that can happen with like black bombs is that they can infect other balls into becoming more black bombs, and that can become extremely overwhelming really quick. You want to deal with them as fast as possible.
Yeah, the infection will spread. You have to get over there on your one-dimensional plane. Now, the 2 balls, I think, that are rotating around Hauser, I don't think those are used in this mode, right? So those are just for funsies?
No, that actually, in normal mode, that actually represents your current, like, Sentinel kill streak.
Oh, so we figured out what that represents. I missed that memo.
Yes.
I was not told.
Yeah.
I was not copied on that email.
Well, in abnormal mode, it represents your current overdrive stock, which you can also see in the bottom UI.
I see it now. Yep. Dude, the beat, and we should just let the crowd listen to this beat, dude. I love this song. This is one of my favorites. Also, this boss, didn't this boss give us... No, not this one. I'm thinking of a different one. That gave us some trouble. Or is this the flower boss?
Yeah, this is the flower boss.
Oh, this thing gave us tons of trouble at first.
We can talk about it when we get to that phase of the boss.
Ah, yeah, true. So right now, this part's not too bad, right? You can shoot either the middle or the arms, correct? You want to disarm the arms,
you have to destroy the lotus pods. Okay, so the next phase is a bit tricky because it's a giant flower now, but it'll open up like the leaves and then show its little like core. You have to hit that, but if you don't damage it fast enough, it'll start to regenerate health. So you have to lay it really, like, you have to lay it on hard with like, for instance, Abaddon or Sidechain, and like try to hit it with bombs as much as possible.
Yeah, knock a bomb up there.
So this boss can, like, if you're not like very familiar with the boss, then it can take a really long time to defeat. But all the individual like flower petals, they have health. So if you like start killing them, then it won't regenerate as much HP.
Oh, I see.
And thankfully, since Hauser's already in the C route now, he doesn't have to worry about getting the 2 extends in order to continue on the C route.
So that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Now that he's up there, he can just coast. All he needs to do is do normal times.
Yeah, but I don't think he reached the normal time from this stage actually, so he's gonna be going down.
Was his normal time, was it 3:30? I can't remember.
Yeah, but I can see that he didn't reach it because the timer is glowing.
Oh, if the timer's glowing, it lets you know you're about to border down, basically?
Yeah, well, if it's not glowing then. If it glows, it means that you reached the normal time.
I can see it glowing. Am I missing something? I can see it flashing.
Maybe it's just my end then. Because it looks like solid white. It looks
no.
White on
It's glowing.
Okay,
yeah,
that's good.
We're good. We're good. He made it. Yeah, me too. I thought he was doing really well as well because he only
me too. I was like, he got to the end really quick. Yeah. It's just my screen then. Wow, he took that phase really quickly.
Dude, he only took 1 hit. Hauser, the practice is paying off. Eat your Wheaties, practice your shmups. You know, make sure you wake up. I don't think Hauser has slept for 3 days. He's only been playing TrancendPang. You know, every time I asked him what's going on, he's like, well, I have a Spanish Shmup Slam, so I have to play Eschatos once, but, you know, we're back on TrancendPang. So 6C now, Age of the Shadow. 2 minutes, 50 seconds Norma time on this one. I absolutely hate this stage. What's your take on it, Dolphin?
I mean, I haven't actually reached this stage, like, in my own runs, but it looks painful to play, and
visibility. One word, visibility. As Rezardi had said before, bullet visibility, key in your shmups. If you're going to make a shmup, make sure you have bullet visibility. In this particular case, it's clearly on purpose. Developer hates HAUSER, has it out for him, you know, so he is making this difficult. One thing I remember, if I remember correctly, on this stage, it's really cool. Yeah, you can see it there. There's like a frame rate difference between these black balls and the other balls, and it makes a really cool effect. I think it's really neat.
Indeed. The black, like the completely solid black ones are just like very like
they're like
stuttery.
warping around. Yeah, absolutely. It gives you like, it makes your brain work in weird ways. Of course, now here come the dogs and the dollar sign. So you know the dollar dogs. Well, we'll see them later. Actually, maybe we can come back to that. HAUSER, I think, has literally just now put a water bottle on the boost button. He's just holding it down. I don't think that he's gonna let that go anytime soon.
No, because he's gonna try to reach Final X now, so he really needs to get that normal time.
So just a reminder, that's the pink bar at the top of the screen, homemade by HAUSER. You know, in HAUSER's kitchen of technology. I'm not even sure how he did that. You know, I'm sure he had to give up a kidney or something to get the magic gods to bestow upon him extra visuals.
The atmospheres in this game are really strong. All the music is made by a bunch of different people. Some of the songs are made by the developer himself. They're all like rhythm game people.
Ah, they know what they're doing, and it shows.
Yes. So there are a bunch of like rhythm game composers and like other underground like Japanese Dojin composers.
Also want to mention,
to this game.
And just correct me here, Dolphin, this game is completely free for anybody who's watching, right? To go out and play it and give it a shot. I mean,
yeah, it's a freeware game that was just like dropped on the internet back in 2010.
Yeah, back in 2010, and now resurging in 2021 as the premier shmup to play. I think everybody's now selling their DDP cardboards as they watch this for $5 a piece, and they're ready to convert to TrancendPang players.
Now I can actually tell that the timer is blinking on my end. It was weird earlier. I think the stream was like weird on my end. But this stage is really hard.
This so creepy too. Yeah.
It's a bit different than the other bosses because every time you get to a next phase of the boss, it doesn't really like change as much as it just adds more attacks to its pool. So it just gets more and more frantic as you go along instead of like having a like consistent variety.
So I put the link in the chat for the old Shmup wiki page in case you want to try this game out. It is linked there.
I've seen a bunch of people like linking the wiki page and the game page now. That's cool. I'm glad that a lot of people
shout out to you, right? Didn't you help create that wiki page quite a bit? Let's be real.
I almost ripped the entirety of it.
Yeah.
Thanks. I like putting effort into these things because I want the game to be like more accessible because the game is very like hard to understand. It's very obscure, so there's not much information.
I remember playing like a Pang demo on MS-DOS like a million years ago, and when HAUSER was like, "Oh, TrancendPang," I was like, "That can't be the same thing." And then I saw the game, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's an evolution of a genre that's like completely dead, basically."
Now
so he's trying to hurt the boss, right? Which is the...
Yeah. HAUSER is using Abaddon and Sidechain at the same time now because he activated the skills so close to each other. It ran out now,
because it ticks down. It basically ticks down, so you can do it very fast together if your gauge is full. Is that correct?
Yep. So if you're good at scoring, then you can get like both skills activated at the same time, and that can be really powerful.
So HAUSER in real life loves dogs, but I know he's mentioned that he absolutely hates these floating dogs because they are you can't do anything with them. They're impossible. They float in weird ways, and there's RNG on them. There's like a little bit of so the path that little doggy is taking changes every time you play. It's not a perfect timing.
It's really tricky. This boss is absolutely hellish.
I mean, look at those barriers. He can't. Oh, he just ran into one. He just ran into one as I was talking about it. He's trying to lay into the boss right now because the screen has been cleared for a brief moment, and now back into Ball's hell.
Absolutely hell world.
Yeah.
The only way to dodge that laser that Dog Up Top shoots is by hiding under a ball that's like aligned with the laser.
The star laser, you can dodge that. I thought you just had to be in the right place.
like the thin laser.
Ah, the thin laser.
Yeah.
I believe we asked, but this is not the developer's house. We're not sure whose house this is.
No.
We're not sure, where it came from.
I think it's the same mansion that's in Umineko, the visual novel. Like they used the same picture.
That's fantastic.
That's funny. I am not
All right.
exist. So with still like
conquered. Here we go.
8 extends to go. That's some really good stuff. So Hauser is like really well prepared for
This is final
X
X
now.
Yep, depth 444. There is a Norma time. It doesn't matter. It's completely worthless. I don't know if it's at 999 or what, but like
it's maxed
there's
out.
nothing to do here. This is the end of the game. One of how many Dolphin? Are there 6 or are there 5? I can't remember. There's like 5, right? Endings. I don't think there's just 4.
There's just 4.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's
I thought there was
ABC and X.
That's because
Yeah.
there is no FD basically, is what you're saying.
No.
This
Well,
is known as the brick
game-
stage, right?
Yeah, this is the bricks stage. The game itself, like in game, it says FD, but the manual and everywhere else calls it FX. So that's like the canonical name.
Oh, I see. Dojin developers creating manuals for their games. What kind of based, developer would do that?
Yeah. And
now you're dealing with floating, like bouncing bricks, which can be destroyed but are very, very fast. You've got circle stars. You've got full bombs. I don't think are there purple bombs in this as well? I can't remember if those are here as well. Oh, fantastic!
No, they're in every stage.
I can tell
Almost
which
every
one's
stage.
purple.
You can. We just saw it a moment ago, but in this stage you also have like the absolute largest possible size of balls, which is like the size 6 balls. If you are able to turn that into Bob, and the only way of doing that is by chaining it using a size 5 ball. If you're able to get that,
right? Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're able to get that size 6 bomb explosion, then you will get the bonus called All Plus, and then you'll get Shield and Gauge and an Extend.
That's great. How's it going for the 1 All Plus?
He actually has max Extend right now, which is 9.
Well, he had 8 a second ago. He just earned another one. At this stage, I
Yeah.
think just gives you extends anyways, right? I mean, the scoring is crazy in this one.
It's not that hard to get the Extends it's because the balls are so large and you get enough Sentinels.
Dude,
And now we're at
music.
the boss. Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, Hauser adding his own beat to the music. Hauser! Oh my god, DJ Hauser! Love this track. I'm so glad the crowd picked this. This is and it's not easy either. I mean, it's
No.
okay with 9 extends, I think, but
Yeah, you should be fine. So the final bosses all have 4 phases. The other bosses either have 2 or 3. And you can tell that this is more like bullet hell territory with all the stars.
oh yeah. And remember, Hauser can't move up, you can't move back. You can only move left and right.
And he gets, and you mentioned that like he gets like kind of stun locked when he shoots. Thankfully, it doesn't last for the entire duration for the wire going up, but like just as you press, you do get like locked into your position, which can be tricky.
Especially if you miss a ball and it goes to the top of the screen, you can't move until it hits the top of the screen or something very high up. Auto fire really helps with that, I'm told, especially when you're like really close because you're just laying in. I mean, if there's a ball that's very low on the screen and you're underneath it, you can really wrap up the damage. Or if it's a boss or something.
Yeah. Also, there's like there's an actual shot limit, and it's only 2, so you can only have 2 wires at on the screen at the same time unless you use the side chain. Then obviously there's like
4.
Yeah. But
it's still
so
only 2.
The only way you can have 3 at the same time is if you're using a character called Stigma, because he has a skill called Tri-Wire, which lets you have 3 wires at the same time instead. So getting like close to the balls or the boss lets you basically shoot faster.
Hexagon! Oh no!
God damn!
Dude, that hexagon came and just squashed him.
Yeah. This is probably the hardest phase in this boss, like out of them all. And this is only the second phase.
Yeah. Something I wanted to ask you, Dolphin. For the hitbox in this game for HAUSER, oh my god, the falling bricks! I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yikes! The hitbox for his actual character, is it about as big as the character, or is it quite small?
I think it's like the same size as the character, basically.
Yeah, it's not very small, right? I mean, you can't like squeeze.
No, it's not like, you know, both SHMUPs where you can like squeeze through things.
Eat your heart out, R-Type. We got all kinds of environmental hazards in this thing. Look at these bricks. So you can shoot the bricks on their way down and create like a little hole for yourself, but you're also dodging 17 other stars, 40 other balls, like giant hexagons that explode into smaller hexagons. Actually, those may not appear here. Those are only earlier, I think. But there are still other hazards, I think. Oh, this part's rough. This part's really rough.
It's so crowded. It's very easy to like get completely overwhelmed in this game. Like you can go from like 0 to everything in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, we've seen it. You get like 3 extends, boom, 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 you're dead. With 9, it's a bit better, I think. Now he's down to 5.
It's down to 5 already. Just because of the boss.
That's right. Classic shmuppin'. You save up your resources for the end of the game, and then you pray.
Now this is the final form.
Yeah, I can't see the balls in this, man. I don't know what's up with this form. I don't know if they're supposed to be invisible, but like, holy crap.
So frantic.
I really want this song. I need this song. I need the MP3 of this. I want a FLAC of this. It's so good.
I mean, it's an actual song that was like turned into a song for the game.
I mean, listen to that beat.
Oh, he did it! He did it!
Woo! Yep. This is it. Clear time 5:45. I have to look at the tape, but that's really good.
That's good. Good job.
Nicely done, HAUSER.
Huge congratulations to HAUSER for such a good run.
Yeah, man, look at him. He shot one last hang. So if he pauses here for a second, you guys can barely see it, but in the background you can see the map and the route that he took. So there's a whole map back there. Dude, HAUSER is ecstatic. He's popping off.
We've only seen a small portion of the stages in this game.
That's right.
There's 16 like different stages in total, which is crazy.
They're all very different. They all have their own weird names. Sound like some Mars Volta album titles. And yeah, well done to HAUSER. Huge, easy. I mean, he only had to restart once, so you know, we'll take it.
Yeah, at the very start.
Actually, to be fair, he restarted because he didn't know which way the crowd wanted to go, pyramid or robot.
So good job.
Excellent. Well done, HAUSER. And thank you, Dolphin, for sharing all of the knowledge of this game. You guys want to timestamp this. We need to cut this part out, throw this on YouTube. Let the developer know we've got the tutorial for him right here. And check out the shmup.wiki page. Download the game, play the game. It's completely free. You won't get the pink HAUSER bar. That costs 150 peso. That's ask HAUSER for that. You know.
Yeah, and make sure to read the wiki page that I wrote. And if you have any questions, don't be afraid to just hit me up on Twitter or something, or on Discord.
That's right. Hey, Dolphin, what's your Twitter handle?
It's at Dolphin DTM.
Perfect. And then I know Hauser's on Twitch at twitch.tv/HAUSXR. And I'm on Twitch, twitch.tv/Aktane, AKTANE. And thanks so much for watching and joining us.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed. This was fun. So I hope you're excited for ZeroRanger now.
That's
because
right.
that's up next.
Yeah, we're bringing the 2 dimensions back. And we're getting away from the 1-by-1 aspect ratio this game has, which is also pretty unique, I would say. I don't know any games that have 1-to-1 aspect ratio.
Yeah, great job, you guys.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Alrighty, everyone. Now we'll swap over to ZeroRanger. Hang in there.
All right, we're back. Hey, Mark, thanks for letting me stay on here on the commentator's desk. I had to stick around for this one, you know, after Hauser was done with his balls. Softdrink is joining us here as well. How are you, Soft?
I'm good. Had a nice little break here for about an hour between DFK and ZeroRanger. I'm really psyched about this. I recently played White Vanilla quite a bit myself for Callus Cup a couple months ago. That was a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these players can bring.
Oh yeah, and they'll be bringing it all the way. So, you know, for those that don't know about this game, this is the White Vanilla or easy mode. Well, what do they call it? Easy something, get the name of the mode now. Light mode, that's it. They go with light mode, yeah, as you can see on the screen. And so it's a remix of the actual game, but they're going to be playing two-player here. We got Chinopolis here and Meg. They actually did a lot of work here to figure out the ships. You can't pick the same weapon, I believe, left and right, so you have to sort of do some configuring, some pre-planning, if you will.
Ah, okay. And I mean, White Vanilla very much emphasizes like speed killing and sort of like a caravan style thing, where the faster you complete each segment, the better grade you get and the more bonus enemies you can get. So with two players, I bet there's some very specific optimizations you can do that are simply not possible with one.
Oh, definitely. But on the flip side, every enemy has double health. So this is not giving you a free pass. This is not easy mode. In fact, it's probably a lot harder than your typical White Vanilla run. You can't just have one player carry the run. Chinopolis and Meg are going to have to work completely together. I see one extend already given. Meg is rocking Type C, my favorite ship. What's your favorite ship, Softdrink?
Oh, I think I was Type B, actually, because the reverse flamethrower shot is just so good.
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot of that because Chinopolis is rocking Type B. He's got reverse flamethrower. He's got, the old Ray Force shot. He's got drill. Meg is rocking the side shot with Type C, which I find to be one of the weaker shots in the game. So, she's going to have to kind of contend with that, as well as the charge shot, which I love Type C charge shot. And lastly, Dust Sword.
Oh, yeah, the sword is so good.
The sword is so good.
So far... Oh, okay, there we go. I was about to say, so far, super clean, and then, of course, the second it came out of my mouth...
The restart timer is still active.
Yeah. Yeah, the very beginning of the game, surprisingly, has a ton of stuff going on. With one player, there's a lot to optimize here. With two, it's kind of interesting to see Meg can just kind of stay on the right edge and actually is able to take out a lot of stuff that would normally be giving a single player a lot of trouble. Trying to clear everything out there in an efficient way is kind of tricky.
Agreed.
Your nice movement from left to right just to clear out all of those little enemies as they spawn. I think they actually spawn like sequentially based on your position, so you want to be taking it in steps.
Grabbing both bonuses off of the background there. You got to shoot that island. And now fighting G-Darius ship Vic Viper here.
Going through the
Easy
rings.
Triple Z.
I still love that they have that you can go through the rings as a gimmick, and I think it actually even gives you a small score bonus if you do that.
Yeah, in the regular mode there, Softdrink, if you go through the rings, you can get one of the bonus items.
That's right. I think they missed okay, well there you go. I was gonna say that they
just
missed
shaking off the nerves a little bit. Now remember, Meg is pretty new to shmups here. Like she's been playing some Toho and getting down to it. Initially, he was a little worried that the narrow shot of the sea ship, it would be difficult to track as a new player to the genre. But Meg has been doing pretty well, as you can see, and I've seen their practice runs. It's pretty impressive how far she's come here as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
The early parts of these runs are the worst, and that's probably true of any ZeroRanger mode because you don't have your weapons, you're just relying on your regular pea shooter basically, and the enemies are just as tough. The rank also, like you were saying, Softdrink, tell us more about the rank because I think it really affects this mode a lot. If you continue, it's a lot easier, right?
I actually don't know how rank works in this mode, so sorry, I can't be of too much help.
No, it's okay. It does affect it quite a bit, and in two-player especially. The more you score, the better you do, especially if you don't die. Like the Skull Boss, which we'll get to later on, is frantically fast, and those orbs come out a lot faster.
Okay, so this time they got all three of those kind of mid-sized enemies near the top If you get all 3 of those, and you get a bonus enemy. Bonus enemies in this mode are generally colored bright orange, which is kind of a helpful visual indicator.
Very helpful. I love that they do that. This game has so many little details.
Yeah. Oh, really, really clean fight there.
Very clean. All right, we are in. Of course, the anime mid screen cutscene there. Gotta love it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See the
Shinopp picks flamethrower.
Yeah, flamethrower. I think really, it's really cool to see in White Vanilla because you end up doing all kinds of optimal adjustments to how you're routing with the flamethrower to try to like get on top of things and
oh
you can
yeah,
do a lot of speed kills with it, which is super satisfying once you get the hang of it.
That thing is very powerful.
Yeah. Do you happen to know if they'll be going for the R-typo, like above the R-typo speed kill?
I believe so. I know that they will be going for that, and I think Chinopolis has figured out a way to make that a no miss. So we'll have to look forward to that. Yeah, and then you know.
Yeah. So this kind of thing right here, where you just saw Chinopolis right up on top of that enemy using the flamethrower to kill it very, very quickly. That's something you'll see a lot more of as the run progresses.
Yeah, I love watching 2-player, especially these guys. I mean, look at the mind melt here. You go left, I'll go right. You go up, I'll go down. Just pay attention. It's kind of hard to track the ships, but it's so smooth.
Yeah.
Look at this, combining their shots. Look at the choreography.
It's especially nice in a situation like that because a lot of the time with these earlier stages, or with this kind of, I guess, quote-unquote, stage 2 in White Vanilla, there's certain situations where, like, the wide shot from Type C will be really effective at hitting some of the destructible targets there, but not others. And what they're doing is they're positioning themselves such that Meg can take out the stuff that's best for the Type C ship, and Chinopolis can take out the stuff that's best for the Type B ship. So they get overall kind of the best of both.
Here we go.
Check this out.
R-typo time. Look at the strats. Oh, my God. Get the one. Oh,
nice.
So close.
Oh, okay.
That's still intended.
Right at the end.
That's still as needed. You know, on pace, on plan.
Right. But it's a bummer to miss out on the Z there, just especially because it was so close to the end there.
Yeah,
I thought it worked
they've been
for a second,
practicing
and then I'm like, oh.
Exactly. I love it when you see them overlap their firepower because it's necessary for some of these enemies. Because again, they have double health.
Mm-hmm.
I think that goes for bosses as well. So you have to play together. You cannot, no one can slack.
Oh, interesting. Both of them. Oh, probably because of the closure here. Yeah, the point blank these guys.
Oh, look at this! I have not seen this strat before. Wait a minute! Holy crap! I've never seen him lay on that guy before like that. Brand new strats.
That's spicy. All right.
That's very spicy. Now this guy you want to kill just the middle because I think if you try to go for the sides, you make it harder on yourself.
I believe it's slightly more optimal for score if you go for the sides, but I'm not totally sure.
Oh, I believe it because it is a lot harder. I mean, you got Taito lasers coming at you, you got missiles coming at you. Now Chinopp picks up the Ray Force shot. Meg with the old charge. AZZ baby.
This track is so good.
This track is phenomenal. And in these bonus stages, you can. So what happens here? This is completely for score. If you die, you do not lose an extend or anything here, to my knowledge.
That's correct, but you do miss out on a lot of scoring potential, which can throw you off. Oh, they missed the one there.
You're gonna need those scoring extends. Oh, nice.
Okay, still a Z. There you go. So a little bit about the grading. This game is rated from I think a C to Z on every single segment, and there's multiple criteria as you can see. There's hits, time, and destruction. I believe is the third one. Yeah, there you go. Hits, time, destruction. To get a Z on hits, you always have to not be hit, and then time is a bonus based on the like you can see it at the top of the screen. They're ticking down continuously as the time goes up. So you want to kill things fast, you want to kill everything, and you want to not be hit. And ideally, you want to do that for every single segment in White Vanilla.
I just love how the game even shows it to you with that fast forward animation. I mean, so much love put into this one. A game for the fans.
Yeah, definitely.
I remember when I first played this game, I tried to actually fight this guy. You'd never want to fight this guy. Just speed kill the heck out of this dude.
He's melted. There you go. Nice. The other thing to keep in mind is the multiplier. The multiplier for, I believe in White Vanilla, the multiplier for each segment is based on the grade you got in the previous segment. But I could be mistaken on that.
That's fascinating. This boss now is secret boss, not in this mode, but in your regular mode. If you have played this game and never seen this boss, it is available in your regular story mode. You just have to do a couple particular things in the previous stage, such as destroy this kind of like lump that appears in the background, and you'll trigger this boss instead of the snake boss. Now getting into tank.
Yeah. I do like that this boss has no collision, so you can just sit right on top of it and do fun stuff like that.
Yeah, if you shoot all 4 legs, that's how you get that extend. Wonder Witch. Yeah, you gotta shoot the legs before you kill it. Extend will actually pop out of the hatch. There's an animation for the extend. It's very cool. Orange comes out of the hatch.
That's awesome.
Yeah, lots of details in this one. If you guys saw before on the ocean or lava stage, however you want to call it, Chinopolis was able to destroy enemies in the background.
It's just gonna melt away right here.
Yeah.
Oh man, with the charge too! Holy crap, that's so cool!
Yes, working together.
Oh,
2-player
wow.
ZeroRanger. How many times do you get to see it? Mech mode, baby. Hit him with the old Robotech. 1982.
Oh, and they both sync up during the transformation. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really something. Just gives you the anime goosebumps. Now, a fascinating sort of extend disparity here. So we're using swords and shields, of course, on this part. We've got Meg, I think, with only 1 extend in the bank, and Chinopolis rocking, I think, 5. This is not usually how they play. I think they usually try to do their best to balance out the extends just in case, especially for the end game. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. That is not intended. But it is what it is.
I was noticing that earlier, too. Oh, almost got walled off there. Nice.
Yeah, very well done. Now we have 1 in mech mode, so we have charge shot by Meg, and we have mech mode. All right, flip it back over. I was curious what new strat I was about to see, but check the synchronicity. Back, forward. You take this corner, I'll take this corner. This is planned.
It's really cool seeing how efficiently they can handle some of these segments with 2 players.
Absolutely.
Even with the increased health, the fact that you can be in 2 places at once is such a huge advantage for some of these, especially in this stage.
Meg with the clean tap dodging, not at all phased by the barrage of bullets coming down from the top of the screen. Chinopolis laying on the Super Star Soldier fire shot, just holding that button down for the entire segment.
It's such a good weapon in this mode. Like, it's just extremely powerful, and with Type B you have a lot of mobility. And so when you're going for speed kills, being super aggressive with that, I see people in chat calling it butt flames, which I haven't heard before, but I like
that
it a
one.
lot.
I like that one. You get some good spicy food, and you get in there. Here they want to kind of avoid shooting some of those. Yeah, so you can see the first kind of vertical set of boxes they're avoiding because they're revenge bullets. As you mentioned earlier, orange enemies are bonus enemies.
Yeah, really cool to get so many of them there. That was really fast.
The skull boxes do count towards destruction, so they took out quite a few of them. I did something I didn't actually know until I talked to Chinopolis about this. So you can't just leave those skull boxes completely alone. And they are going for a pretty good score here, so you can't slack too much here.
Curious to see their route for this section. It's my understanding that the more targets you destroy here, the faster the screen scrolls. So you want to destroy as much stuff as you can, particularly all the little like mines or blocks or whatever they are. So there is a route that's sort of recommended if you want to get the best timings on this.
I'm not sure if they know that one. I'll tell you what, watching this one is a bit stressful. I know that this one can get kind of wild, but I see the sword plus drill seems to be working out very well.
Nice.
Triple Z
there. Nice. That is a hard segment to get full Z on.
Now we have the charge shot with the drill. Look at the strats. You go charge shot, I'll go drill. Let me take this tank out. You hang out there with the charge shot, ready for the next section. Forget these Zako. Get them out of my face. I'll take care of this.
Yeah, and being able to be in 2 places at once here, especially because this train segment has a lot of sections where being able to do more than one thing at the same time is a huge advantage. because these two trains, obviously, normally as one player, you have to dodge one train while dealing with the other. But here, they're able to be super aggressive and take out kind of everything right as it's spawning, which, again, in a game mode that's based around quick kills and optimization is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and incredibly necessary. This is one of the sections of the game I find hard to get the destruction bonus. I know they do too. If they get the destruction bonus on this, we will call that a stretch goal, a victory, so to speak. At this point, it is time to survive.
Notice that the Ray Force shot is able to lock onto those enemies in the background. If you don't kill them in time, they actually loop back around to the foreground, so you can get them again later. And that's a nice concession by the developers to allow people to not, you're not forced to play as the Ray Force lock-on shot if you don't want to.
No, but it'll help you out in some ways. In other ways, it'll hurt you. It's really fantastic weapon balance. I mean, some of the best cleanup work here. And now we are at the Skull Boss. This has been a trouble. This has been a pain. This has been a pain in for both of them. And I'll tell you what, with high rank, these balls can really come at you very, very fast. The density of them and the speed of them increases as well. Look at the speed now.
Oh yeah, it's not too fun. I think it's
they're
based
bouncing
on,
much faster. Oh, Meg takes a hit. Chinopolis with the 7 extends. So this is something they were messing around quite a bit to try and figure out the best way to do it. Do we soar? Do we do this? Do we do that? And I think Charge Shot has really been helped out in this section. And the next section, I think, I haven't seen their latest strat, but I hear it's very consistent. Yeah, ouch, another hit by Meg. Oh, here we go. Drill plus sword. We're in there.
There you go.
We're dodging. We're moving. Oh, it's so hard to see your own ship in this. It's very difficult.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Okay,
oh,
Meg takes a hit. She's on our last extent. Oh, very nice.
Okay.
Easy Z. I'll take an easy for that one.
Yeah, I think EZ does define that right there.
I love it. So now we're getting into the last boss, the TLB, the icing on the cake.
And man,
love the music.
The music here just slays. It's so good. The whole aesthetic of this fight is so strong.
Yeah, did you want to, play some Esperade? Because we got some Esperade for you here.
Catch these hands.
Catching them hands. So what's going to happen here is that if Meg does take a hit, Chinopolis is able to get her 1-up. So you can tag team 1-ups indefinitely. But I think what they're doing now is he's just tanking the shots as best as he can. But if she does get hit, he's going to have to run to the very bottom of the screen without getting hit and grab the 1-up to tag her back in. So let's see what happens.
Okay.
Nice charge shot by Meg.
Oh man, the charge shot is so good here. Okay,
yeah,
so these like electrical ball bullets, they grow and shrink based on how much damage they've taken. So if you hit them with a really powerful attack, they get much smaller.
You open a window.
And therefore much easier to dodge.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
okay,
I guess she had an extend the bank. Yeah,
okay.
We're getting scores here. Yeah.
Oop. Okay,
oh, now
back
down to their
last talk. That was tricky though. That was hard to see.
Ooh, here we go.
All right, both players.
We need that energy in the chat. Let me get that energy in the chat. Let's go. This is now or never right here.
I believe this is that's it.
This is it.
Nice.
GG's. Very nice.
Very, very, very nice.
Wow. I think they said their rate was at maybe 50% last time I checked. So, heck of an accomplishment. Nailed it.
So let's see what the final grade is. So when you finish for White Vanilla, it'll tally up all the different segment scores that you got and give you an overall grade. A+. Okay.
They were
aiming for an A++,
but...
so
yeah.
almost there. Just barely not there. But fantastic run regardless. And congratulations on the clear.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this game, and I love it even more in 2-player. It's so exciting. I'm so glad they took the time. They put so much work into this to figure out the routes, and I've got about 17 pages of notes here that I wish I could tell you all, but it would take 70 hours to explain the entire story. But let's say happy endings here for Chinopolis and Meg.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 1.2 million. That's awesome.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, and looks like Chinopolis may have just joined the voice chat. How do you feel after that?
Oh, I'm feeling great. It didn't go perfect.
It was an awesome run.
We choked pretty bad on the final boss, but
we did it.
Yeah.
But we did it.
Shmup was out of breath here. I don't think that you breathed the entire time.
No. Oh my god, that past couple practices have been rough, but it doesn't matter how many lives you get. That final boss of TLB can just eat them all up.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
It came down to the wire there, but man, we got it. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Was there any moment in there, either of you, where you were thinking, oh no, we didn't practice this. Now I got to do. I mean, was there any panic buttons in there, or did you feel pretty comfortable throughout?
The last boss, we got slightly off sync, and then one thing that screwed us up, the lives got way unbalanced. That's one of the big RNG things with this one is where the lives pop out is slightly random.
Yeah.
We tried to keep them even.
We noticed.
They were just all on me. And there was nothing we could do about it. And then you can only hold 8. So I was getting slightly worried about that. And then if you don't.
Yeah, I don't think you ever hit max, but that was something I was worried about. Is like, are you gonna start eating all the lives?
Yeah, it was. That was not how we planned it. But another thing too is whenever there's one player that's out of lives, they don't just get hit; they have to respawn, and it throws off where you come in from.
Yeah.
But we made it.
Yeah.
Nobody was fully out of lives ever. I think you did this without any of the kind of bonus 1-ups.
Oh yeah, it was close, but we were ready for it in the end.
I don't think I've ever seen a run of yours where you beat the TLB without any of the bonus 1-ups coming up at the end. So I would say that's fantastic.
Yeah, we didn't quite get the score, but you know, I'm just happy we got the clear.
Yeah.
We did hit 1.2 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say 1.2 is still fantastic. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't an A++, given how well everything seemed to go, except for that final boss fight.
Yeah.
I think it was just
easy.
those hits that brought you down. Yeah, just the E that brought you down.
Yeah, it's really strict, and you know, thought about getting a Z, but you have to literally play perfectly to get a Z rank. That's just not. No, it's A+ is good.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see that. It's the first time I've seen double play of this mode. I guess co-op play of this mode, and yeah, it was really cool to see the differences in routing and the kind of optimizations you can do when you have 2 players tackling these sort of segments. Really cool stuff.
Yeah, there's lots of small nuances that make a big difference. A lot went into this run. I'm really glad it worked out.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Yep. Thanks for commentating and watching.
Yeah, thanks.
You bet.
Yeah, great job, you guys. Great job on commentary as well. That was really entertaining.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to comment around like that. Super fun.
Yeah,
This
really
game's
unique too,
fantastic.
because you don't usually see a lot of double plays, like cooperative double plays, scoring happening. Most games aren't built for it, and that's one really cool thing about this mode in ZeroRanger.
Yeah, it really lends itself to the 2-player. Like it's a really well designed.
Yeah, it's cool. I hadn't really thought about what it would be like in 2-player, but seeing it like this, I can see that it really does lend itself very well to that playstyle. It's really quite exciting to see it played like that, especially at that level. So again, thank you both very much.
Well, what's nice about it is the grading system, because usually when you're doing score double plays, like in Dodonpachi or something, you're fighting each other for the points, right? You don't pool them together necessarily, but since you have that grading system, it's really cool how that you can pool together your efforts for high grades.
Which is compounded by the fact that you cannot pick the same weapon either, Mark. So you know you have you have to talk to your partner and say, hey, if I'm getting backshot, you guess you're getting side shot. Are you okay with that? It's like, no, we both want backshot. Oh crap! Right.
Yeah, that is cool. I never even thought about that. That is cool.
Yeah, and then the shots themselves, like Type C does full damage no matter where you're on the screen. Type B needs to point blank to do full damage.
Right.
There's a lot that goes into it.
And you guys had different weapons at first, right? Like you had different ships. I believe you were starting Beg off with Type B.
Yeah. We went through a lot of iterations before we finally settled on this.
I mean, you see Type B charge shot a lot if you guys watch like YouTube in this game, you know, just like regular single player mode, because it's just so good. So it was kind of surprising. It's kind of cool to see a run without Type B charge shot.
Yeah, that was what we started off with, but you really got to play aggressively to Type B, especially in 2-player. The damage is huge in 2-player. You really have to have both ships doing full damage, else you're just going to get run over by these larger enemies.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Chinopolis and Mark, for letting us jump on and share some of this game.
Yeah, and congratulations again on the awesome run. Really happy to be part of that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks you guys for doing commentary. So up next, here, hold on, let me do a little screen transition real quick. Hold on. That does make great background music. So, up next, we're a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad. So I'm gonna squeeze in some real quick shmup trailers, and then we'll go on to Rolling Gunner. I will say though that during the run, Mersalty, I already told him in the chat, he won a free copy of the itch.io version of ZeroRanger, generously provided by Alex, who will be Alex Goji guy, who will actually be playing later today. So shoutouts to him for providing the itch.io giveaway for the ZeroRanger. So shout out. So up next, we'll do a few trailers, and throughout Rolling Gunner's run, I will be throwing keys for these next 2 trailers at you. So if you're going to participate in chat, I would say doing so during Rolling Gunner is a good chance to win some free keys. So here we go. Let's transition over to those. And again, just email. You'll see the email right there to redeem your keys. Alrighty, and there'll be more, so this isn't all the games, there'll still be more, but since we are a little tiny bit behind schedule, I want to keep things on schedule, but there's plenty of opportunities as we go through to show more trailers and give more games away. But for those 2 games, it was Dystopia and was it Project Starship that I did? Yes. Chat away, and I'll be giving them out during the stream, or during the Rolling Gunner run.
I don't know. What do you think?
like in Crimson Clover, you can charge both the breaks in that game at the same time. Not the same time, but you can like both charge them to full while you're normal. In this game, you have to like charge up the second break, or in this case, the limit, as it called, by using the first hyper or power up. It's called in this game, but I'm gonna call it a break or a hyper. And you charge these hypers by collecting medals, and you get medals for cancelling bullets and shooting enemies, basically. So these medals that we're gonna get is like basically the source of all the score in this game. That's pretty much the basics, and you can see the gauge in the bottom left for when I'm ready to hyper. It's 1k. That means it's ready, and then there's like a circle around your character. When it goes red, you can use limits. So this is RA. I'm not gonna be playing this, but it's a slow ship. It's super strong in scoring because it gets a lot of medals from its shot. This is like the middle ship. It's good at everything basically. And I'm playing the super fast ship, but also the smallest spread basically on your options. Hopefully my audio's fine. Maybe I should have checked that first. So as you can see, we have like an option on the C shots. You have like, you know, you move faster, and this option like swings around wherever you're not moving. So if I want to aim it right, I move right. If I want to aim it left, I move right. So right at the very start here, we're gonna build up to 1k gauge in the bottom left there, the bigger number. Then I'm gonna point blank a bit here and cancel just in time here, like right before the limit ends. Then we can cause a refill just like that. So we can use another hyper. And that's basically how the scoring in this game works. If you look at the top, you can also see there's rank, and it's a scoring multiplier. Right now it's 1.2. Can go up to 9 times. And you basically raise the rank by using limits. Like using one limit during stage portion will give you 1 rank. And also collecting medals in hyper or limits is gonna give you another rank. Not another rank, but it's gonna contribute to your rank. I actually have to wait a bit here. Do way too much damage. So there's some curse shit going on with this boss, where we can milk him by doing constant refills, and hopefully it'll go pretty well. Maybe do like this. We get as little gauge as we can, like just enough to activate limit, and then wait for the bullets to accumulate. And we also sit a bit high on the screen here, so the bullets are like aimed up, so we can like collect more after the limit's over. And we just keep doing this. The boss timeout is 3 minutes, but there's slowdown, so it's, you know, it's kind of hard to know when the 3 minutes have passed, as if it wasn't hard enough to count the 3 minutes in the first place. And despite how it looks, this milk is honestly kind of difficult. It's very technical, and with this ship it's kind of luck based, because you have the largest medal collection radius, which means there's less medals for you to collect when the limit's over. So honestly, this doesn't give them many points in the grand scheme of things. I think I got too much energy, so we might fuck up here. Like I collected too many medals. Yep. I said I wasn't gonna reset, so let's not reset. Normally I would be doing this for a lot longer. But it's a live run, let's not reset unnecessarily. Ideally you could have like, you can end the stage with rank 16, and that's gonna improve your score a lot over the next 2 stages. Even 3, honestly. Pretty cool stage ends, I guess I should say. Wait here a bit and we do this. I also mentioned with like C-shot, and with C-shot you get more medals for killing Sako and other small folk, I guess. And if you kill bigger things with your your A shot, which is the lock on basically, where you lock your options, or your option rather, the rolling gun, you get more for destroying big things. I'm gonna do a refill here. This one's fucking tricky though. It's a lot easier with this rank though, like a lot easier. Also, it's kind of obvious from the name, but rank does make the game harder, as in it increases bullet speed. And it also raises how often enemies fire. That's not good. I cancelled too early, but we managed to recover. That was pretty sketchy. So I mentioned that using limit raises the rank by 1, like every time you use it in a stage portion. So in this first 3 stages we're gonna do a lot of limits that basically don't score anything. Almost. It's just there to raise the rank, to set up for the rest of the game. Collect some medals by cancelling the bullets like this. Let's hope I did this right. I think this is fine. Alright. Alright. I messed up the end a bit. That's fine. There's also a bonus count here in the bottom left, and that basically determines that's a smaller number in the bottom left here. It's 5010 right now. That basically determines the value of the medals, but it's only when you're in hyper power up, and when you're in limit. And when it's limit, the value is basically doubled. Whenever limit ends, that value is also gonna be halved. So like bonus, I just fucked up like irrecoverably. I'm talking too much and basically forgot my routes. This is this is so bad. Holy shit. Okay. I don't know how to recover from this. It's quite likely we're gonna get hit because I have to dodge a pattern I've never dodged before in my life. I know it's kind of scary. Alright, let's try this. This sucks so much. We're losing Gorillians right here. I would reset if oh, I got hit here. These pods move randomly, so one basically just wait right in front of my face and I didn't see it. There's an auto bomb in this game. It takes like every single bomb you have though. So it's kind of punishing. It also lowers your rank by 1. Alright, now I can continue, but I don't know what fucking cycle we're on. I think this is cycle 3 actually. So I'm gonna do one more on this. And collect this barely enough. This is probably the most boring boss in the game. In fact, I think most of the rolling on early game is really poor. Because the rank's low, so it's not that fun, and these milks aren't that great either. It picks up a lot after stage 3, although I have no idea what the stage is gonna look like with a slow rank. I had chat open, we could do like an Ask Me Anything right now, but it's not really happening. Because I don't have the chat open. Maybe I should have. Now this is cool. Assuming I don't fuck it up. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can get the refill here at the start. It's kind of tight. Looks good. Yeah, 638. At minimum I want like 590 though. Kill this, kill this. Very descriptive commentary. So this stage is like the first stage where we can get some actual scoring. I'm forgetting my rods because I'm talking. I want to keep this alive for some extra energy. Also, yeah, I did see it's fine to reset, but I don't want to, so. That refill's fucking hard. I didn't do it quite right, so I have to do a bit of a different route here. I should be fine though, I think. Am I really fine? Alright, I don't know how to time this cancel right now. Because I had to do it differently, but I got it, so it's fine. There's like no indication of damage in this game, you know, besides like boss health bars. So couldn't do that refill the exact same I want to because the rank is lower, so that means the firing frequency of the ship is different, and I use one of the ship's firing frequency as a visual cue. Oof, spooky. Oh my god, fuck! That was unexpected. Okay, that's the first miss. I actually kind of need like all 5 lives for last stage. I got them both score extends, and it's also an extend from the stage 4 boss, mid-boss rather. So I only have 5 lives and I kinda need all of them for the final stage. But I can clear without it, it's not impossible by any means. Or is point blanking here. And this gives us a lot of medals, so we charge the limit faster. What? Oh my god. That's so bad. That's because the rank's low, so these discs, they travel shorter than they normally do. I have to like improvise this entire run at this point. Holy moly. Like, normally those would never fire at me, simply because I have no idea how to do this. Like, I also don't have a bomb for this, so I actually have to dodge it for once. Like, normally I would have like rank 49 here. This pattern is like basically undodgeable at rank 49. So yeah, I have to like dodge a fucking pattern that I never dodge. Luckily we do have 2 councils we can use. Hope this is enough. Oh, rank 33. My score is gonna suffer a lot. I don't have an auto bomb either. And yeah, there's gonna be a lot of weird things because bullets won't move as fast as normally will. And I think energy might be affected too because they'll shoot at different speeds, so we are in very deep shit. Refill right here at the start. It's super important to get that or the entire route breaks for stage 4. It's kind of creepy seeing the stage like this. I haven't seen this stage like this for a long time. Oof. The bullet speed is so slow, it's kind of funny. This turret's angle locking, that's why I can confidently sit there without being worried about anything. Like, it's basically a dead angle for them. Gotta kill one. This manage is kinda bad. Oh shit. Right. This route is kind of hard and I don't know how it's gonna look at this rank at all, really. This is gonna be super weird, maybe. Oh. 1000. Wow. Okay. That was spooky. There's supposed to be a second mid boss, but he's taking his sweet time. Right. Got a decent refill. I mean, good enough. We can't really get that much of a refill over there. And kill 2 of these and then Viper. Okay, my route just failed again. Not sure how to do this. Definitely not like this though. I have to do some wild improvisation here. Oh god. Oh, I missed the cancel. The rout's falling apart. I think it's like pretty much guaranteed I won't clear now. And this part's gonna be hell too. Dude, what am I supposed to do? Alright, I have an idea. I bomb. Like that. That's basically the only way I can recover that shit. Came into this knowing I was super inconsistent, but...
hello?
This is like far worse than my recent runs. That's okay though.
Are you there?
It's kind of expected. I'm starting to approach rank 50, finally.
Mark.
It was supposed to happen like 10 minutes ago. Not really, but probably like 6. We have to macro these guys' patterns, and the SHMUP RS is quite good at that. Also, this boss is impossible, so I'm gonna use a plan bomb here. This pattern itself isn't hard, but well, it is kind of hard, but it's not like super hard.
I am sorry.
Stream.
I
Get your mic on stream.
I am sorry. I am really sorry. Oh.
It went super low there. Never been that low, so I had to make up some routes on the spot to misdirect that. Alright. This height is worrisome. I'm very scared. Oh god. Oh my god! I've never seen him this low. I can't do the safe spot. There's like actually a safe spot at the very bottom of this pattern. And it makes this very easy, but the height is completely random, so I have to like actually dodge this bullshit. Oh, I can't. Like, it's too hard. Yeah, this one is definitely going into the garbage bin. I'm so unlucky, like, it's very rare that happens. It's like 5% chance, maybe. Jesus Christ. If a run is good, I should have like at least 3.4 billion, I think. Like, those early mistakes just cost me so much. But yeah. Stage 5, pretty cool stage in some ways. It's also an our own stage, so there's no like tanks or anything. Beautiful. The game gets a lot faster at rank 50, and I'm kinda sad I haven't gotten there yet. These guys release revenge bullets, and where and what speed they are in is completely random. So actually I'm not sure if the speed is, but it's a cool refill. Let's look at that, it's so cool. This can be a bit tricky. And when I say a bit, I mean it's really tricky. Oh my god! Okay, I'm dead here. Like, I lost my auto bomb, I didn't get the cancel, so I can't use limits. And I have to dodge this like nigh impossible pattern. Yikes, this run. No words for this. I'm really surprised that mid-boss route failed. I must have failed Are you for real? And I did it before I picked up the bomb as well. Like there's an unironically there's a risk of game overing on the stage now. Because the stage 5 boss is really hard. I mean, okay, so this run is like complete failure in every single way. So I think at this point, oh, now it's really a failure. Well, just kidding, it was already awful. But I think it's just better to load up practice on stage 6, honestly, and just showcase like that. Because if I game over, the rank's gonna be reset to 0, and that's like, that's not the game I play now. This looks like pixel aim, but there's some slight variance, so if you're not careful you can get deleted. Next pattern's hellish. Like, there's these static formations that come out at random angles. And it can cause like really nasty overlaps. Good thing I can dodge like the first bullet in the run, so... This one's pretty easy. Quite likely I die to this pattern. It's pretty scary. Right. Okay, sit here. The pattern is static, so... I want to wait a bit because it starts shooting longer lines here. Point blank. Look at the score, it goes up quite fast. The fun thing is I can't do my stage 6 mid-boss route because I need bombs for that, and there are no bombs between this and that. This boss just follows you, by the way, so you can make him pretty easy. Like this form rather follows you around, so you can make that pretty easy. Alright, I have 1 life. This is not clearing, period. My route here at the very start of the stage, I would say I have like 60 to 70% chance of fucking it up. It's probably gonna happen. If that happens, I'm just gonna load practice, because I don't think there's any point in like showing off the rest at that point at rank 0. Rank 50, the bullets are quite fast. That wasn't very good. Right. I got it, Tom. I was supposed to do the mid-boss without bombs. I don't want to. I mean, I could also die here. That would... Okay. Not sure how to do this route, but... Wait, not like this. I just realized I have no bombs. What is this man doing? Oh! Holy moly. This pattern's hard too, like, it's so random. And these spreads are absolute. Oh! What was that lag spike? That's terrifying. Oh my god. Just give me a second. This happens sometimes, and if I just pause for a bit, it tends to sort itself out. So, like, a lot of the bosses in this game you want to speed kill because they'll spawn Sako afterwards. Sometimes the Sako are really good, sometimes they're not good. In this case they're amazing. So I'm using a route here where I bomb to refill. Like, I use limit immediately and this spawns like all the big medals. And then I bomb to cancel limit and then I can collect them. And also using the bomb there will give me a good ass refill. Right. You know, like, besides not having bombs, this stage is kind of clean so far. But the first half is the easy part, except like the very opening. That was actually hard. But only because I made it hard. Because I'm greedy for points. Cancel here. And here we can do like a double refill. Really cool. Oof. I had to use it there defensively. I have to change my route here a bit now, I think. Unless. Okay. We have recovered. Not that it's a particularly hard recovery, but this part is like, it's a descent going on and these tanks that aim randomly is coming from below. They're really rude. I gotta cancel that just in time as the limit ends, so they'll give us medals to refill. Clean out the Sako. Cancel NDA now, thank you. Woo! That was a turret below me. Oh, I missed the cancel. That means I have to use this bomb here or I'm dead. Because you can't like dodge this boss. This big ship. Okay, it's just not happening, especially with all the small turrets hanging around. Normally, if I had lives, I would suicide her. But for anyone watching, you might have noticed that I don't have that currency. Alright, 1 life, last 2 bosses, which usually take like at least 4 lives from me, so complete RNG bullshit, like this entire stage 6 boss. but at least it isn't pixel perfect. Alright, so hopefully here, this boss movement is random and it's basically like undodgeable if you do it normally. So via spray he doesn't go low. He's going low. Yep. I thought I could maybe sneak under his cannon, but this wasn't meant to be. Like, this pattern is ridiculous. I'm not... Who did I think was gonna dodge that? This pattern's really hard for me too. I need some energy, so I need to like get closer, but it's kind of hard to get close when he's all over there. Ah! So I have no bombs, and the last pattern of this boss is either one suicide or a guaranteed. It's a guaranteed like suicide or 2 bombs. Suicide plus 1 bomb. Oops. Okay, let's try that again. 1 suicide plus 1 bomb or 2 bombs. Right now we have neither available. These pods move randomly, and like this boss keeps firing like this spread that gets bigger and bigger. And if you pay attention to his movement, you can tell that sometimes you can go behind him. I think this, yeah. Like, sometimes he can ram you if he's too far behind. This bad. Right. Whew. Spooky. Look. I just can't dodge this pattern, man. Like, it's way too hard at this rank. Yep, there we go. I could continue, but that won't show off the TOB. Where we're sitting in the command center right now. I'm asking you if it's fine if I redo this boss and show off the TOB. Let's show off this ending first. Okay. Let's see if we have time. All right. It looks like I get to show it off again, this boss. And even if I die a lot, we should be able to clear, I hope. This is the non-TLB ending. Basically the moon explodes and the Earth isn't too happy about that. Very unsuccessful suicide mission by the pilot, I must say. Yeah, these parameters look fine. I want to show off the TOB because it's really cool. It's also really hard, but it's really cool. Sadly, you can't like practice the TOB on its own, so just kind of have to make do with this. Very likely I autobomb in this attack, by the way. Oh, it's like no. He's dipping low. Oh, I didn't actually have the bomb there, but it looked sketchy, so I was gonna show off the route I would normally do if I actually had some resources available. So it involves like dodging this pattern until the lines come out, and then we do a planned bomb. Because dying here is just such a tragedy on our score. Let's get a refill like that. As you can see, the bonus counter is like pretty low in the bottom left, and again, that's like our medal value. Just want to get that as high as possible to get score. Still using some iframes there. Oh, whoops. Oh. You just kind of have to improvise this phase. I just auto bomb, so I lost like all 4 bombs or whatever I have. Right now I'm not doing it very well though. Okay, I was waiting for him to move out so I could well, doesn't look like I get to do my route on this pattern, but that's okay. So this is basically just bomb spam this pattern. It's oh my god. That's not part of the script. Yeah, this pattern's just undodgeable, so it's better to build up our bonus counter like this. Like use limits and bomb and bomb. Okay, that was an awful showcase of the boss, but yeah. At least we get to show off the TOB and pretty much guarantee clear with 4 lives. Unless something really bad happens. I also like the soundtrack here. I'm sorry if you can't hear it. Maybe it's too low or something. This parent's just streaming. And I really mean no streaming. Thankfully the hitboxes are often quite small in this game. What the hell did I get hit by? This pan's super hard and random. Yeah, I had to use my power up there. Oh, that's okay. This pattern, the gaps you get are very widely. That was one of the tighter gaps, so I died, and then I died again. I'm not very good at dodging in horizontal shmups. Oh my god. It's really bad actually. Is it gonna... Okay. Yeah, he's doing the bad pattern now because I autobombed there, but he can still do it. It's pretty low too. I'm probably dead here, aren't I? Oof. Yep, there's like a gap in that pattern, so sometimes you can do that. Oh, I didn't tap big enough. So the way this boss works, it's completely random what pods he uses. So like this purple pod, it's like pixel aim, and there's the green pod that shoots shit around you, and then there's blue pod that shoots whatever he pleases. For fun, we can like try dodging it in a wild and sporadic way, which is a lot harder. Yep. Okay, that's it for Rolling Gunner. This is not even the hardest mode actually, this is original mode. Just the rank in this game makes the game pretty crazy. Pretty poor showcase of my routes, I think, and stuff, because I was messing up so much. But it was enjoyable, and I hope the viewers find it enjoyable as well.
All right, everyone. Up next, we've got 4 players all playing. I think it's, let me double check the schedule. Castle Shikigami 1. So we got Rezardi, Emperor, Mishi, and M.Knight. So this is going to be 4-player madness. So I'm going to try to squeeze everyone on the overlay here shortly. So stay tuned for that.
All right.
Well, welcome to the four-way race of Shikigami no Shiro, the first. And the commentary desks handled by Alpha and me, so like full-on German commentary desk this time. And we've got another German as a player. I think it's where is he in the overlay? I forgot. I think left, right? Yeah. The leftmost player is Rezardi, and he's playing with Tagami. And then we got 3 Kim players. Am I right?
Two Kim players, and the last player,
Right.
M.Knight, is Sayo. So Rezardi, Emperor Ing 360, who I will be referring to as EC, if you don't mind. Mishi and M.Knight.
Yeah, EC's in the bottom right, and the Kim players in the middle. Right. Yes.
Right, it's different for how we see it in the multi-Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, so the character selection is already very interesting in this game, as it is in all the other Shikigami no Shiro games. You basically play a completely different game, because everything just changes. You have to completely reroute everything if you change characters, which makes up for, well, lots of replay value, right?
Yep. Apparently there was a bit of a miscommunication. People are not sure if they're supposed to play now or not. I thought they were supposed to start now. Yeah, okay. So all of them can start now.
Yeah, at least one run is going, it seems.
Yeah. EC is still playing. So
yeah, I guess we can introduce the game a little bit more. I mean, if we have played one Shiki game, they're all kind of similar. So how the basic gameplay in this game works is that there is a proximity system, and that's the core of the gameplay. So you have to be close to bullets or enemies to get a multiplier going. And ×8 is the maximum multiplier. You want to keep ×8 for as long as possible, like all the time, and then destroy more enemies to get this multiplier.
right, and what this tension multiplier does is multiple things. It multiplies the amount of score you get from enemy kills and coins you collect. It also, and this is important, multiplies the amount of coins you get. So basically the amount of... Can you tell him? Yeah. So essentially the amount of coins you can get from... The amount of score you can get from coins by an enemy is multiplied by 64 efficiently if you are able to kill an enemy with an ×8 multiplier and collect all those coins with a ×8 multiplier. So the tension has a lot of influence. I'm gonna quickly tag all.
Yeah, it looks like we're not...
Yeah, I don't know why, but there seems to be...
Well, since later in the run there's quite a long milk, maybe other players can catch up. As it seems EC or Emperor is already playing his run. But now we see a few more players. The Sayo run has just started. Yeah.
We should be good now. So...
Yes, thanks.
Next that I will mention is the timer. This is actually different from the entire rest of the series, including... Well, we prefer to just refer to Sisters Royale as the fourth Shiki game because it basically plays the same. So, but the timer system is different in the sense that it is a global timer. So the timer is like, it runs throughout the entirety of a run, and at the end of each stage section, it is increased by 70. So the stages are structured in a way, there's 5 stages and each stage is divided into 3 sections. from the first four stages are structured in a way where the first section is a stage section and then a mid boss. The second section is just a mid boss, and the third section is another stage section and the stage boss, the actual boss. Then, so 5 is a bit different, but it has to be. The timer is important. The importance of the timer we will get to later, but just as a heads up, they will be going for they will be trying to go through the game very quickly until a certain point for scoring reasons. So what happens if the timer runs out is that if the timer reaches 0, a lot of red Oni heads will start chasing you around, and at some point it will be so many that you just do not have a chance to survive. But even if there's already a few, it's kind of difficult to survive because you cannot kill them. They will just chase you around and you have to avoid them until you clear the stage section again. Then you're safe again for 70 seconds, for the 70 seconds you earned. So the characters next. I will explain Rezardi's character last, so I will start with Emperor Ing and Mishi's character, Kim Daejong, the priest wearing a trench coat. He uses his shiki is blades that he stores in the guitar case that he's holding. Those blades are affected by the power system that I will get to later. Just quickly, the power system, it ranges from 1 to max, with max being the 4th level. And from level 1 to 3, the shiki will just be 2 blades that increase in size per level. And at max, it will be 3 blades. Then the bomb is just Kim Daejong straight up just uses a gun to shoot forward for some reason. And then there's Sayo, a Shrine Maiden character, who uses Light Raven and spins it around her. It has significantly less range, but it's still good. Bit difficult to control. It can cancel yellow bullets, but I don't think we will see that being used too much or being too useful. The bomb is a straight up screen clear. It affects everything on the screen. And Rezardi's character is rather unique. It is the secret character of the game, not unlocked by default in the arcade version, but it's there already by default in all the ports. So there's that. The name is Tagami, but in the game itself, the name is never mentioned, and the character never talks as well. That's because Tagami is actually from a different game made by Alpha System. The game is called Elemental Gearbolt. Her shiki is when she uses her shiki, she will stop moving and you control a reticle instead. Releasing the shiki button will cause explosions at that point of the screen where the reticle was. The reticle is also from the game Elemental Gearbolt, which is a light gun shooter. So the problem with her is that she only has one single bomb that she can use per credit. She cannot get it back unlike the other characters. It does a lot of damage, and Rezardi has 4 potential places where he may use them. How do the bombs and resources work? You can have up to 3 lives and up to 5 bombs. And you get lives with extents. And bombs, there are multiple ways to get them. So you get a bomb every time you upgrade your power level, every time you get hit, every time you get an extend, and what was the last one? No, I think that may have been it. Yeah, those are the 3 ways. the extend threshold is 150 million for the first, and then additional 300 million for every extend afterwards.
So you get quite a lot of extends, right?
Yeah.
Get some good resources going, but you need those because the game's not exactly easy.
Yeah,
bullshit can happen anytime.
Yeah, especially if you're scoring a lot of. Yeah. Especially, well, if you're scoring, you have to rely a lot on the RNG as well, or rather work against it, or work with it and get used to it. It can be a bit insane because, well, you have to graze bullets in order to get the score, because you're trying to graze or be close to any sort of threat, like you can. Just like Rezardi is right now with the, or was with the boss there, staying right under it. Or, no. Well, Rezardi was on the one stream and Mishi was also as well. They were both doing that, being close.
It's kind of confusing where to look at the moment. It's just 4 screens, and I have no idea what screen I should follow best. There's so much going on right now. But yeah, basically scoring means constantly living on the edge. You always have to play super risky, get right into the enemy's face, and oops, there's a restart by EC. Yeah, very, very risky it becomes when you want to score. And we have some very high scoring goals, very ambitious scoring goals for this live run. So all the players want to achieve at least 3 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And Mishi wants to get 3.5 even, which is insane. And yeah, and of course the clear itself, as I mentioned earlier, it's not a free clear by any means. And there's another restart by, who's that? That was M.Knight, right?
Yeah, that was M.Knight.
2 restarts and 2 runs still going. Now it's even more difficult to focus since it's completely spread out where all the players are.
Yeah.
Excellent. The first time for Shmup Slam to have a 4-way demonstration, right? I think 2, we had a few, and then 3 is quite rare. And there's another upcoming 3-way race in this slam as well, still. But 4 is the maximum. That's all I can take. It's too much already.
So another thing that I failed to mention so far is that Shiki is how you score. Your normal shot doesn't actually produce more coins when... So in order to actually benefit from the tension coin multiplier, you have to Shiki kill the enemy. If you just shoot, it will not actually drop more coins. And if you kill an enemy with Shiki, only then will the coins also be automatically collected. So otherwise they will just fall downward. So, right.
Yeah, I think you were alluding to it earlier, but later in the game there's an upcoming milk section, and this one's not only quite long, and we will talk about it when at least one of the players has reached that place, but you also get an insane amount of score. Just how much is it in terms of percentage? For example, when we are going to see a 3 billion score, like how many of this will be from this milk alone?
I don't have a full grasp on the numbers, sadly, but I do know that for Rezardi specifically, it will be most of his score.
Because it's more than 50% or something, like very roughly speaking, right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
If not
honestly,
more,
yeah.
Much more.
Much more, potentially, yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I do know that all the other players will focus a lot more on scoring before the milk than Rezardi, who with the character he's playing is already struggling to survive at times just because of only having one single bomb. There isn't much safety. The worst part is the fact that the power system, thanks to the power system, the difference in power from 3 to 4 is massive for Tagami, the character Rezardi uses. So he suffers a lot from a single hit and may take another as a result. The power system works in the way that, well, there's always a threshold to reach the next power level. It depends on the current power level you're on. Basically, you just collect coins, and it takes a bit more to get from one to the next if you're at a higher. And once you're at the max, then it only goes down if you get hit. It goes down by 1. But that also means that you can get another bomb by going back to max, because every power upgrade is a bomb you get. Except for Rezardi, who only has 1 bomb. He will not restore any of those bombs.
Yeah, Tagami is an insane character to control, and you were mentioning the delicate mechanics before, and the teleport. That's what Rezardi told me works in this way that the teleport will activate when you tap twice in the same direction. In a certain time frame, I think it's like a few frames. But that means, when you think about it, that you cannot really tap dodge to dodge bullets, right?
Yeah.
So you have to either hold down a movement button, or you have to like wait a little bit longer than usual, than you would be used from other shooters. So everything just changes, and it's so weird to control this character. So even this alone makes it very difficult to survive and everything else. So it's insane to choose this character for live runs. So both Sayu and the Kim De-jong characters are much better for survival, I would say, like easily.
Yeah, but since the scoring ambitions are still high, every single run here is not marathon safe.
No, not at all.
Especially thanks to the RNG that is happening, and the fact that you have to play with the RNG in order to score, because you want to stay close to bullets. We're seeing a lot of needle bullets on Mishi's screen right now. Needle bullets are scary because their hitboxes are much bigger than you would expect them to be as a bullet hell player. And yeah, they're scary.
And they probably don't really have a needle shape, but something completely different.
Oh, surely not. Those things that we're seeing, those things that construct the maze basically in EC's and M.Knight's run right now, also have a bit of a wonky hitbox. And
yeah, like the death EC just took, I didn't really get at all. Probably huge hitbox from those, whatever those things are.
Well, the hitboxes aren't huge, it's just that their location is basically in the middle, but that means that at the top, it's just annoying to work with.
Yeah, it looks really annoying, yeah.
I mean, so you'll get used to it if you know how it works, but still.
You've mentioned RNG before. Just how bad is it? What places are affected by it? Like the whole game, or specific bosses or stage portions? Just how bad is RNG in this game?
Especially with enemies and enemy shots and just stage sections. I feel like a lot of bosses have a lot of static stuff.
Oh, that's good to know.
And I can actually talk about bosses a bit more because they have something interesting going on as well. But yeah, that pattern right now that Rezardi just dodged is a completely static pattern. In fact, he is currently doing the milk that we were alluding to.
We have arrived now.
Yeah,
Going
so
for a ride.
2 people are now in the milk, and the other 2
stay there for quite a while.
Yep. So you see, this is why they were going for all that, like building up the global timer as much as they could. Is just so they could milk those crystals. Oh no! Okay. Mishi died. I wonder if he'll continue. I don't know if he does.
Hopefully he does. Why not? I mean, during a live run, anything can happen, so...
Yeah.
Just continue, please, Mishi.
I don't think he will. But,
Nope. Alright. Maybe he will restart, I don't know, I'm not sure. But, yeah, you want to talk about the milk a bit? And why is it so special?
So, I hope EC will still get there so we can see one Kim milk. But the characters all have to milk the boss a bit differently, and even in difficulty it varies a lot. Of all the players, M.Knight has the hardest milk with Sayo. But only of those 3 players. Kuga milking may be harder, who's a different character. But anyhow, so you're basically just... This boss keeps repeating those 2 patterns with the crystals, and then that static blue ball pattern. Which, by the way, those hitboxes are massive. Don't play around with them. The crystals keep shooting laser. You can use, well, the lasers to get tension as well, but it's better to just use the boss if you can. And Rezardi can with this character, because he can just Shiki kill the crystals while hovering the boss, which is most comfortable, I would say. With a different character that also has this radical Shiki, he can basically do the same.
Yeah, that looks quite nice. So you have the multiplier basically guaranteed and can stay there more or less safe. I'm not sure just how safe it is. Are the crystal spawns the same? Are they static?
This is why it is so difficult for some characters to milk. Now I need to make sure I don't get the directions wrong, but the horizontal placements are static, but the vertical ones are different. So the height is different. And if you have a character that has to deal with the crystals while being a little closer, it sucks. So, and M.Knight has to do that. M.Knight has to deal with has to essentially make sure he doesn't run into the crystals while they spawn.
Yeah, no,
when he reaches it. This boss that right there, that EC and M.Knight are fighting, is a very annoying one. You basically, unless you're doing score things, you basically don't want to break too many parts. The more you break, the more bullets you have to deal with, because then more patterns are being activated. It's quite frustrating. So, right, EC will now do something that absolutely blows my mind. Or rather, it's just hard. It's just hard for me to comprehend most of the time, I think. So he's going to be up there the entire time with Shiki a lot. He currently
he's just wheeling like crazy. Looks.
For now it goes really well, actually. He has the bullets under control really well. That looked a bit scary. Huh. It's actually much safer than I thought. Maybe it wasn't 5-1 where it gets a bit insane, but I recall it looking very insane to be up there with Kim. Maybe he has mastered the enemy placements or something. I'm not quite sure, sadly. M.Knight now dealing with the same enemies, the spinning soldiers. By the way, it's funny that Rezardi hasn't used his bomb yet. He's already passed 2 sections where he would have used the bomb, but he didn't need to. Which sacrifices.
Do you want to save it up for the last boss, or what's the plan?
He has still 2 upcoming. For safety, well, he usually uses it on the. That's the funny thing, is he made a lot of last-second changes yesterday and today on where he wanted to use his bomb.
The funny thing is that Rezardi was basically posting a new PB of 3.2 billion, like right before this run. He was posting like, "Look what I did, guys."
Yeah, he also did a run where he just didn't use the bomb at all recently, which is funny.
So maybe we can even expect a new PB or something. He's in his prime, so to say.
Certainly possible. Oh, he's drunk, by the way, he told me. Like, that's how he can play better.
Well, even better. Maybe it helps to calm down the nerves, but don't try this at home. Man, I can't wait for another player to reach the milk. So we have...
This is the part that was scary to me, is staying up there until it's not possible anymore. Because...
Oh, you mean on easy screen?
Yeah, 4-3 and 5-1 is where the game starts actually shooting a lot of bullets, where even survival is pretty difficult if you want to go for your first clear.
Yeah, that section looked hella random to me.
Oh yeah. It's especially with most of the bullets being needle bullets.
Right.
this is where I quickly want to point out what EC is doing right now is he destroys all of those parts as quick as he can to reach the milk sooner, to have more time to milk. The funny property about those things is that if only one, like all those things are part of a line, and if only one of those in the line still exists, then that one will destroy itself. So that helps with speeding up the process. And here's EC's Kim milk.
And another one at the milk.
It's very different, as you can see. He's up there, and the range of the blades is pretty amazing. You'll see that when he has to go for the last crystal, sometimes he will then go back to the boss to make sure that the coins he collects will be multiplied by 8, or as close to it as possible. Of course, you need to. Of course,
placements look very clever. Like he's not hitting the boss, but just all the crystals he can reach.
Yeah, that's very important. M.Knight and EC have to pay a lot of attention to not hurting the boss, but the voice lines are just missing after the 3-3 boss. Don't know what's up with that. But speaking of the port originally used to not have slowdown, which is not great. Thankfully, it's there now. It was patched in later in the Steam port, but this is the reason why the slowdown is set to off by default. So make sure to set that to on if you want to give this game a chance, which you should. The 4 players and
sometimes first Shiki gets a little bit overlooked by the other ones, especially the second one I think is the most popular. And in my opinion it's probably the better game, but Shiki 1 is just a little bit rough. And this can also be a good thing, in a way. Like the whole gameplay feels just very, very rough. It's hard to put in words, actually, but I don't know.
It has a power system, which is already one of the things that may be annoying for some.
A bit weird, and of course the balance with the huge milk on the one side and the rest of the game on the other side. Maybe this as well. Which is not the case for the second one, but still, the first one still has its merits, and definitely check it out. And check out the second one and third one as well. All good games, Sisters Royal as well, of course.
What Rezardi is doing right now, he is another thing he just recently decided to do. So he used his bomb. This boss, Rezardi is going to massively trivialize this boss by using the bomb and killing it before even leaving the first phase of it, just because he kills the head so fast. So, unfortunately, he skipped. Yeah, unfortunately, Rezardi just skipped my favorite part of the game, which is sad.
We will see that from the other players.
Oh yeah, sure. I hope. So far, it's going really well. Yeah, this section is a timeout section. So, regardless of what your global timer was at the end of 5-2, like even though he trivialized it completely, the time is just hard set to 70. You cannot have it start at any other value. He also uses the teleport there to go through the needle walls, which are complete RNG. Everything here is RNG and it sucks.
That's insane.
The needle gaps are, the big gaps are RNG, and even if you get good needle gap RNG where you can go through, it's possible that one of the blue balls may just block it. So
I don't want to even imagine this section without being able to tap dodge. This is oh my god.
This is the section he has feared the most the entire time, but he got through, which is very good.
Ridiculous with
if he can just do this tiny, yes. He's doing really well. Rezardi is performing very well.
Is he on PB pace? What's the end bonus anyway? Is there one? Yeah, probably smaller, right?
The end bonus itself is small, though, well, it depends on how you interpret the end bonus.
Right, of course.
Because there is a... I call it the kill bonus, because once this is over, you do get points, and those points are multiplied by your tension. So at the end of this run, he will intentionally be as close to threats as possible, possibly even getting hit intentionally just to make sure he gets the max value. He's very close to it as well. and those the base value is 25 million times 8 is 200 million. So he will end with 3.3 if all goes well.
Oh my god. Did he
Yep,
just
there we
do
go.
everything? No, he has all lives still in stock. And
Yeah,
he
I mean-
got a new PB. Is that a new PB? He PB'd in a live run? Dude.
I'm not sure.
I think-
I didn't pay attention to everyone's
Yes.
numbers, sadly.
Alright. I will
Alright.
just quickly check that, because that's insane.
So he's gonna stay on the game results screen, I think now. So
Yep. It is a new PB for Rezardi.
EC and M.Knight.
GG. Alright, so let's
Still
focus
milking.
on the milk. The forever milk.
Yep.
Finally.
I just noticed, or if my memory serves correct, I think I wasn't very explicit, but the two main things that this game did that are not in the sequels is, well, obviously the global timer, but also the power system. The next games do not have a power system.
Now I can see what you were mentioning earlier. So when you take a look at M.Knight's screen, so the girl character, he has to move around a lot, from left to
Yes.
right, back and again.
Yeah.
So lots of movement going on there. Of course, this opens up the possibility for failure, like everywhere. And
Yeah.
on the other side, we just have EC camping there with the swords.
Yeah.
So very different playstyle.
Oh, yeah.
That's the strong point of this game. And
Yeah.
there are more characters as well. There are like 6 characters total or something?
There are 6 characters, 5 plus Tagami.
So good.
It really is a good point. I'm using the character that is, like, mainly I am playing the character that is considered the beginner-friendly character.
Oh, Kuga?
Yes, Kuga does the weakest damage, so you have to dodge more usually. But his Shiki locks on to the nearest target over and over. So the nearest target to the player at the time where the Shiki is not locked onto anything, the Shiki will choose the closest and start attacking that. Of course, the reason I'm saying this is because during the milk, this is difficult. You want the Shiki to lock onto very specific crystals to get the most score and make sure it doesn't lock on to the boss. So you have to be really close to them. So even though the Shiki is supposed to be very good for distance stuff, it is not here. You have to be insanely close. And with the randomized vertical height, it's it can get pretty bad. Both of them are currently killing it. I hope
They both have still all their 3 lives in stock, so
Yeah.
they're not even on the edge of game overing at all.
Yeah. Well, one thing that has happened to an M.Knight clear was that he did a good milk, but at the end he got hit twice, so then he didn't have lives. And it was a very clutch clear, even though he got a good milk, because just because the resources do cap, and that's also a thing I like. Capped resources, but every extends. I think it's great. Always keeps you on your toes. Another thing that is janky. That's a hit. I'm going to have to quickly see if he can recover. I think he needs another 150 million for the next. So at 255, I think he gets his next extend.
I mean, he still has 2 lives. He should be fine.
Yeah. Right. EC done. EC going safe. EC going safe. Every cycle takes 30 seconds. 30 in-game seconds. Don't forget about the slowdown.
Oh, he finished it prematurely?
Yeah, I was expecting him to finish it at the last possible cycle before the red Onis appear, but apparently not. This is great what's happening here. This boss has a lot of parts, but 2 of them are off screen, but he still destroys them, hits them with the sword premature, like before he has to deal with them. By the way, this boss is my favorite part of the game. Its patterns are great. I love everything about it. You don't have to destroy the parts. you do get more score, but you can also go for the head if you're just going for a quick kill.
What's better for score? Killing all the parts or just
Killing all the parts, but obviously that's harder. At this point, time only matters for survival, because you're past the milk point, which is the part where it matters.
Nasty needles.
Yep. This is this is. If you have to dodge this, which you don't have to with all characters, some can just destroy the bottom part so quickly that you don't have to see the pattern. But if you do have to dodge it, it's kind of scary. It's definitely most tense part, to me anyway. There's another pattern here that's pretty scary.
And that's another hit. EC is down to 1.
Oh no.
Oh, that's going to be tense. And
It
the
was
boss is still more than 50% of the health.
Yeah.
Some hard patterns. He's just bombing it. 3 more bombs.
Oh,
2 more bombs.
Oh god,
my
why?
Are the nerves kicking in?
This is sad. Oh, this is. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would not have done it this way, because this isn't. Actually, it makes perfect sense. In 5-3, he will have the opportunity to get his next extend, I think, if my math isn't wrong right now. He should be getting his next extend in 40 million or something.
Very good, nice. On to the final.
Max power, so that means another bomb again.
So 2.8 going to the final basically means 3 billion when he gets a clear, right?
Potentially more. This is another thing. Is
Yeah,
there's a
but
lot
at
of
least
there's a lot of destructible skulls here. They drop a lot of coins. They're worth a lot of score, but with Kim, it's a bit difficult to actually profit off of them. With Kuga, it's easiest because you can just lock on to everything.
Oh my god, these dodges are so tight. It looks so scary if you have no life left. and basically He's so high up on screen.
By the way, if you're a big chat player, you can dodge between the needles. I mean, like, legit, it's so hard to do. I think Mishi can actually. I was told that Mishi is actually not too bad at dodging between, like, micro dodging between the needles, even if the gaps are not in his favor. Please get your extend. Oh, I think yes. There we go. Yeah. That's the safe way. Is he goes up there when the skull aims directly to him. He just
very well planned.
He can just get the skulls. This pattern is 100% static. I failed to mention that, but this is the one part of this boss that isn't complete RNG. It's completely static, in fact.
At least for once, you can just vibe and dodge. Nice.
Yeah. One thing there's currently a lot of slowdown going on, and just before the pattern is over, it will suddenly stop. He still decided to go for the dodges. Yeah, this is pretty safe at this point.
Yeah, meanwhile, M.Knight
this is very safe.
Absolutely safe as well.
Yeah, this is the last pattern. By the way, this is a forced instance of having to.
GG, great run, and 3 billion as well.
Yep, this is a forced only, red only moment, by the way, because like I said, the 5-3 starts you at 71 seconds always, so you will be forced to deal with the timeout onlys, which is interesting that they decided to do that. I think it's pretty cool. Not hiding it as just a punishment, but adding it in to the loop as well.
Oh, and there's a hit. Can I?
Yeah, but that's completely. Yeah, that's completely fine.
Yeah. And another 3 bill. Awesome. That's quite impressive. That's not only basic 1cc's, that's all very good scores.
Yeah.
Doing this in a live setting is just insane.
Yeah.
Huge props to the players. And what I particularly liked about this 4-way showcase was that, well, so many people are playing one game, are focusing on it, and following the discussion on the STGRef 2020. Oh, is it 2020? I forgot. The STGRef Discord server. There's a great camaraderie going on between those players. I think you're basically part of the Shiki gang as well. And it's great to follow how you exchange the strategies, push yourselves like further, get those high scores, try out the different characters. So that's great fun. And this is just the result that we can see here from months of good exchange from those people. So that's great. It was fun to follow and fun to see this now.
Ever since that community sort of started, those 4 players have been going at the game for like pretty frequently. I'm currently on a big break from it because I'm playing something different, but I'm definitely going to return to it and actually go for a good Kuga score as well at some point. But that may take a while. But yeah, GG to the players.
Yes, big GG.
Unfortunate that Mishi couldn't clear.
Oh, next time. All right. Will any players join us? Or do we have time, or just have to cut it out here because the next one is coming up?
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. I was actually at the store. So yeah, we'll get the next run up here. Thanks everyone.
Hey, Mishi and EC are still missing.
Not sure you can hear me. Maybe you can. We can hear you. No.
No, everyone talk at the same time.
Hey! Might!
Great run, everyone. That was just some fantastic showcases.
Thanks, man.
Disconnect and then reconnect. Don't worry.
Ben, I'm shaking.
I'm proud of your no-miss run.
Thanks, dude. Oh my god, feels bad, dude. It's fine. I made up for your loss. It's all good. It
fine.
averages. It averages. Thanks, dude. It averages out. Oh Jesus.
75% is pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, didn't you guys get a combined score of 10 billion or something? No, that's maybe a good
yeah. 10 bill.
Combined score of 10 billion. You know, I think that's world record actually.
Well, congrats.
Right, let's. I mean, Mishi doesn't need to feel bad because his personal best score is like fucking miles ahead of us. Like he's.
Yeah, my victory is permanent.
Yeah, just look at the leaderboards here.
Well, permanent for now.
For now.
As some of the viewers may not know, Mishi is the current community record holder for the game, supplanting Third Strike, who had the community record for like 14 years. But over the course of this past year, he inched past him and almost got 4 billion.
Didn't he get 4 billion? But he didn't. He got 4 billion on the other version, I think.
No,
did you?
I haven't gotten 4 billion.
Oh,
yet.
really? Okay.
I'm really trying to eat a fiber.
No, wait.
We can hear you.
I mean, it's just fucking. Wait, oh, wait. Was that the wrong cable? No, it's fine. But it was plugged in about the mic. Man, this is such a shit show.
Shit show for the shit character.
Yes. Bro, hi. No.
Burn.
Done nothing.
Nice.
Well, I say.
Hi. Well.
So I didn't get to see any. I didn't get to see everybody's run. So where did everybody inevitably fuck
volume's
up?
too low.
EC.
Oh, you can hear me? I can't hear you. Maybe my. Holy fuck! Oh, so that means the entire stream can hear me. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
But I can't hear you guys. So it's gonna be one-way communication, right?
Yes.
You have to say things and pretend like I heard what you said, and
Okay.
yeah. So I just noticed like 3 of us cleared. That's great, bro. Unfortunately, we didn't all get the clear. That's really a shame. But 3 out of 4 is not that bad actually. Let me try to
I'd say
find out why the hell my thing isn't working.
Right.
Why I can't hear it. Oh, maybe wait.
Now, for me, my first reset was in.
So yeah,
was like
it's like I'm streaming or something. It's just speaking to the
It's
voice.
not working.
I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed the Shikigami Shiro runs. It was it was kind of stressful, I guess, but pretty damn fun. And yeah, it's incredible that we have 4 players here. Yeah, so let's go EC if you want to say something. You're good to go.
Yes. Now, for me, my first reset was the mid boss at 1-2, and that was just kind of to get the nerves out. I should have reset when I died and messed up on the 3-2 mid boss. For some reason, the 3-2 that dragon mid boss tends to really screw me over because I'm a little bit too aggressive in trying to quick kill it, and I can't.
Oh yeah.
You know, once you go full stop with these quick kill strategies, you just can't go back. That's just how it is. What about you, Rezardi, Mishi? Where did you guys fuck up?
Mishi, you go.
I got double hit on stage 4, and so I entered stage 5-1 at 2 power, and I didn't know what the fuck to do, and I fucking crashed and burned.
You could have reset there.
Was that your?
I might have been able to reset, but I wasn't sure of the timer, and I felt like we were going over. And
oh no, no! You could have gone. Like, if you die in 5-1 before the milk, you have way more than enough time to reset. Quite honestly.
Yeah, when I did that the other day,
I didn't want to cut in too hard because it's like
I get
you
it.
guys. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
But yeah, I did the test run the other day, and I got to the final boss in 14 minutes. And I'm like, oh great, I died here. It means one more go. It's like when they did those Sai Diojo runs, and was it Ultramania or something? And they kept on resetting it, like was it Koryu or whatever the hell the big B is? And I'm like, but that's 35 minutes into the run, so that's considerably different.
Yeah.
What about you, Rezardi?
Do you wanna get spoiled, or do you wanna find out later yourself?
Oh, okay. Basically, by the way, I can hear you now. I fixed my problems.
We can still hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I can get into the conversation in real time. So
cool. Nice.
So the conversation was about when did we fuck up, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because my first run, I mean, this is technically the second because I restarted the first one very early, but because the ready stuff and whatever. But I died at places where I basically never ever died in my life. Like the bat boss, I ran into it. Like, what the hell? And the salaryman, I ran into him at the end. I was like, okay, no.
That happened to me too, getting hit where you never get hit before.
Yeah, I had the 450 million extend. I think I didn't get it yet, but I was like, no, screw this. I was down to 1 life. I don't want to risk it. Reset, because the timer meta allows me to reset there, and I would rather like take it, do another fresh start and have a safe run. And then, yeah, that was a good choice because I ended up clearing.
Yeah, for me, my third and final run, I knew I was running out of time, and I had like taken way too many deaths in both stage 3, and I think I had to do stage 4 or stage 5 with like 1 life, or at least the beginning chunk of it, because I had messed up so much. And I'm like, I just pray to God that all the things that usually don't kill me this time, which had seemed to have been happening up to that point.
And did you play with risky scoring strats even in that situation?
I had to hold back at the end of stage 4, like when all of those little, I don't know, Kitsune Kitsune Ninjas popped out because I just wasn't. I was too afraid of the hitbox fucking me over.
Oh yeah.
Because Kim has a weird hitbox where it's, even though it's technically in the center of his sprite, the way his animations are makes it actually just to the little bit of right of center visually.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
so
mine is like
I
a
did-
bit more on the left, I think. Like when I use the Shikigami, so it's kind of weird. Every
And the
character
weird
has
thing
the
is-
hitbox weirdness, yeah.
And the weird thing is because you don't really see the hitbox, you just kind of see that glowing shine in the center, and you kind of just like, for that attack, like the big red meatball attack on the final boss or the spider boss, like I just guess where the hitboxes are of those things, and I'm like, I think I could. I think.
Oh
I could
yeah,
squeeze this
what
forward.
what attack are you talking about? I don't remember any big fireball attack on the spider boss.
You decided not to. You decided not to dodge it at all.
Yeah.
By
Just
the way, I
dodge the
don't
boss,
want
bro.
to cut this abruptly, but I think the next run is coming. Schedule is behind, and
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
well,
but
okay.
It's all good. We can
I'll
take
say
it
one
to.
last thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could take it to alternative venues. Now,
Yeah.
I will just say at the very end, everyone who's watching, this game is awesome. All of the Shikigami series is awesome. Please tune in to the Castle Shikigami 3 run, which will be tomorrow. I believe it's going to be M.Knight and Rezardi playing that with Mishi
Yeah.
on commentary. This whole
with
series
CJ
is awesome.
CJ
Oh,
Wapura
okay.
will be there as well, right?
Dude, don't forget to score.
Yeah, and don't forget to score, because these games aren't anything unless you're playing for score. Well, maybe you'll get some enjoyment out of them. I know that Alva likes playing it on very hard and gets some sick, perverse enjoyment out of that. But these games are great. Sisters Royale is also great. Play that too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess I can give a commentary on my run as well. I started, yeah, and then I win. No miss, 1 CC.
Oh, hell yeah, bro.
I think the kids call it a mic drop.
Yeah. I was considering not using my bomb too, but I didn't want to go too far, you know?
Don't push your luck.
All right. Well, this German man is getting impatient with us, so we better mosey on out, boys.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Yeah. Let's see you on the.
See ya.
Let's see you on the Alpha System channel on the Electric Underground Discord.
Yes,
Nice.
yes. That's where all the cool kids hang out. Dead but still bros.
Yeah.
Little bro.
Big bro.
But still bro. Alright, let's go. Let's get the hell out of here, bros.
Damn, I hate activity.
All right, everyone. Up next is Kiwi playing some Mushihimesama Ultra, getting his revenge on this mode for Shmup Slam. I think he played this mode in a previous Slam. I think it was Slam 3, and came damn close to the clear, so he's going for revenge here. So stay tuned. He's just getting the audio set up, and then we'll be rolling.
All right, hello everyone.
Oh, me again.
And this is Softdrink coming back on to cover Kiwi playing Mushihimesama Ultra Mode. Plasmo sticking around from Shiki commentary. That looked like an awesome time. Kind of bummed that I couldn't catch all of it, but glad to have you on the mic
definitely
for
be
this.
sure to check this one out later. Definitely some impressive skill. Talking about which, Kiwi at Mushihimesama Ultra. He's quite well known for this mode. It's not the first time he's playing it in a live event.
No.
Mark said like the third time or something? I forgot to count.
He played in one of the previous Shmup Slam events, and he also played for Cave Shmup Mania. And at both of those events, he failed to get the clear, although he did demonstrate excellent routing and play. It's just an extremely difficult mode, extremely inconsistent in a live setting. So he's really hopeful that he'll be able to get the run back and get that 1cc in a live setting like this. Recently, he's had some good luck and good runs on his stream. He's been doing some practice sessions, got some really solid scores. I think he got a 900 million.
Yes.
Incredibly high score for this mode. And his goal for today is 700 million, although if he has to compromise on scoring for the sake of securing the clear, he will do so.
And following his progress, it seems like he has improved his strategies a lot and changed many smaller things, maybe even some bigger things here and there. And, mostly to, of course, get a higher score, but I think also to make it more consistent. So yeah, let's just hope he can take the clear home.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, it's one of the OG difficult, insane bullet hell games, I would say. I can remember when the game came out and I first saw Ultra Mode, I thought it was just straight up impossible, just so many bullets. I haven't been seen before in an arcade game. It was just insane, yeah. And still today, like the Ultra Mode is known as the impossible mode, basically. Doing this in live setting is just beyond.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary thing to attempt. But that was an interesting setup there. So point blanking during the first pattern allowed him to not have to use a bomb later, and then going for that famous safe spot there.
Yeah, that one looks so cool always. Never get old.
The swag spot. Whether or not it's viable depends a lot on the timing with which you kill the first phase of the boss. So because he killed the first phase of the boss actually pretty fast, he had a different setup for when to go for that safe spot, so it's kind of cool. I'll have to take a look at that route later. So for stage 2, we're going to be seeing some setup for the Nana bushes, but these little like spiky bushes. He's probably going to go for sitting on top of them and trying to build a counter off of right there. Like you see that flickering red. So I'm not going to go too in depth into how the scoring works in this game, but sort of the TLDR is that when you have options, the options generate a small secondary counter. You can just barely see it right now behind the main one. And by pressing the rapid fire button very quickly, you can cause the value of that secondary counter to be added to your main counter, and then your main counter determines the value of the main collectible gem items. So it's very much to your advantage to increase that counter when you can. And related to that, right now you'll notice that he's actually shooting less against this mid-boss. There's a specific quirk of the way that the fire system works in this game, where if you slowly tap the main shot button, you can very quickly raise your counter. And now he's switched to tapping the rapid shot button, and this super cool point blank strategy that is very new. He just came up with that, which allows him to very quickly elevate his counter. He was aiming for around 200k coming out of that, and he's at I think 160, so that's still fantastic. For reference, like normally you would be less than 20k on your counter here if you're not doing scoring strategies, and if you have a basic grasp of how to maintain your, it's sort of like a damage chain essentially. As long as you're continuously hitting things with your shot, then the counter will at least have some momentum to move upwards. It's a little complicated, and like I said, I don't want to go into details, but an average player would probably have around 20-30k by the end of stage 2. So just to put it in perspective, he's at 180,000 there, and he's already gotten both score extends at over 77 million points.
And I think an average player would also be dead by now. Because even if you just disregard scoring altogether, the base survival difficulty is so high, and that's sometimes what we forget, that it's not only survival what he's doing, but he's carrying all those crazy counters into the mid-bosses, out of the mid-bosses, and it's just, it's really hard to grasp just how much he's doing.
Yeah, so I just want to take a second to point out, the bombs and the routing for this boss are incredibly precise. This boss is extremely difficult. It's probably one of the hardest fights in the game, actually. And there's very specific timing where you want to use those bombs to cancel certain attacks. And all of the boss's phases are actually on a global timer for when it fires certain patterns. So you really want to make sure that you're, hitting certain damage breakpoints. You want to hit the phase transition at a certain time in order to be able to set up those bombs properly. So it's a lot, it looks very straightforward when you see somebody do it well, like Kiwi just did there, but it's actually pretty tricky to do consistently. Kiwi has expressed some, okay. You may see a reason about that. I was about to say Kiwi's expressed some uncertainty about stage 3. He's been dying a lot to random stuff, and lo and behold.
Yeah, that's a very random bit. You normally do not die to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but apparently he's not resetting. So let's see how this pans out for the rest of the run.
Yeah, we'll see.
You need quite a bit of resources for the TLB. So not sure just how many. I mean, you can theoretically no-miss the whole thing, but I'm not sure just how realistic that is.
I would not say it's realistic to assume consistency at it.
Right.
But certainly it is possible, and Kiwi has demonstrated that he can do it. He has not yet managed a no-miss no-bomb of the TLB, but extraordinarily few people have done that. I think I know of like 3 or 4 people who have actually done that. And he's gotten extremely close. Okay, that's probably going to be a reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a reset.
Yes.
But yeah, for the TLB, there's a couple different strategies for it, and depending on his resources, he may go for one or the other. Generally speaking, Kiwi goes for a strategy in which he attempts to actually dodge the TLB patterns, and then use bombs to kind of make it a little more consistent and safe in strategic moments. But there's also a super consistent strategy that requires a lot of resources where you sort of exploit the way that the bullets are generated during the kill B pattern, and you can make the pattern fire off screen. But you need a lot of lives and bombs for that. So we'll see what he ends up with when he gets to that point and what he feels like going for. So based on the reset timer, I don't know that he's going to have the ability to do another one. So I hope that, yeah, it looks like we just passed 7 minutes. So.
Oh,
all right.
There's another one.
All right.
It's hard to tell if it's nerfs for him at the moment or if it's just really random shit happening that would happen either way, because this could certainly be the case.
I think stage 3 is something where I would expect like random failure, but
right.
The mistake in stage 1 there is probably nerfs, if I had to guess. But certainly everything in this mode is trying to kill you, trying very, very, very hard to kill you. And there is not much room for error even on the earlier stages. Again, just to kind of put in perspective the sort of the counter management, you can think of it in some ways sort of like chaining in a Dodonpachi game, where you want to delay the kill on certain larger enemies. Like this windmill in the lower right corner, for example, he kept it alive so that he could use it as a link to the power-up carrier, and then use the power-up carrier as a link onto the big gold beetle in the upper right-hand corner. And that's sort of similar to the way you'd see keeping certain enemies alive in Dodonpachi to make more difficult links between more empty sections of the stage possible.
Yeah, that's definitely very similar systems, I would say. You would maybe expect the system in Mushihimesama to be more lenient, because it's not just the chain break, but the counter is decreasing first. But that's actually not the case, because the counter is decreasing so rapidly. You have to constantly, by constantly I mean like every frame, hit new things, the next enemy, and point blanking ideally.
Right.
So it's not a lenient system at all. You can lose like a couple of 10Ks in just a few seconds.
Right, and there are very few enemies that will significantly pause the decrease of the timer. There are actually some. In stage 2, for example, there are some black and white enemies, I believe, that will cause the timer to pause for a few frames, and that can be really useful. But it's definitely, like you said, something where you need to be doing damage pretty much constantly in order to maintain that counter, or even just, not even necessarily to build it up in value, but just to keep it from going down. And that's something we'll notice, particularly in stage 4 and stage 5, when he's going to try to use some scoring tricks on the mid-bosses to get absurdly high counter. You'll notice that it continuously goes down, even though he's doing a really good job of chaining the second half of those stages, because there's just tons and tons of enemies there, but also the counter just goes down so fast. So again, watch that top counter. It's about 200 now, and then he's going to switch to a rapid fire on the rapid shot, and that was what was causing the main counter to flick, like sort of flickers between white and red. When it's doing that, it's very quickly adding the value of the options counter to the main counter. Essentially, every time it pulses red like that, that's what's happening, is you're adding those values together. And so by using either very precise manual taps or, in the case of this run, auto fire, you're able to control how quickly that goes up and manipulate it in an intentional way. So here, for example, he's trying not to kill this mid-boss. Instead, he wants his option counters to get up really high, around 700, 800, and then he's going to switch. Oh, that's kind of slick right there. Yeah, and now he's switched to essentially rapid C tapping, and that's continuously adding the value of those counters. Then the rate at which you have to tap is actually proportional to your distance from the enemy. So when he gets up close to the mid-boss like that, he has to tap faster in order to keep up with it. It's a very complicated system. There's a lot of nuance to it, but it has a really interesting rhythmic feel to it once you kind of get into a good vibe with the game. It's pretty satisfying.
And again, that's quite a nice counter to look at for the second half of stage 2.
Absolutely.
180 almost. And there's a
Okay.
huge drop. Oh, there's a bomb actually. That's,
there's a
that's
bomb
because it
there,
dropped.
that's why. Yeah. But you should have enough spare resources routed that bomb won't be significant, so I don't think
Yeah,
that'll
bombing
be-
is fine. Definitely fine. I mean, what's most likely is going to happen is that he will die at one point and then lose his bombs anyway. So why not just bomb? If he has
Right.
enough bombs for this boss to get the quick kill, it's all good.
Right, that was what I was going to say, is like, if he had to bomb multiple times before this boss, it could potentially be an issue. Oh, you can get all the legs there. So yeah, he's going to try to get the this phase transition right about here, and there you go. Nice.
Yep.
And then he's going to wait for this to go through the first cycle of spreads and just do some taps there, because those are aimed patterns. And then, okay, I was going to say he was trying not to bomb it for a second, but normally you would sit in the center and bomb it and then rush up and do point blank, but he looked like he was trying to go around the side. That pattern where the sort of the chevrons come down in overlapping waves here. So for those who haven't played Mushihimesama, stage 3 is you're traversing over the back of a giant beetle of some sort, or some kind of giant insect. Bomb there for safety. This section is extremely difficult in Ultra. It's essentially just a couple cutbacks, but there's so much going on and there's so many walls that those cutbacks can be very difficult to execute consistently without using resources. So that was a good bomb. Yeah, now here we're moving over to the kind of the right shoulder of this big insect, and it's going to blow off some of its wings here. Probably going to see him start to switch to C-tapping to feather damage on this big wing. Yep, there you go. He wants to not kill it yet, and now he wants to maintain that C-tapping so that his counter doesn't go down. There's another quirk of how the system works in this game is that if you're defeating things with the mashed C in these areas, Yuzako here, it helps prevent your counter from going down, and that's crucial if you want to maintain your chain in stage 3, because there's these long sections where there's almost no enemies, and if you just naively use the main shot, your counter will essentially zero itself. So now again here, not using his options and trying to maintain counter almost to 50k. Nice. Swinging on over to the left shoulder, and again some more of these wings. So in a moment there's going to be a power-up carrier that's going to drop an option item. We may see him delay picking up the option until it switches to formation. So there's two different types of option behavior. There's trace, which is what he has right now, where the options follow along behind him, and formation, which is where the options will assume a fixed pattern on either side of the player based on whether or not you're holding. And he waited there to pick it up until it was in trace. So trace is generally speaking a little bit better for scoring, but a little bit more difficult for survival. So we can see he's still pushing for scoring at this point in the run, which makes sense. He hasn't lost a life yet. The section here on sort of the neck can be really, really tricky. Yeah.
Oh, damn it. There was no safety net as well.
Yeah,
He had no
yeah.
bombs. So,
He had no
yeah.
bombs at that point. It wasn't safe
Bummer.
to go up for that one. But that section, I was going to say, can be really difficult because the small enemies that are flying around, they'll start shooting, but they'll only start shooting when you destroy the segments of the neck, and then they'll stop shooting again when the next segment of the neck becomes vulnerable. It's very disorienting. So now here he's going to go for counterbanking again. Watch what happens to his main counter in just a second here.
Oh, I love this section.
Boom.
Just
And
big
it-
numbers.
Big numbers. Now he's going to try to destroy all of the little segments of both sides of this before the center. That'll allow him to get the fixed 1-up, the one and only fixed 1-up in the game. He's done a lot of damage to that head, so he's got to be really careful not to kill it prematurely. If he kills it before blowing up all the segments on the left, he won't get it. And there's the last segment. And there's the head. Nice!
Yes,
Time.
very clean.
208 million before stage 3 boss. That is fantastic scoring. Even with the death, which did have some hit on his counter, you get such a huge boost from banking correctly. Okay, a little bit of a mistake
Ooh,
there.
That was a tight dodge.
Yeah. So Kiwi has a setup for no bomb on the stage 3 boss first phase, but it's very, very difficult. So assuming one bomb there is pretty common. This last phase looks very straightforward, but it's very, very easy to accidentally overshoot or undershoot your maneuverability there, and accidentally run into a bullet. It's just very tight. So far, this has been really clean. Right, stage 4 is where things get a little scarier. Right away, we're going to see some aggressive movement over to the right to kill a beetle, and then down to the left, and that's going to be... Oh, okay, interesting. It's a slightly different route than I'm used to from him, but worked very well. A lot of stuff in stage 4 is aimed, so with controlled movement, you can manipulate where everything is going, but there are a few enemies that are either completely static, or they have patterns that sort of latch to fixed angles, and these mid-sized green beetles that come down from the top of the screen are famously an extremely difficult part of, well, kind of every mode of Mushi, but in particular Ultra. These guys right here. So right now they're only coming down one at a time, but in just a moment there will be groups of 2 that are coming down right after this big grasshopper in a moment here. Gotta love the big grasshopper. He makes a heart with bullets. It's so cute. So yeah, this segment right here. Okay, good bomb. He was a little bit offset from that and did not want to have the... There was an enemy shooting rings on the ground. That shouldn't have been there. It should have been dead at that point. So that would not have been safe. Alright, stage 4 mid-boss. So Kiwi has a strategy here for intentional self-destruct to boost his counter very, very, very high, very fast. I'm not sure if we'll see it. Because he's died already, I suspect we may not.
It looks like he's going for it.
Yeah.
Because he's tapping already, and now he will
Yep,
go...
there we go, there we go.
Yes.
Now watch the counter.
So that was all new. That suicide was intentional.
Yeah. Yeah, really nice timing on the cancel there.
Yes. And now it's all about keeping that counter.
Yeah.
Or like, as you said, like not make it decrease too rapidly.
Right. I mean, you can
because
see
it will just go down anyway.
It will just go down. Even though you're constantly hitting stuff here, it will just go down. He started, he came out of that mid-boss with like almost 180,000 on counter. It's already down to 150, despite the fact that he's been constantly shooting some pretty big targets. So it'll kind of oscillate up and down a little bit, but it'll trend down over time, and he's going to try to keep it from doing that. These large snake enemies are a very distinctive part of the stage. They're very, very difficult if you don't manage them properly. You'll notice that he's very intentionally destroying the segments on their back pretty much as soon as he can. And that's to keep them from flooding the screen with these sort of overlapping waves of bullets. Okay, good bomb there. The head of that has a collision box, and because he hadn't quite killed it at that point, he probably would have died if it had turned in on him. That's a very, very easy place to get killed from collision. It's happened to me many times. And that is the safest way to do it, is to rush up into that little U shape that it makes. So your timing on that is very strict. And then he's going to sweep over to the right here. Nice.
Yeah, that was very nicely handled.
Yeah.
And the boss, I remember last time he was just throwing some bombs and going for the quick kill.
Yeah,
Has it changed? I'm not even sure.
I don't believe so. There's a pretty reliable 2-bomb quick kill. So there's the first one, and with good point blanking, that'll kill the entire first phase. Yep. Now he's going to wait for this pattern for the small bullets to reach him. Right there. And he's going to go up and do the same thing again.
It looks
and that
super
should...
safe.
Yeah, there you go.
Just in time. Perfect.
Yeah, that was flawless stage 4 boss. It's also doable without auto fire if you mash efficiently enough, but it is much more difficult without auto fire because the way that the damage works, there's a thing called super shot, which we haven't really discussed yet. But if you're holding down the rapid fire button and you mash the main shot at about 12 hertz, I think exactly 12 hertz is ideal, then you will get significantly increased damage depending on what shot type you're using and your proximity to the enemy. There's, again, lots of nuance that I don't really want to go into, but suffice to say, for the shot type that he's using, he wants to be point blanking and using 12 hertz auto fire to maximize damage if he's using the super shot. Ooh, that was the aggressive point blank there. I like that a lot. Stage 5 is just really mean. There's a lot of things here that can kill you, and there's a lot of ways it can go very, very, very badly. Getting off route here is really problematic, especially in the second half of the stage. In the first half, there are these big sort of pitcher plant enemies. This one on the right here. I think he's milking for counter.
Yeah, looked like it. Insane.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. Come on, get it. Yeah, good one. So things like that, where if you get walled because you mistime a kill, it can be very difficult to get back on route. The first half of the stage has these big pitcher plants that you can use for full screen clears. The second half has some enemies that you can also use for full screen clears, but they are more aggressive and less frequent. So in the second half of the stage, we're going to see him doing some very precise setups, and hopefully things work out. But again, at this point, he really doesn't want to be losing many more resources for the final boss of the PvP fights. Nice. I think this is going to line up really clean. So before we get into the Stage 5 mid-boss in just a moment, oh, that was so satisfying.
The double kill.
Yeah, with all the big cancels, it's just like, oh, it's so satisfying. Before we get into the stage mid-boss, I do want to briefly talk about the glitch in the game.
That was a bad one.
It was so close too. It's like, probably just a couple frames of damage away from killing it.
Yeah.
All right, so the glitch essentially is by plinking from C to A very rapidly within like a 1 or 2 frame window, you can get most of the benefits of the child counter banked onto your main counter without decreasing either of them. And you'll notice he's doing that right now. He's kind of shooting exactly one burst of his main shot, but his options are also continuously firing. Essentially what that does is it constantly banks the value from his child counters while allowing them to continue to tick up. The result of that is his counter going completely insane. He has over 450,000 on it right now, which is absolutely ridiculous. There is no way that it should be able to get this high if you're not using this technique. Now, to clarify the particular rule set that he's playing under right now, he calls this no glitch auto. What that means is he's using auto fire, but he's not using a macro to automate that glitch. Oh no!
Oh my god.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah,
he
that
can
shouldn't have
still do
happened.
this, but it's gonna take a really, really, really perfect stage now.
Goodbye counter. Let's see about the clear.
Yeah, at this point it's just full survival mode now.
Yes,
and you
yes, we
notice,
played basically perfect.
yeah, and you notice that bomb was to get back on route because that death set him off his route. And like I was saying before, there is just no margin for error in the second half of Stage 5 here.
And the final stretch, always a
Oh
tough
gosh, okay.
Good bomb.
Yeah, it was a good bomb, but yeah, I'm just worried
Yeah, I
about
mean, he
it
needs
right
those
now.
bombs, I know. He's not really allowed to bomb at this point anymore, at least not in the stage. But what can you do? One more bomb, one more life. Yeah, that's gonna be real close.
Yep.
And the final stretch.
Yeah, this is where it gets really nutty.
Last bit.
Nice!
Oh my
Nice
God.
cutback. Very, very, very nice.
That's a
That
tough
section
one.
is super hard.
So that basically made up for the bomb used earlier, because usually he's bombing there.
Most people would bomb that, yeah.
I would definitely bomb that.
Yeah.
Right,
All
on to
right.
the boss.
Yes. So this is just the Stage 5 boss, which is, I say just, but this is already an extremely difficult boss. There are ways to make it a little more consistent and safe, but there's still a fair amount of dodging very dense patterns, as you can see here. This first setup, you see kind of these tunnels, and it is just what it looks like. You want to go through those tunnels particularly. This pattern, you want to like misdirect the center of it the way that he just did there, and then kind of follow that opening. The tricky part with this is it speeds up. Yeah, very nice. When it speeds up, that can be really, really hard to dodge. This one here, you want to do just what he did there, where you move all the way up after waiting for it to fire. You move up too early, or you move up too late. It doesn't work. There's very particular timing with it. Now here he's going to try to stay close and point blank as much as he can to, speed kill to the next phase. Here he's going to point blank for the first part of the phase, and then drop down and do some dodging a little bit lower on the screen because it becomes more consistent. This pattern's tight. It's not quite as difficult as it might look, but it's still tricky. The key is just to keep moving in one direction. This one, very visually disorienting because of the acceleration on these sort of ropes that the boss is throwing out.
Is it just tap dodging? I don't think I've ever really fully understood this one.
It mostly is just tap dodging, but if you do it too consistently, you can get walled up and die.
That's so weird. Well, he made it through.
Yeah. But you notice there he was kind of tapping and then like pausing and moving.
Right.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well,
We need a no miss here. Oh boy, Kiwi, come on. You got this.
You can do it. You did it once before, like a couple of times actually. Not once.
He's done it a couple times.
This is
So
a
this
moment.
This is TLB Aki. This fight is absurd. The first few phases are consistent and learnable with practice, but very hard. This pattern is just kind of RNG shit. Either it's he's gotten lucky twice now. Okay, this is the bullshit one. Nice. That one is a fixed pattern. You have to move in a particular way to move through the opening there. It's basically impossible to dodge it otherwise, and it can be very irritating to get clipped by it. These ones here are just tap dodging, but you have to kind of intuit where it's going to go. There is a strategy to it, but it's based on the first one that he fires. Oh god! Okay.
Oh my god! Got trapped.
Yeah. All right. This is scary. He's probably going to want to bomb here because this pattern is insane. So he's going to wait as long as he can, then bomb, then rush up, wait for the bomb. Oh god! Oh!
That's it. GG. Insane boss.
Okay. He's continued just to show off the rest of it. So the reason he got hit there is because this boss does not just have a barrier when the player uses invincibility, the way that other cave TLBs do, but he also returns fire just to be extra mean. So if you bomb or you lose a life or whatever, anytime the boss's shield is up when the player is invincible, he will shoot back if you try to shoot him. All right, so here's the famous final pattern here. There you go. Oh, he's just stunting now.
How
Okay.
is he alive? All right.
Kiwi has
That
more
went on
practice.
for way too long.
Yeah, he has more practice at this boss than anybody else that I know. Yeah, so he can pretty
I have
reliably
no
do
idea
2
what
reps of it
works.
now. There's a lot of nuance to this pattern, and I don't want to explain it in too much detail, but it is absolutely insane, and Kiwi makes it look way easier than it is. Bombing there to set himself up correctly for the timing on it, and now should be... Oh! Huh! He's like 1 pixel away.
Oh, come on. Come on now.
There you go.
Well, GG again.
Yeah,
Insane
yeah,
game,
GG.
insane boss.
I mean, that was still a 500 million point run, which is absolutely
Yes.
insane.
Just
for
casually
Ultra.
pumping out those scores.
Yeah. It is a bummer that we didn't get to see the true power of his crazy counter strat for the Stage 5 mid-boss, because Stage 5 alone with his routes is worth hundreds of millions of points. So that could have gone a bit higher even than it did. I mean, he already made like 150 million from that stage alone because he came out of Stage 4 with like 350, I think. But he can obviously if his goal was 700, he can push it quite a bit further, and it's pretty cool to see the execution in the second half of that stage when it all goes correctly. But as we said, this game is incredibly inconsistent, incredibly demanding for a live run, and that was a really, really good showing, getting all the way to the TLB, and just is a hard game. Game hard. Really, really cool run though. And I'm glad he got to show off the TLB pattern with less pressure. Because trying to do the TLB at all in this game is insane. But trying to do that, on a 1cc pressure at the end of a live run like that is just absurd. So I'm glad that in some ways the stress was off for that. So he could show off how much he's been practicing that pattern a bit. Sounds like Plasmo is hopping off the mic right now to go set up for his own run, which you should definitely not miss.
Yeah, awesome job on commentary, you guys. I'm, as we speak, swapping over, trying to get the overlay ready for the next run.
And it sounds like Kiwi will be hopping on VC to join us in just a moment.
Okay, I'll let you two chat and I'll continue. Also, I need to shout out everyone doing the super chats. I really appreciate that a lot. That's really cool. And you definitely got to shout out a guy who, Warp Zone HQ, who dropped a big fat hundo during Kiwi's runs. So now Kiwi has to play in every Shmup Slam now because he's the moneymaker.
he needs the run back. Like he's gotta keep doing
officially
it.
Sponsored by Electric Underground now. So thanks so much, everyone. I really appreciate that a lot.
Hey, Kiwi.
Hello.
So thanks so
that
much,
was
everyone. I really appreciate
an awesome watch, but I'm sure there must be a lot going through your head right now. How are you feeling? So,
yeah.
that was
So
an
on
awesome
one hand,
watch,
I think
but
it was.
I'm sure there must be a
See,
lot going through your head
everything
right
up
now.
until
How are you feeling?
my death after the stage 5 mid boss, I felt pretty okay with because like it's a live environment. But that one death just kind of put a damper on everything because I would have got nearly 900 million if I did that, and that would have just
that's what I
blown
thought.
past my goal. But I mean, the routing was fine, I guess. But then I didn't clear either, which I don't know. I don't feel as bad about this run as the other runs because I feel like I did a lot of stuff right and just made a few critical mistakes that had a huge impact. I don't know.
Yeah, it was really
Not the
cool to
worst I've done.
see. Really cool to see some of your new strats for stage 2 mid boss, stage 4 mid boss.
Yeah, it was really cool to see
that sort of thing. I also noticed an interesting adaptation for the stage 1 boss, where you don't use a bomb on the
that sort of thing. I also
the
noticed
first phase. You
Yes,
point
yeah.
blank instead during the first pattern a little bit, and that was really cool to see. I got to take some notes there for my own practice.
It works super well, yeah.
Yeah, it looks great, and it looks like it also consistently sets you up for the swag spot, so that's quite cool. But yeah, it was. I was talking about it during the commentary for stage 5. Is that the second half of that stage is just absolutely insane. There's no room for error, and
absolutely
any mistake that puts you off route has a tendency to just catastrophically fail. And I'm really upset, for you that that's what happened, because I have been there and I have felt that frustration in this game and many others of like you have such a good run going and then just bam, it's all gone.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that happened, but I'm really glad that you were able to at least show off the foundation for it. Seeing the counter skyrocket like that against the stage 5 mid boss and start to do the transition into the rest of the stage, that was really exciting.
Yeah, so I think that until I died and a little bit after I died, most of this could be used for some pretty decent routes. I'll probably put up a better video on my channel eventually, but yeah, I showed off some good stuff. The only thing though is I actually just forgot what I was gonna say, so if you have anything to say to fill up the silence.
Sure. Just a couple comments in chat about the TLB dodging, and I mentioned this as well when you were kind of in the post run. In a way, I thought it was kind of nice that you were that you didn't have the pressure during the TLB fight, and you were able to showcase some dodging strats for the Anki final. I know you've been working really hard on those, and it was really cool to see just how reliable you made it look. I mean, you only did like 3 reps there, and yeah, there were a couple hits and extra bombs and stuff towards the end, especially right at the end. That extra contingency had like
that
1
extra
pixel
credit.
of health left. That
I
was
tend
so.
to give up at the magic pixel, and that leads to me dying sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, just starting off that pattern so strong and doing, you know, you did the intro, you did like 2 reps, and then the bomb, and then another 2 reps, and it was just like really cool to see the more in-depth strategy there, as opposed to kind of the more expected like exploit strats with misdirecting the explosion, or even the more simplified version of the dodging strat that you've taught me, and that we've seen players like Bananamatic and Jaimers do.
Yeah, really all forms of dodging are pretty viable. You just got to put in the practice. It's a lot of flair. You just got to focus on one small lane you're in and just ignore the rest.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say earlier that I magically forgot is the only thing is I kind of committed because my goal obviously was 700 million plus and a clear, which I was hoping to at least get one of those. But the thing with my routes and, you know, making a mistake that throws you off your scoring route is you kind of have to commit to one, because if you go all in on scoring and make 2 mistakes that ruin your scoring, it's hard to really go into survival after that, because you've already put so much of your resources into scoring that it's hard to like bring it around. So after I died there after the stage 5 mid boss, I was kind of screwed for survival. So I didn't really expect to clear, but the scoring I thought was probably the highlight of this run.
Yeah, it was awesome to see a 500 million, even with the mistakes in stage 5. It was really cool to see, you know, 500 million just from kind of the first 4.5 stages, which is really a spectacular score in its own merit.
Thank you.
And can you talk a little bit more about the glitch and the kind of the counter build-up strat you were using on the stage 5 mid boss? Because I think that's something that people may not be as familiar with.
Okay, so that mid boss is very precise and technical. It might not have looked like anything super special was happening, but if you hold on, let me close OBS. I'm getting a lot of notifications from following. Thank you for following though. So if you I was talking about the mid boss, yeah. So if you plink from C to A, which is full auto to shot to shot, and plinking is a fighting game term meaning to press a button 1 frame after the other, then you'll only shoot out 1 bullet, but your lasers will keep firing like you're tapping or holding the A button. And what that's good for is doing as little damage as possible. As little damage as possible while still building your mini counters with your lasers. So the thing about that one is I'm kind of doing 3 things where I'm doing the plink, which you can probably hear in my mic. That's what it sounds like. And I'm holding the shot button until it starts shooting normal again, because there's like a delay after that single bullet you fire. Then I let go, so I get like 2 shots out of it for 1 plink. And then I have to wait a really long time, because if you tap A, after a short while, your lasers will stop firing. But the thing about this mid boss is the optimal timing for like getting every shot to connect in the way that gives you the most points. You want to wait to do your next plink until you're like right at the point when those lasers would cut off. So you're doing tons of these frame perfect inputs, and then between each one of them, you're risking your lasers getting cut off for a short time, which actually affects your counter really greatly down the line. So it's a constant battle of trying to keep your rhythm exactly right so that you don't drop counter or break your laser and actually like focusing on the dodging, because a lot of times when you get more stressed, you'll speed up your rhythm unintentionally, and then you'll miss out on a lot of flickers, and your counter won't be nearly as high. So it's a very difficult boss, especially in a live setting.
Yeah, I can imagine. Must feel good to have pulled that off in
Yeah,
a live setting
that's
like that.
one thing that I'm at least very happy about. Even if I died afterwards, I was glad to get that shown off.
All right, well,
No, hello. All right, sounds good.
awesome.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks so much for the run.
Yeah, MSX Kiwi. Oh yeah, all these donations came in during my run. Huh. I didn't think about that. All right. Well, thanks for the opportunity. It was lots of fun. I'll let you guys get to your next run. Thanks, everyone.
Congrats on the run, Kiwi, and thanks
Thank you.
everyone for watching.
Yeah.
Okay, up next we got Plasmo and Hausu playing some DonPachi. I'll be commentating with Jaimers. Stay tuned. We'll be rolling real quick.
I don't know. What do you think?
Hello, everyone. Twitch shenanigans. Okay, let's message the players and let them know they are ready to go. And joining me on the mic is Jaimers. How's it going, Jaimers? Oh, Jaimers must be busy.
Oh, I'm here, by the way.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm going good. I was putting off one of the streams.
Yes,
but yeah, I'm good. And we're back for more cave games.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, it's DonPachi is actually like the first game actually cave made.
That's right.
And it's like you can tell that it's a very like transitional like game.
Mm-hmm.
Between like Towerplan and cave, because after like Towerplan like went out of business, like a lot of the guys that worked there like went out to make their own companies. Like a couple of them made cave, and you can see that this game is like a bit of a traditional game that's still trying to like find like their own identity and stuff. It plays a lot like a Towerplan game if you look at it, like a lot more than actually like a cave game.
That's what I've always thought. Is I always try to go back and play it, but it almost always feels much more like Batsugun to me than Dodonpachi, you know?
Yeah, it's like the same as with like Maho Daisaksen.
Right. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Also a very transitional game from Towerplan to Rising. Also plays a lot like a Towerplan game.
Are there any particular mechanics in DonPachi that stand out as fairly different from Dodonpachi?
The chaining is a bit different.
Yeah,
in this
much
game,
stricter. I know that.
Yeah, for one thing, you only have like half a second to like chain into the next enemy. It's like 30 frames or something. That's a lot harder than you'd think. A lot more stricter than you'd think. And another thing is that
well, also too, you can't full chain all the stages like you can in Dodonpachi.
yeah, exactly, yeah. The laser doesn't actually like if you laser something, like the hits don't like stay like in Dodonpachi. If you like laser something after half a second, the chain just breaks.
Right.
That limits you a lot in like how you can like bridge like the chains. Which makes it also a lot harder.
Also,
Yeah,
there's
it's,
there's not subtypes either. It's just A, B, C. There's no shot or laser subtypes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. You only have A, B, and C.
And Plasmo on the left here has the world record with Type C, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, he's pretty crazy.
But I know he has been playing A-Type in Dodonpachi, so maybe as a kind of a fun little side project, he decided to pick it up in DonPachi as well.
Yeah, he started like to learn also like Type A after a while. And like Type A plays like a lot different from Type C. It's kind of a like completely different game at that point.
As far as like ship types and their overall scoring potential, I'm not as familiar. What is the most highest scoring ship in the game? Is it Type A?
I think it's Type A. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least it has like the highest like world record at the moment.
Right.
But that's also because like WTN played it, and he's like
yes,
several leagues above like everyone else. So.
Do you know he recently lost the world record in Dodonpachi?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
That's thanks to old Glitcho, basically.
Yeah, NTL I think came back and wrecked some havoc.
Yes. Well, he did it with Type B, which was really surprising to me because I never considered that great of a ship. I thought it was kind of the worst ship in the game.
It's pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Type B has like some sort of setup for like the glitch show, get like 100% consistent.
Right, I could see that because of the crazy side shots and everything. Well, Plasmo's holding in there solidly. It looks like HAUSER resetted. They're still within the reset window, so no... Or Hausu. That's going to be have to remember not to do that. He reset within the timer window, so he's still all good there.
Yeah, we got like an interesting like contrast here between like a scoring one and then like a more survival-based one.
Yes.
And kind of like see like the difference between them. It's pretty cool.
So is Plasmo going for score? I'm just assuming since he's chaining right there.
Yeah, he's definitely going for score.
Yeah. So is there a max bonus in this game like in Dodonpachi? I'm not seeing anything that indicates that.
It kinda is, yeah, but it works a bit differently because you just get it like at the end of the stage, basically. Like at the end of the stage, you get like a bonus if you have like still have like the original bomb stock. You have like 3 bombs in stock right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you bomb twice, that stock like increases to 4 and then 5 and 6. If you're still at like 3 bombs at the end of the stage, you get a special bonus.
Oh.
And that keeps going. That keeps going up between after every stage.
Weird.
And in the second loop, that bonus gets absurd. It gets really, really big.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like the same thing then.
Kinda, yeah, kinda.
So if you bomb, does it completely remove the bonus, or does it just tamper it down a little bit?
You lose it completely.
Right. Brutal. For a long time, I didn't know that you could regain your maximum bonus in Dodonpachi, but just have it be a little bit lower. I thought once you bombed, your maximum bonus completely reset forever. You know, so...
Yeah, I don't think many people actually know that.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like Hardcore Gaming 101 or some article about that. It kind of was misleading on that point. And so for years, I assumed that's how it worked.
Yeah, you don't really see it often either, because people just want to not lose any multipliers, because you lose like a lot of score from that.
Yeah, and as I learned from an interview, I think it was with WTN and all these other Dodonpachi super players, this is in a really cool website called SHMUPlations. They're like, you know, real men don't bomb. So I just took that to heart and decided to never bomb.
Yeah, because if you bomb, you have to pick up another bomb to get it back, and then you have another bomb to get back into like the maximum bomb bonus, and then you lose like ×2 multiplier, and it's kind of a lot, so it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it is interesting too. The different enemy types in this game are pretty drastically different from the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like the jump from this game to like Dodonpachi is like kind of insane.
Yeah, I was reading something about, you know, in another interview where they're saying basically after DonPachi, they saw Battle Garega, and they're like, okay, and then created Dodonpachi from their inspiration from Garega.
Yeah, they were a bit afraid of like trying something like that, but then they saw like Garega did all right, so they just said like, what the hell?
Yeah, yes, exactly. But I do know that certain players absolutely love DonPachi because, like you're saying, if you want that more Toplan style, Cave has you covered there with DonPachi and a little bit with Dangan Feverin as well.
Mm. Yeah, a bit about the chaining in this game actually, like how it works. You can only do these like these small chains. Sometimes they're like bigger chains, but it's usually pretty rare. So the way you want to build up these chains is to start with an enemy that has a high point value. Like you could see like those big ships like in stage 2. If you start with those and then build a chain, then that first enemy gets constantly used in the
yeah,
in the chain. So you get like that's like how you get like, the biggest bonuses for starting with like a big enemy and then continuing the chain. So that's what Plasmo wants to like do most of the time.
Right. So let's say you do 2 3-hit chains. One of them begins with a big enemy and one of them ends with a big enemy. The one that begins with the big enemy is worth much more than the one that ends with the big enemy, right? Dodonpachi has something like that too, right?
Yeah, it is, but it doesn't matter in that game because you do just full chains, so...
Right, yeah. Very true. You never stop chaining, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, the chain that begins with the big enemy gets 5 times the value of the big enemy, and the one that ends with the big enemy only gets like 1 time. So it's a pretty big difference. If you look like a 5-hit chain.
Yeah, these stages, I remember DonPachi again is another one of those cave shmups that sort of lulls you into a false sense of security, where you start off playing, you're like, oh, I got this. This game isn't that hard. And then it really starts picking up around this stage.
Yeah, the first 3 stages are kind of like a bit of a ghost town, and then it gets to overdrive.
Yes.
I think Plasmo just bombed, I think. Yeah.
Yep, he's lost a bomb.
So this doesn't mean he is out of the bonus yet. He has to bomb another time. But he basically can't bomb anymore until basically forever.
Oh, for the rest of the game or rest of the stage?
Rest of the game, yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, for score, you do want to like at some point like suicide in like beginning of stage 2-5.
Wow.
Drop the rank so you can actually do some chaining in that stage.
So does DonPachi have a rank system?
Yeah.
How does that work?
When you're at no miss, the game is actually, let me put it this way: when you're not at no miss, the game is alright in terms of difficulty. And when you're at no miss rank, when you're at no miss, the game is 3 times as difficult.
Wow. And it's just static like that? Is it just on or off type thing? Like, oh, you missed. Okay, game is now much easier.
So I should say that's for the second loop though, because it determines like the suicide bullets, the revenge bullets.
Oh, okay.
When you're at no miss, the revenge bullets are like super absurd, and like when you die once, the revenge bullets are like super easy for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this mid boss is hanging in there, or this boss.
Yeah, that's a lot of health. Yeah, kind of want to like destroy those missiles in the corner when you're like really close to them, so they don't drop any revenge bullets.
Hausu recovering well. He's already bombed, but like you said, he's not really sweating the bomb thing since he's playing for survival.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the Dodonpachi games, especially the early ones like DDP and DonPachi, is the way you route is very heavily dependent on if you're playing for score or survival, and they can be pretty dramatically different from one another because, for example, if you're going for purest, most survivability, you will want to use bombs just for consistency because you'll just refresh them anyway. But if you're playing for score, you can't ever bomb, basically, so that whole meta strategy is off the table.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if Plasmo can actually recover from this, because the one bomb you can use is usually always reserved for the final pattern of the final boss.
Oh, damn.
It's kind of absurd, yeah. And yeah, Hausu is playing like a very cool strat, pure survival strat.
Yeah, that's awesome.
They just kind of like bombs on top of them, then like speed skill. It's very cool. It's very cool strat for like survival.
So Plasmo's down an extend. Are there any fun hidden extends in this one like you get in the later cave games?
There's just one extend. There's one semi-hidden. It's not really hidden. It's like in a big block that you shoot and you get it.
Oh, okay. And do you get it both loops?
No, it's only the first loop.
Oh, how greedy.
Yeah, there are two score extends, so like 3 extra extends to work with. That's all you have for this game.
Oh, thanks so much,
Plus
Neon.
Neon
donated some money. Thanks so much, my dude.
Yeah, this is making the big bucks, this stream.
I know. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think Plasmo is not really. He can't really score much anymore, so.
Will
he's mostly good to
Do you think he'll fall back to a more survival strategy, or is he just gonna stay scoring to the bitter end.
I think he'll still keep doing the chains, but like he can bomb as much as he wants basically at this point.
Right.
The chains are still worth like a serious, significant amount of score. He keeps all of them like alive.
Yeah, that's fun. You've got to really do that in this game just to get those chains off. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was talking about tour plan before, and this stage like really shows like the tour plan routes. They have all these enemies coming from behind, and it's
Yeah, I talked about that in Batsugan, where I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of some of the way that works in some of the older Toplan games, where you don't really get a whole lot of notice. They just appear behind you, and so if it's the first time playing the run, you will likely just get rammed by them.
It's a cool safe spot here at the top. Yeah, there are a couple of silly safe spots in this game. They actually like patched that out in like some version of the game.
Oh, is it the Saturn version? Or like a PCB version?
I think it's Taiwanese, I think it was. It was like a weird version.
Oh.
There's a weird version of this game that is like twice as hard for some reason.
Oh, another super rare cave PCB. Kind of like the campaign version, it sounds like.
It's just a weird version because all the bullets are just twice as fast, and that's like the only difference.
Oh.
Like, plus some safe spots were removed as well.
Yeah, well, I know in the Sega Saturn version of Dodonpachi, they patch out all those safe spots and stuff. I'm like, what? What do you? Why? Why did you do that? So the bosses, you know, all those fun safe spots you do on the bosses in that game are gone.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a weird.
Even some like really obscure safe spots, like the one you saw Plasmo do.
Yeah.
Like right now, like, that also doesn't work for some reason. Like, how did they know?
Well, my big conspiracy is that
M.Knight,
Cave told the people doing the ports, don't make it arcade accurate because we want people to still play the arcade version. So mess some stuff up so that people continue to play the arcade version.
Yeah, chat is saying Hong Kong version. That's the one, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There are weird differences between regions for this game. Like the American, the Western version is like way easier because
oh, nice.
After every stage, you get all your bombs refilled. That makes it like significantly easier, at least for survival.
I could see that being really fun for newer players.
Oh yeah, Plasmo is doing a trick here actually. You see those missiles, this big enemy fires.
Mm-hmm.
If you laser those, you create slowdown. If you create enough slowdown, you can make a big enemy despawn and spawn a whole bunch of those small enemies for like a big chain of like 200 hits or something.
Oh,
I think he didn't get it though.
No,
it's
really he maxed
weird.
out at about 47 hits. It looked like.
Mm. It's like 150 hits or something maybe. Yeah, this is a weird boss here. Can kind of like safe spot it. This also doesn't work in Hong Kong. It's banned in Hong Kong.
Oh, those bullets are awesome.
Yeah, these are like unique to this one boss here.
Yeah. That reminds me of something you would see in like a Dangan Fever Run or something.
Yeah, I think Dangan Fever had some recycling from this game.
Got to do something with those DonPachi sprites.
Yeah, this boss is mostly just static though. You have to like know where to go. It's not super difficult.
That's funny. Hausu's caught up. Or he's pretty close to catching up.
He's at the boss, yeah. He's at the boss.
Also, thanks, STG CVLT. No problem. Yeah, it's really cool to have international players.
Yeah, right here he's doing like a trick where he like forces the screen to move to the left, so you can have more space to like this little chain here.
Right.
This gets a pretty big chain here at the start of stage 5.
I think it's
tricky, very difficult.
I think it's the biggest one we've seen so far.
Yeah, 125. It's a very nice chain.
Isn't that funny? Because in Dodonpachi, that's like nothing. It's like baby's first chain, 125.
Yeah, the chain number goes up every single game.
That's right. Oh, thanks, Neon.
I think Hausu died a few times here.
Oh, yeah. So what are the scoring extends? How's that situation look?
You just get them at some point, really. Don't really have to worry about that.
Oh, okay. Kind of, yeah, like most cave games where as long as you just hang in there, you'll get them.
Yeah.
Except Esperade. Esperade, you kind of got to work a little bit to get that last extend.
Yeah, you need to do a tiny bit of effort in that game, yeah. Yeah, we don't even have to chain anything in this game to get like the extends.
Is there a no-miss bonus? Just a flat no-miss bonus at the end of the stages?
Not sure, actually.
I guess we'll keep an eye out. Because those can... I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that many points for Dodonpachi players. But if you're, like, first starting out, those can give you a good amount of points. Just no missing the stages.
Oh, yeah, there's only one extend. One score extend in this game, I forgot. Not two.
Right, so you get one item and one score. So, Hausu's got
only
a long...
Only 4 lives, yeah.
Yeah, Hausu's got a long road ahead of him. He is a really talented player, though. There's no TLB, right? Or is there? Like a hip...
There is.
Oh,
there's Hibachi in this game, yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I thought Hibachi first appeared in Dodonpachi.
Yeah, I guess it's not really Hibachi, it's mostly just Taisabachi. It's kind of a pushover in this game, though.
Ooh, nice bomb there.
Yeah. I think I also figured out some cool survival strats for this game a while ago. Stuff that nobody else has ever done before.
Yeah, I remember
really cool.
He actually played this in the last Shmup Slam, and he was supposed to be going for a 1-all. He got to like 2-3 or something. He just kept going. I was like, whoa.
It's really impressive.
Yeah, so it would be really cool if he got the 2-all in this one. Safe to say he's well outside the reset window now.
Oh, yeah, right here, near the end of the stage 5, is a very legendary chain. This one is called the Magnum. This is the biggest chain by far in the game, which is worth like 10 million points if you get it. And it's also excruciatingly hard. It's like barely possible.
Oh.
Only W2N. Only W2N does it.
Oh, okay.
It's like it was like 500 hits or something. I think it was really huge.
I wonder when they're played testing the Dodonpachi games. I think they definitely did this probably with DDP. Like they sat down and really figured how all the chains and links can work and how you could full chain a lot of stuff. Or if they just kind of put stuff on the screen and like, they'll figure it out.
I think it's mostly the ladder.
They throw some bees in there while they're at it. Here, look at this bee halfway across the screen.
Yeah, this Magnum chain also has a second loop variant called the Phantom, which is called that way because it's barely even possible, so maybe it doesn't exist.
It's a legend.
It's so difficult. Yeah.
It's like, is it kind of like the what is it, 1-1-5 full chain in Dodonpachi, where it's
it's way harder.
Oh,
way
it's
harder than
really
that.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Juju, it's like 297 hits.
That's impressive.
Yeah, in interviews he said it's the ladder. He just did whatever.
Well, it worked out well, I guess.
Yeah, Plasmo is at the final boss. Like the first spot has like a little safe spot you can sit in. After that you have to do a dodge a bit.
Oh yeah, the announcer. Everyone loves the announcer. Ooh. Hausu's got to be careful. He's got a lot of resources, but bomb-wise, but he's got no extends left, or no extra extends left.
Yeah, he can get through this boss if he bombs a lot, at least.
No laser bomb, right? That's a... Oh, never mind. There is a laser bomb. There it is.
Yeah, this final pattern is kind of insane. It's like the one thing you save your bomb for. One bomb you're allowed to use.
Right.
Yeah, you have bomb capacity, ice capacity, so no
Yeah.
extra life, just the bombs.
Yep,
Yeah.
no miss bonus. Okay, second loop. I wonder if Hausu looped or not.
Yeah, you loop automatically in this game, so...
Oh, okay. So no loop requirements. How about the chain? So in second loop Dodonpachi, you get a more lenient chain timer. Is that true?
No.
No. Of course not.
The only thing that really changes is just revenge bullets. Yeah, maybe a little bit of the bees. The bees aren't really worth a whole lot in this game compared to like the other games.
Right, yeah.
They give like... They also don't really do anything in particular.
Just
yeah, the second loop is really hard to chain because of all the revenge bullets. It's a bit counterproductive, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think didn't Akeda say something about that where it's like suicide bullets in a chaining game? No bueno, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's a bit counterproductive. Doesn't really mesh well with each other. Yeah, they're both on not no miss rank, so these revenge bullets are pretty chill. They're not very wide either. On no miss rank, these revenge bullets are like 2 to 3 times as fast. Like,
wow.
Like twice as wide. And it gets worse each stage as well. Like revenge bullets in like 2.4 and 2.5 are like super absurd.
Have you done a 2-all of DonPachi?
Yeah, I did a kind of survival-ish 2-all of this game, yeah.
Where would you rank it in your rankings of cave 2-alls? Difficulty-wise.
It's pretty chill, honestly. It's probably one of the easier ones.
Just because the TLB is a bit of a pushover, it sounds like.
That as well, yeah. And it's once you learn stuff, it's not really that tricky, I'd say.
Yeah, I remember when I was going for my 2-all in Dodonpachi, Hibachi at the end was just the big wall at the end, stopping me from getting that 2-all forever.
Yeah, the TLB in this, you can pretty easily just no miss, no bomb pretty consistently.
I'm not sure how Hausu's doing it, but he has fully caught up with Plasmo. I guess by bombing the bosses or something. He's got some kind of secret speed tech. Is Plasmo playing on the
Yes.
PCB?
He might be. Actually, might be. Not sure, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. We'll have to ask him.
He does have like a bunch of PCBs.
Yes.
He has one for Matcha Fighter.
And Pink Sweets.
Pink Sweets as well, yeah. Yeah. All his favorite games. But yeah, the revenge bullets get like so ridiculous that you actually have to like spend like 90% of the time like on top of the screen to like seal all of them. Otherwise, you're not getting through this. Yeah, the announcer's like the best thing about this game.
Yeah. Very charismatic announcer. It kind of just the overall tone of this game too is more like oddly upbeat. At least to me, it seems that way. It seems oddly upbeat compared to the other Dodonpachi games. Maybe it's just a really bright color palette and the sort of jaunty background music.
Yeah, it's definitely not as dark and depressing as Diojo.
Yes. And the soundtrack in this game, it doesn't have that sort of rock soundtrack. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's got a lot of trumpets going on and everything.
Yeah, it's a very weird soundtrack. For sure.
Yes, it is. Hausu's still hanging in there.
Yeah, the suicide for scoring is actually like related to like the rank, because you want to in 2.5 there are like big chains, including the Phantom, and you can't do those on no miss rank. So you want to like suicide to like give up the max capacity bonus. That is which, because that is the chains are worth more than that at that point.
Look at all those bombs. So, Plasmo will probably leave that bomb floating around. It flew away. Oh, no, there it is. He'll leave that bomb floating around, bomb, and then pick it up. That's kind of a classic strategy for survival you can do in a lot of Dodonpachi games.
Yeah, it gives you an extra bomb that you otherwise wouldn't have.
There it is. Wow. That pattern looks brutal.
Yeah, this is some pretty cool survival strat.
Nicely. I love how they're like almost in sync now.
Yeah. They're both playing for survival at this point, I guess. Yeah, soundtrack is pretty military-ish. The sound effects are like really weird as well.
Yeah.
It's like the star items like sound like some squeaky wheelchair. And it's like really weird. I think the Saturn or PlayStation version of the Dodonpachi also has like these same sound effects like back into the game for some reason.
Yeah, I know. It sounds bizarre.
Yeah, Hausu is still on his last life. It's like been going for a pretty long time on his last life.
Yeah, stubborn. Sometimes when you're going for a run, at least I find sometimes you can get that really stubborn life that you can just hang on to forever. And then as soon as you lose it, well, it'll be literally game over for Hausu. But there's other times, like in Ketsu, I run into this all the time where I have this really stubborn first life where I almost no-miss the entire first loop. And then stage 5, I just die like 3 times in quick succession after that.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
So maybe this is that life for Hausu. It's that stubborn one that he'll hang on to through the rest of the game.
Yeah, that can like put you out of your concentration, and you're like kind of salty.
Yes, and also it's like you can't die, so you get this extra sort of boost in your, at least I do anyway, in your determination. It's like, okay, I cannot take any moment for granted now because I will game over at the slightest mistake. Oh, as I say that.
Ah, very, very good effort.
Yeah, he made it. Now, what stage was that?
That was the 2-3.
Oh, nice. Nicely played. Yeah, and it's
Very nicely played. Yeah,
it's pretty ridiculous that Cave doesn't give you any extends other than 2. It's pretty stingy
Yeah,
stuff.
it's a lot different from the other games.
Yeah. Well, I love Ketsui because the game just keeps throwing extends at you. I appreciate that a lot. It is a little bit weird to play some arcade games that don't have extends, like Metal Slug, where at some point you're like, really? No matter what I do, you're not going to reward me at all? I don't know. It just seems weird that they never incorporated extends into it.
Yeah, sometimes the game has had extends, but then they switched them off for when the game shipped.
Oh, yeah.
I think Raiden 2 is like that.
Here we go. This boss was nasty in the first loop. Let's see how it looks in the second loop. Plasmo is sitting on a really nice amount of resources, though.
Yeah, this guy is kind of scary. It's a lot faster than the bullets. I think the biggest danger on this boss is like those small popcorn planes.
Oh yeah. Especially since he's
also,
type A,
yeah.
so he doesn't have that nice screen coverage to just blast them. He's got to move around them.
Yeah, and the way they aim is also like kind of weird. Like kind of like aim like in front of you.
Oh, I hate
like where
that.
you're going.
I hate that.
Have to really be careful with them.
I'm gonna make some enemies like that when I make my shmup. Just some obnoxious ships that will shoot either in front of you or behind you or something.
Yeah. There are a lot of games that do that actually. Like if you look under the hood.
Yeah, there's a perfect example. Very clutch though. Plasmos must be feeling himself. Whoa, he didn't get the bomb.
He missed the bomb, yeah. Yeah, that boss actually has like 2 turrets that like drop a bomb. It's
I
really
can't
nice.
remember what shmup I was playing, but there was some shmup I was playing where if you killed the boss and sort of set yourself in a position, the bomb would float into you during the like score collect screen or whatever. I can't remember what game that was, but I remember that being like a real strategy. Now the game's getting serious.
The stage is like really tricky, yeah.
When you laser enemies, does it hold your chain just like in Dodonpachi?
No, it doesn't.
Oh my gosh, no wonder.
Yeah, I think Plasmo described the scoring in this game kind of like gambling.
Right. Where you kind of need to damage
like,
them just right.
Yeah, because the chain timing is like so small. It's like really hard to like any kind of consistency out of it. It's like a lot of that is like a lot of times it's just you need to be quite lucky to get like the chain to connect well. It's so inconsistent. It's so tight.
Okay, I'm gonna swap Plasmo on. Well, never mind. I'll just leave it the way it is. I won't mess with the overlay too much. I did swap his audio over though, for the listeners.
Yeah, it's 30 frames. It's like half a second. Just like nothing.
Oh, people are requesting. Okay, I'm gonna expand Plasmo's screen. The people want it. Hang tight.
And yeah, this stage is especially difficult for Type A. Because you have all these enemies that come from the sides. And you don't have like anything to like shoot to the sides. But the only thing you have is your laser aura that you can use to like hit things on the sides. And you really have to use that to get through the stage. like a little aura around your ship that like does damage using the laser. Like the stage is like way easier with Type C. Yeah, the revenge bullets kinda behave a bit like Katsui Omote suicide bullets, I'd say. When you're at the...
Yeah, they remind me of that
maximum
when I
dis-
was watching. Kind of the way they moved.
Yeah, and on Nomue's rank, they're like worse than Katsui Ura actually. It gets really silly. Yeah, you got max bomb stock, which is 7 bombs. You can get a lot of bombs in this game, actually.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, you get a lot of bombs, and the bosses aren't really that hard once you learn them. So kind of like it's like factors into like the clear difficulty, I guess. It's mostly the stages you have to worry about. And you can bomb those because you have like a lot of bombs.
Ooh, some
So
clutch
that
dodging here.
helps a lot. Yeah, these guys are pretty nasty. Especially with Type A.
Yeah, just don't have that screen coverage.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
doesn't seem particularly fast either. I mean, that might just be me, but just watching the ship, it doesn't seem like it hauls as much as, you know, like, even like Type A and DOJ seems to move. Seems a little slower.
It's pretty fast, I'd say. Definitely, definitely does everything you want it to do. Yeah, he's in pretty good shape to like clear.
So he's gonna try and take that out. Oh, nope.
Yeah, the same trick works on the second loop, but it's obviously a lot more dangerous.
Oh, he didn't kill that other one to avoid the suicide bullets. That's why he didn't kill it.
Yeah, he got the trick. Yeah, I think he got a bunch of extra enemies. It's like generate a lot of slowdown from the missiles. That somehow makes those enemies appear. This boss is basically the same as in the first loop.
Yeah, that's always fun when you find little exploits that work in both loops. Like the boss freeze glitch in Dodonpachi stage 4.
I'm not sure if this boss has like any difference from the first loop.
Did the first loop boss have those blue bullets in the same way?
Yeah.
Oh. They want to give you a little break. You deserve it. Yeah, Plasmo is destroying this game right now.
This is it. Enemy headquarters.
Ah, he's got enemy HQ now. It'll be interesting to see how he deals with all the suicide bullets in this stage, because I'm betting it's going to be... You have to really carefully route out when and where you're killing everything. Otherwise, you're going to corner yourself. The aura damage area seems still pretty healthy in this game.
It's pretty good, yeah. So yeah, I just looked it up. Capacity bonus in the second loop is 5 million per stage. So that it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Obviously, for the stage, you want to actually chains are worth more than 5 million.
What's his score target? I could look it up on the schedule here. Let's see if he put it on.
These enemies are kind of weird
Oh,
because
nope.
you want to like
Just going
shoot
for too
the
well.
wings. You want to shoot the wings here instead of like the main body. So if you shoot the main body, like another one like pops up on both the screen and just like tackles you. it's kind of mean.
Does bullet? It looks like bullet sealing works to prevent suicide bullets still.
Yeah, that's what you have to do actually.
Yeah.
And it's basically what you have to do to survive with the no miss rank. Just seal everything and don't kill anything you don't have to. So as soon as you let out those suicide bullets, you're just instantly dead.
Wow.
Yeah, this stage has these helicopters that like shoot like very fast bullets that you might have seen here, like here. In the Hong Kong version, the one I mentioned, where all the bullets are like twice as fast.
Wow.
They actually go so fast they like can go through your sprite. And not
Oh,
hit you.
tunneling.
Yeah. It's really funny.
Because the collision, doesn't it? Oh, okay, I might get wrong about this because my memory's a little hazy. But don't they check for collisions, something like every 30 frames or something? So there's so it's possible for the bullets to just sneak right through your sprite if it's just right.
Yeah. This mid boss has like a very big, it's like a really big point value. Really want to start with the core and then start the chain from the core. It's like a very big chain.
Yeah, Shalanchi could definitely no miss this. Not a problem.
Yeah, we're coming up on the Phantom.
Oh.
The Phantom chain.
He's gonna go for a big old chain here.
I don't think he is.
Oh. I thought he was keeping that enemy alive to chain it.
I think that's how the chain starts, yeah. But it's a really, really difficult chain. It's like I think only WTN ever did it. And no one else.
That's crazy. So if you get that in the Magnum, that's just recipe for a world record, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's 20 million, so... Just that chain alone is worth 10 million, so... That's like a huge amount. Yeah, it's like so hard and like so inconsistent. It's like several frame perfect tricks or something.
Oh,
in a row.
someone in chat said I pronounced Shalanchi wrong. But isn't that the best way to pronounce it? Even if it isn't right?
Long.
It's like Guwenge. Like, you're not supposed to say that, but doesn't it just sound so nice to say? Oh, speaking of pronunciation, don't some people call this DonPachi? Like they drop the E? I've heard that before.
Yeah, I think the announcer does it.
Yeah. DonPachi.
M.Knight. There is a video of it, but it's not public.
Yes, I was about to say. That's why it's the Phantom.
It's top secret information.
Okay, here we go. So there's gonna be some sort of hibachi creature after this fight. I'm excited because I actually have not seen the TLB, funnily enough. Well,
yeah, don't get your hopes up.
Okay. Well, another one that I mispronounced for an entire podcast episode was Ketsui Destiny. I pronounced it Death Tiny for an entire episode because I thought, Death Tiny makes sense. Destiny sounds ridiculous. So I thought maybe I could just petition to officially change that game's name to Death Tiny instead.
Yeah, there's some funny names that they used.
Well, I'm trying to think. If you go with DonPachi, right? Then it's Dodonpachi. And then Dodonpachi, DOJ, and then side. I'm trying to even think how those would be pronounced.
Don't even think about sparing the ammo.
Yes, the TLB.
Okay, here we go. I'm excited. Is it going to be a giant bee? It better be.
This is the only place in the game where you can actually like shoot the scenery. It's pretty funny.
You get like a
really high chain.
flare.
You get a really high chain of that, but it's like worth nothing.
It's a bee. It's Big B, but he's small.
It's him. It's a doomsday machine. It's pretty cute, Big B.
Yeah, he's a cute little guy.
Yeah, safe spot here. It's actually the first pattern from Saideojo Hibachi.
Oh yeah, I recognize that. Because I played a little bit of that in 360 mode.
But yeah, this guy isn't like super threatening. It's very static.
How do the bombs work? Are there any bomb shenanigans, like bomb shields or anything? Or like
No.
Big B and Dodonpachi, you need to use your regular bombs and not laser bombs because they do way more damage for some reason.
No, you can just bomb him to death. Yeah, that's it already.
Plasmo made that look like a stroll in the park.
Hardest video game boss ever. Yeah, it's only from like Dodonpachi that actually made the last boss hard. It's kind of an extra boss in this one. It's the ball in this one.
Great play-in. That was impressive.
Yeah, I think that was no miss actually.
I was about to say, but I didn't want to say it and be wrong.
It's very, very impressive, yeah.
That goes into the Hall of Fame. See, the thing about... This is an interesting topic. The thing about when you're really good at a shmup, it's almost like... Yeah. Because you make it look so much tamer than it actually is.
And here's a Tourplan mascot actually. Like right here.
Whoops.
It's a little nod to like Tourplan.
Rest in peace, Toplan.
But yeah, Plasmo is just used to
Team
like,
ASE.
Plasmo is used to the no
Taking
rank,
over
so this,
Shmup Slam.
This is all very easy for him.
Yes, yes. That's why we need to force him to play Pink Sweets or something next time around.
Yeah, on Noma's rank, this is seriously like 3 times as difficult. It's really stupid.
Well, hell yeah. Awesome. So let's see what we got up next.
Play on easy mode.
Hopefully they hop on the mic. Here, I'll message them, see if they want to hop on the mic real quick. I think Pearl's next, right? Yes, Pearl, and then a time cushion that we'll just go right over. Because we're a little bit behind.
And Phantasmagoria Truce. The dankest game.
Alright, I'll message them, see if they want to join.
And yeah, this game still had like the old cave logo. It's the only game that has
right
old cave logo. It's really funny.
Oh, Plasmo always changes his name, so it's always hard to ping him. All right.
Yeah, it's just like a giant string of letters.
I got him. I tracked it
It's
down.
like a password generator.
There he is. There they are. How's it going, you guys?
Going all right. That could have gone better, but
I was saying you had that last life though. It hung in there, you know. I was hoping you could string it through. Was it possible for you, if you were playing just really on point, to string that through all the way to the end, or is there certain points where you just have to have extra resources?
I'd say I could probably on one life get to 2-5 if I played really well. 2-4 I lose a lot of resources, and probably like the end of 2-5 I'll just sputter out because I won't have enough bombs for the last bit. But I like died in a really weird spot, and I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah.
Like right before the item carrier, and I'd never really done that recovery before.
It almost looked like what happened is that you thought you'd sealed the ship, and it just was like no, and fired and hit you in the face. That's kind of what it looked like.
Yeah, that can happen.
That happens to me a lot.
Yeah, it's something we didn't really mention, but like recovery after that is like pretty difficult in this game because you lose like all your power and it takes like forever to get it back.
Right. Yeah. Again, very Toplan like as compared to, you know, Dodonpachi, where some places, especially in the first loop, it can be a little bit tricky, but for the most part it's not too bad.
Yeah, dying like at the item carrier, I was really worried about that, so I was practicing it a lot, and I was like, oh, I did it, and then one thing clipped me right at the end, and I'm like, oh shoot, I don't know what to do now. And like dying at the item carrier is okay because you can power up right after it. And it's almost, in my PBs, I usually die there, and it's just a good place to recover and then not have no miss rank for the next, you know, loop.
So Plasma, what do you have to say for yourself? Let's see. I see you in the chat. I don't know if you can hear me now, but we're pretty sure you missed the game, made it look like a walk in the park. I meant a few words. I think, I don't know if he can hear me or not.
No comment.
No comment. He just showed up in the chat to make his presence known. Yes.
Ah, it didn't work. I thought I was unmuted, but somehow I was muted or something. I don't know.
It was an effective, it was effective strategy though. It was almost like you're, you know, just making your presence known.
Yeah, no. I'm here. Yeah. What I wanted to say is dying in the loop is especially terrible because you urgently need those power-ups back, but they are just taunting you, flying on the screen, and all the suicide bullets coming from above. So it's really bad. It can easily lead to chain deaths. So one death and it's usually just another miss, maybe even 3 misses. But yeah, if you do not die, however, then it's not so bad. So I was lucky not to die because this would have just skyrocketed in difficulty. So I got the clear for both of us. We're fine. The DonPachi team won. At least in the first loop or something, in the story, like in the second loop, it's the real enemies. I forgot. Who cares about stories and shmups anyways?
7 years later.
Yep, fun game. Play my DonPachi. Oh yeah, I gotta get ready for the commentary desk, actually, so I'm setting it up now. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah, good ones, man. Thank you, no problem.
All right, then welcome to the next run, which is Phantasmagoria Truth. And well, the actual Japanese name is a little bit more complicated, but who can read those characters anyway? The commentary desk today is joined by not only Satis and me, but also now by Jaimers, who has very kindly agreed to help us out a little bit, because we've just heard that he has played it a lot in the past, knows about all the intricacies of the game. So yeah, thanks a lot. I'm probably the least knowledgeable of the bunch. I'm just here to see the roach dancing and the big numbers, and that's basically it.
Yeah, I figured I'd just like stay because I guess probably I'm like I played this for like the most out of like everyone here.
But you've played it quite a bit as well, Satis, right?
I played it for 30 minutes.
Oh, that's 40 minutes more than me.
Okay.
That should do it.
Yeah.
But I mean, the game isn't super popular, so
it's pretty obscure, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say.
So it's not too.
It's gotta make do.
It's probably just easily one of the best like Toho fan games, though. I'd say. Still, even when it's like a pretty old game at this point.
When was it released anyway? Like roughly speaking?
Oof, 2012 or something. It's been a while.
This era.
Yeah, it's around there.
I think they started already.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but
run start.
I say like Toho fan game, but it doesn't really have a lot of like mechanically. It doesn't have like a lot of common with Toho. It doesn't have like a lot of story or anything in it. It's mostly just like very arcade-like shmup made in this engine that happens to be made for Toho fan games. So it's kind of like that deal.
I'm not really sure how to explain the scoring from the start, but I think the most important thing to cover first is that there's a multiply, it's called. Well, it's a multiplier. It's in the bottom right, and when it reaches 999, you basically enter a hyper, which will cost like this yellow ring around you. And whenever something like a point item or yellow item, or gold item, whatever, enters this ring, it's going to be duplicated into a ghost item. And this it's pretty important because it's going to increase like your base value, or based as it says on one of the page screens, and increase the red meter, which is at the top. That's like DFK black label. It's like rank, but also increase how much score you get. And
yeah, this game has a lot of mechanics. It looks very complicated at first, but once you understand it, it's not really that complicated.
Yeah.
And yeah, this game has like rank, exactly like DFK Black Label. You can see like how crazy it gets at max rank. So you really want to get like the hyper as quickly as possible. So you have like these iframes which you can use to deal with all of this crazy stuff.
Yeah, capturing spells is super important in this. Not only for spell bonus, but it also increases the rate by 0.1. So that's like that's also a scoring multiplier. And you can see it like in the bottom right. It says rate 2.07 on Pearl screen. It's very small though. So sometimes it's gonna use like a bomb on the non-spell beforehand and cancel out the bullets of the spell afterwards, because that makes it consistent and also keeps the spell bonus for some reason. It shouldn't, but it does.
Yeah, this game is made in Danmakufu. Just like make your own Toho game engine kind of deal. So it's like very like moddable, and you can see these players have like a lot of fun, like modifying the game a bit for this one.
Yeah. Also, a very important part is I mentioned how like when the multiplier is 999, when there's this yellow circle around them. These ghost items that get like duplicated. Whenever you collect one, I think you get like 2 iframes, and there's like this small orange circle that appears whenever you're invincible like that. And that's how they can go through so many bullets all the time. And you can also, whenever this orange circle is up, orange, red, whatever, you can press the C button, and that'll basically it's a hyper cancel, and it'll just cancel everything in the big circle that you spawn by pressing the button. That's a rainbow circle. You'll see quite a lot here, and that's very important for scoring.
Yeah, basically what you want to do is get to hyper as quickly as possible. Get like the yellow items to 99. Then you want to spawn. You want to get to max rank as quick as possible after that, to be able to spawn as many revenge bullets as possible. Then you want to collect these revenge bullets in like one specific spot, and then cancel your hyper, so you can cancel all of those revenge bullets at once. That gives you like a giant like item explosion that you can see often here. That's basically what you want to do. Yeah, every time you release the hyper, you lose like a tiny bit of multiplier. So you have to like collect a couple of extra of those yellow items to get back into hyper as quick as possible. Yeah, that's kind of the gameplay loop, which you can see here.
Exactly, and also the way you collect gold items in the first place, you have to like stop shooting for a bit to make them turn golden. Otherwise, they're always gonna be blue if you're shooting.
And the rank itself, does it stay always on max? Or does it go down and you have to bring it up again? Or does it work?
I don't know actually, but I assume it drops when you get hit and probably bomb.
Yeah, but I mean not from like cashing in items and stuff like that. So then in this aspect, at least, unlike DFK Black Label.
Yeah, it just seems to be maxed the entire time.
Alright.
Collecting blue items raises the rank, and collecting yellow items lowers it.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Then if you die, you lose like all the rank, I think. And as bombing gives you like drops like by half, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm just mesmerized by those huge numbers. I mean, already I have no idea how to even spell this number. It's so good.
Yeah, it's a lot. They also like there are like additional mechanics as well. You can see in like the bottom left, they're like meters. For like there's like a purple one, a green one, a yellow one. The purple one is for point items you collect. Like the blue ones, once you collect that enough and like fill the bar, you spawn and extend. The yellow one is for graze. It's like if you graze a bunch of bullets and you fill up that meter, you also get like explosion that like changes all the items around you into like yellow items, and sometimes blue. And there's also a thing that like it cancels the bullets. It spawns like a ring around you that like cancels all the bullets and like spawns the item. Yeah. And that is actually like you have to like take into account that is bad for scoring, because you don't want to like cancel all the bullets when you want to cancel the hyper yourself for scoring. So you have to like keep that in mind, the meters as well. Make sure you don't like trigger those at like the wrong times. You can see like Romtoy is like very close on the yellow meter, so it's good to get like a cancel here.
So according to the players, stage 3 probably has some of the most dodging in the routes, so it's very likely they'll die here, apparently. But also, deaths in this game, unless it's very like situational on how costly it is. Like the death itself, like barely matters. It's just whatever you lose from dying, like opportunity. I'm not sure how to word that exactly, but you're basically losing out on the score you could have gotten while you're dead. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think Pearl is on stage 4 right now.
It's stage 3.
Oh, stage 3, okay.
And that's a edited ball.
world, dude.
Yeah, he's using bombs here to bring down the opponents to low HP, so they're easier to capture, like right before the spell starts.
Yeah, that's kind of like an exploit going on here.
Yeah.
Normally, in like Toho games, the spell cards have like kind of like a super barrier around them, like when it starts, to make sure bombs from the previous pattern don't like overgo from the non-spell to the spell card and damage it. In this game, that's not a thing. So you can right before a spell starts, you can release a bomb, and that bomb will damage the spell card. And damage it like so much that you can even like skip it, and you still get the spell card bonus for capturing it, even though you used a bomb.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a little exploit here. That's abused a lot. It's kind of a shame. It's kind of like a shame that it turns out like an oversight.
Yeah, Pearl's doing it here again. Hey, outright skipped it.
Yeah.
Just ended immediately.
You lose a tiny bit of score because the bomb makes you have to like recharge the hyper, like a tiny bit of yellow items.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a lot more safer. It's a lot safer. Yeah, you can see he has to convert a few of them into yellow, otherwise he would get all of them blue.
Oh, that was... I don't think that was intentional, that bomb, but it worked out anyway. He still has to dodge nothing on this.
Yeah, it skips it right away.
So... it looks fine, but he told me that it's very important that he keeps the bomb gauge in the bottom left low here. Because otherwise it's gonna interfere with his routes on stage 4. Both players are basically using the same route, by the way.
Yeah, stage 4 is like a giant cash-in point. Because they're like these big fairies, and they like shoot like a ton of bullets. And they're all from like one point. So if you're like right next to that point when they start firing, you graze like all those bullets at once. And then you see the yellow meter will just go crazy and like give you tons and tons of cancels.
Yeah.
And it's worth a lot of points.
Yeah, I believe some of those fairies, these players will get up to like 6 or 7 grace cancels. I'm not sure if there's some kind of glitch going on as well. I think they mentioned that you have to let go of the shot for like 1 or 2 frames, like right before he'll fire, and that somehow despawns the string. You'll see it right here.
Yeah,
he's getting a lot of grace cancels.
Yeah, if you see what those fairies actually like fire, they like fire like very, very huge patterns, but you don't get to see them at all. Because he just grazes all of it and cancels it.
Yeah, very clean run so far. But stage 4 is the hardest stage and also the most important one. Going pretty well right now, definitely.
Yeah, this game is also like pretty huge, like pretty beefy when it comes to content. Also now we're playing just like one mode of the game, like unlimited. Just like technically kind of maybe like the hardest difficulty, I guess. Maybe not really. It's the highest difficulty, but it's also like the shortest one. And it doesn't have any of the alternate routes that the other modes have. Like the other modes have like branching paths, like extra stages that you can unlock if you reach certain conditions. And some stages also have like branching paths, like how G-Darius does it. You go to like one side of the screen to go to like a different route. Unlimited doesn't have any of that. It's just 6 stages back to back, and that's it. It's just a lot of content. Like one mode is also where it doesn't use any of this hyper system either, which is also like quite a different kind of challenge.
Yeah.
I think there are three secret stages in the normal mode. Like unseen stages 1, 2, and 3. They're all like very, very long stages as well. One of them has laser wheels.
Oh, that's not an intentional death from Poe.
Ooh.
Does look like he recovered though. Yeah, I don't think that's.
Pearl had a lot of fun just modding things in this game.
Yeah.
I see a lot of things that are not supposed to be like that. Yeah, you can see them basically use like a bomb on like every spell card.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cup is supposed to be like warning. Yeah, you get like a ton of bombs. If you score in this game, you get like a ton of resources. You can see like Pearl already has like 15 lives.
Yeah, I don't think I can count that high, honestly. It's just too many.
Yeah, so if you just want to like clear the game, it's not really super difficult, but for scoring it's like a very fun game.
It's a pretty cool system, I think.
Yeah. Because when you're scoring, you also get like so many lives, you get like so many bombs as well, so it's not really any penalty for like using this like exploit to like skip spell cards.
Oh shit, he has no bombs now, so he has to dodge this pattern.
Oh no. Imagine dodging in a shmup. Yeah, this pattern is pretty weird because those like big orbs, they can like really sneak up on you.
Yeah.
Move pretty weird.
And like, unlike SA, the game this character is originally from, the boss, I mean, these suns have pretty big hitboxes. You can't like dip your butt into them and expect to be alive.
Yeah, they're kind of like the whole sprite actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clear screen is just all numbers. Just number porn. Yeah, Pearl is now on a very cool stage here. So this actually incorporates like environment type setting from like older shmups. You have to like navigate this background maze. You can touch the green and all the blocks actually and not die at least. So there's that. Pretty unique stage design for Toho fan game.
Yeah, it's very unique.
You see enemy bullets also like getting absorbed by the walls. So there is strategy in like hiding behind some walls. But with the hyper, you just want to like go into everything anyway. So
yeah.
Destroy all the red blocks because they like give you point items, destructible blocks.
Luckily you don't die if you collide with these, but you can definitely get squished by them, which I think is a possibility a bit further in.
Yeah, I think you could get squished like back there. The blocks that move down. Yeah, I'm still not sure if it's or this game or Alternative Sphere has like the highest number of points you can get. They're both pretty absurd. Go into like the quintillions. Yeah, Ramtoy in stage 4. Gets the big cancel right there. Very nice. Also immediately just like drops a life and a bomb. Because of so many grazing.
Yeah. This pattern probably is on is kind of funky. Like the closer you are in this beam of light in the middle, the slower you are.
Yeah, isn't this pattern from like Seiho? Can't remember that. The game has like a bunch of different references to other games.
Doesn't look like it's going too well for Ramtoy right now. Doesn't have that many lives left. I mean, relatively speaking, to how many Pearl had at the same spot. Oh. I think that was a suicide actually, because he wanted to refill his bombs.
Yeah, you want to have the bombs, yeah, to get like skip these spell cards.
Yeah. There's like star items in this game too, but they actually do nothing. Like literally nothing.
Literally nothing. Yeah, maybe a bit about like the player sprites they're using. These are like the very basic, like default, like Danmaku player sprites. Don't really have like an image to them. But they're pretty useful to use at least because you can see like the hitbox like very clearly. You can like change them to like more filled in characters.
Yeah, they're playing this character because it has the strongest shot, basically.
Yeah.
And an extremely strong bomb.
Yeah, basically all the default shots in the Mark IV are like the shots from like Perfect Charlie Blossom 207. They're like very, very similar to the ones in that game.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but I feel like Pearl is on PB pace right now. I don't know exactly how much score stage 6 gives, but he's approaching his PB right now.
He's a very beast right now. For sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's like 2 million beasts already. It's pretty high. This is the final stage actually for Pearl.
Yeah.
This stage section is pretty crazy in terms of like bullet numbers. Get some really juicy cancels here.
The stage is also quite short. Yeah, those like fairies with spell circles coming in fire just an insane amount of bullets.
Yeah, just look at the slowdown when you like such a huge cancel. It's like so satisfying.
Yeah.
Boom! Look at all these items.
Yeah, when Ramtoy gets here, we're probably gonna see even more slowdown because has a worse PC.
Oh, look at that one! Look at that one! That's so satisfying. Just the entire screen, just like full of void items.
Yeah, it's a really good score.
It's pretty cave-like in that sense, actually. Just the entire screen full of score items.
I suppose too much HP, so he has to dodge a bit here.
Yeah, all these final boss spells have like a lot of HP to them. So you do have to dodge at least a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, this boss has like super cool patterns that you probably don't get to see much of. This game in general has like really cool patterns, really very cool inspired patterns. Very fun to dodge. Yeah, this game was made by this guy named Len, which I think is still like the best designer for like patterns. Also made a bunch of other fan games as well, or at least he like helped make them. And all the games he's involved in are basically just like the best ones.
Right, that did not look intentional. Let's escalate the pattern.
Yeah, you can see it for a tiny bit right there. Yeah, look at how cool these non-spells are. It's all these overlapping crisscross things.
Yeah, this one's pretty cool. And some nice point blank racing you can do here.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a shame, like all these cool patterns get kind of like skipped and cheesed. You can play standard, I guess, though. The standard mode doesn't have the hypers. So you do have to dodge in that mode, I guess.
Oh.
Nah, I didn't make Salamander. It's a different dude. Does give like the same kind of vibes though, for sure.
This panel looks quite hard. Oh.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Yeah, that makes a lot of like very like arcade like patterns and stages. Like all the games he's been involved in are like very like cave-like, arcade-like. Like there was like one Toho fan game where we made like the entirety of like Crimson Clover Stage 5 with the spinning laser things at the end. It was just really good.
Doesn't look too happy about that, Def.
Nah, he's taking a few deaths here, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure how large the spell bonuses are at this point.
I guess it depends on like the rate you currently have.
Yeah, his rate is quite high too.
Oh yeah, I don't think we mentioned that at all, the rate in the bottom right. It's like overall multiplier that gets applied to everything. You increase it by like capturing spell cards and like doing those hyper cancels. And it decreases when you like die and stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a built-in default scoring system that the Mark IV has. It's also just like a part of this one. It's on top of everything. And that's it for Pull, I think.
That's hard to read the second digit, but 2.6 quintillion, maybe? I don't actually know.
It's too big. And Ramtoy is having like really good cancels here. Stage 6, very juicy ones. Yeah, just look at all those revenge bullets and just all the slowdown and all the items. And it's so good. And I'm also going into the last boss. Actually, I think Bill just missed the TLB, didn't he? Or did I know that?
Wasn't that the TOB? The pattern at the end with butterflies?
I'm not sure. Not sure actually. I think I missed it. But yeah, this does have a TLB. I'm not sure what the requirements are though. So I think you can miss this TLB. I think.
Are they gonna suicide? Yeah. Time to restock on bombs.
Okay, you need 800k based for the TLB.
Oh, that's 2 deaths in a row here. Yeah, Ramtar was just waiting for Grace release until ending the pattern, but that also costed 2 deaths.
Yeah, you can't get the TLB if you're not based enough. Yeah, it's still pretty big, like the Sparkle bonuses are like 100 million. And the 100 million is not like a lot in this game, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game has some pretty cool music. It's all like royalty free as well, I think.
I think, well, Amazon Audio, but Pro replace some of the soundtrack. I wouldn't be able to say which ones though.
I think it's all like Cyber Rainforest. It's like all the, like every Dojin shmup has that. Has tracks from that. Oof.
That would look pretty nasty. The resource count looks good for clear though. It doesn't look like lives are very good for clear bonus or anything.
Yeah, this is a tough battle, for sure.
Does it have a bomb shield?
I think it has. Don't quote me on that though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Looks
you
like
can
it
see right
does.
there. It doesn't have a border shield. Did like no damage.
This pattern's being really mean right now. It's like white rice walls.
Yeah, and those lasers are also like super thick. Take up a lot of screen space. Now you can see like TLB, yeah, like appearing. Yeah, they kind of use like all use like the same sound effects. They all come from the same place. That's a pretty nasty TLB. He's hanging in there though.
Nice. I actually managed to capture it.
Nice. Like a big splash of items if you capture that.
Alright. GG. That's
nice.
Some nice scores.
The very cool ones.
think that was 1.53 quintillion. And I got 2.6 quintillion.
Yeah, those were really nice.
Quintillion.
I think it's quintillion. Just
Yeah, it is quintillion.
Did you count?
No, the score just should be in this ballpark. By the way, Pro beat as well
Yeah, by
by a bit. Yeah.
yeah.
We can't tell anything about with these numbers, dude. It's like impossible.
So he had 2.3 quints before, and now 2.6. So quite a jump.
I thought he had like 2.56 or something, but I could have just jumped out.
Yeah, I mean, so many numbers. Who knows?
Either way, getting a PB on a live run is really awesome.
It's
it's really, really good. It's also uses like those super cursed like kanji counters that like nobody ever uses it or sees.
It's a very good name entry. More ASE.
Yeah. It's a shame you can't do it in Rolling Gunner. I would have done that as well.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, this is a very cool game. Definitely check it out.
All right, let's get the players in here. Do we have some time? I guess so. Maybe. So we'll just ping them.
Alrighty, so impressive play for sure. Yeah, do that while I get these overlay set up.
Hi. Oh my god.
What's up, gamers?
What's up?
Great. I'll get the next run prepared while you all chat.
Yeah. Oh, my head hurt the entire run. I was tensed up the whole day. It wasn't healthy of me. But at least I pulled through.
Yeah, I fucked up stage 3. I'm pretty fucking annoyed about it.
Yeah.
Like the one stage I fucked up is one I was worrying about the most is stage 3.
Yeah, same. I think it just became overthinking and it just kind of went down. And stage 4 kind of had a tragic end, but well.
So Jaimers, how was that stage 4?
Was it good?
That's pretty spicy, yeah. Pretty,
Oh, yeah.
pretty based, I'd say.
Based even. Oh
yeah,
shit.
Good.
Yeah, that's fucking stage 4, dude. It's like all your score.
Yeah, that's I don't even know what my stats were in stage 4, but that was my best pace ever into stage 3.
Really?
Yeah.
And then it wasn't. And you died.
It was still a bit above my best pace into stage 4. Like the whole run was basically like PB all the way through except for like the stage 3 fuck up.
Ah, alright. Yeah, I think my stage 1, 2, and 5 were quite good, but I did say myself well in stage 6, but it's not too optimal. So yeah, but I'm very very happy with my run, even though it's not PB.
It's still a good score. Almost Vieren's score from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, very good ones, the both of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, did anyone like the new ball in stage 3?
Yeah, did any of you guys notice it?
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Yeah,
the fucking joy emoji.
I enjoyed the cockroach.
Oh, I'm sure everyone fucking enjoyed it. That's all I was hoping for.
Wasn't it dancing or something?
Everyone.
I tried making it a GIF, but then it
God
disappeared.
damn it. You have to try harder next time. I want to see it dance.
Yeah, I'll make it fucking accept GIFs next time, so I can make it spin.
I hope people enjoyed my sleepy Marissa.
It's good.
Yeah. But of course, Cockroach deserves its attention more than Rusa.
Alright, did anyone notice the Black Tiger?
The Black Tiger?
Oh?
There's a Black Tiger reference in stage 4. Did anyone catch it?
I guess not.
Oh, it stays hidden.
So there are some Easter eggs. So we
Yeah.
have to watch it again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect.
Gotta watch replay.
Yeah.
Oh. Replay value. Yeah, that was... I'm happy with that.
Yep, me too.
What we got after? Demonizer and Time Cushion, the best shmup.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
need time cushion right now.
Fucking love.
This poor game just gets completely modded like crazy. Yeah.
I'm not sorry for what I did.
Yeah, I don't really have any other words to say, so this was very great to participate in, so I appreciate it, and bye for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out as well.
Yeah, goodbye.
Later. Good luck.
Forget to get
Good luck
on
on the
Zero.
next runs, everyone.
Yeah, good
Commentator
luck.
as well.
Hmm.
Alright, later.
All right, everyone. Up next, we have Demonizer. Just getting it set up. Hopefully, it won't take too long. Hey, everyone.
Good morning.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go.
Oh, they're sick of hearing me talk. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Good morning. I'm Elixir. Unlike the previous runner, Elixir, we're here to run Demonizer. It's a beautiful 6 degrees outside here at 5:30 in the morning in South Australia. We're going to be running Demonizer. We are playing with Snow on normal difficulty. I don't have hard on lock enough to demonstrate it yet. And we are going to beat this jerk here, Pitchy, who's got a score of 14,276,623. That's what we're aiming to beat.
And
basically what that's going to...
Snow is a new character for people who picked up the game, and I haven't played Snow much yet, so I'm excited. Because I have played Demonizer, and I have gotten a normal clear, but I haven't done it with Snow. I did it with the OG character.
Yeah, it's good old Amy here. Yeah, Snow is a more survival-oriented character. She has a different score threshold to Amy. Amy's numbers get bigger, but Snow has a much more fun bomb to use. So I guess we'll just get going and see how things go.
Yes, let's do it.
So the first big difference between Snow and Amy is that Amy shoots arrows from her eyes, whereas Snow shoots sissification MP3s, which will make the bullets gay so they won't hit us. Basically, you slow down the bullets, and if you shoot them enough, then they go away. This is mostly useful for creating little bits of clearance in bullet patterns so you can have a bit more stability. More important is her bomb is extremely good. It doesn't do much damage because it's built around reflecting bullets, and we're on normal, there's less bullets. But the iframes it has is huge. And in conjunction with how you can build a lot of meter for your bomb by being directly on top of an enemy hitbox, means that you can rebuild your bombs a lot more frequently.
Yeah, and her shot type reminds me a lot of the C-shot from Dodonpachi, the wave.
Yeah, I tend to think of like a Darius wave.
Yeah, that too.
But, yeah, huge coverage. If you've never seen this game before, the way that options work is sort of like the Raiden Fighter's Fairy or your Garega homing shot, where when you're unfocused, they'll just run up and hit things directly.
Yeah.
But they actually have health bars, the options, so you'll need to pull them back with the focused fire in order to make sure that they don't get killed in combat. When you're in focused fire, it's Ketsui lock-on, but, you know, it's like you're doing the wide shot where it's very quick lock-ons.
Yeah, and I love the way the options work in this game, because if you play Garega, it's like using the seeking options that just feel real nice and powerful, and they can take some damage for you too, right?
Yes. And of course, you don't want to lose them all, because one of the end of stage bonuses on each level is not losing any of your options. The other ones are no miss bonus, making sure that you've recovered any friends who happen to be on that stage, and maintaining your total number of options collected, which is in the bottom left. That's the number currently at 3. There's no bonus for not using bombs, so bomb all the time.
Yes.
Bombs are so good in the game.
It's a little bit of it's like Garega. Let the bombs fly.
Yeah, that's superior Yagawa design.
And what's fun about this game, it's like the inverse of Toho, where Toho has all flying enemies. This game has all ground enemies, pretty much. So that's pretty cool.
And they use cover and stuff. It's very annoying. So yeah, I believe there's a mini boss there. I don't know. I've never seen it.
Goodbye. Yeah, I remember the first time I played this game, I was saving up the bombs a lot for some reason. Like, I thought you had to save them. And so, yeah, the early stages can get quite a bit more challenging if you don't bomb.
Now, this boss here, we are basically going to hang around here in order to prep, just so I don't run into any arrows while I'm commentating. But the important thing is, in the final phase of this boss, we're going to get a bunch of trash mobs spawning, and we want to milk them a bit for points. So, one of the big sources of score in this game is these grey heart items. Calm down. There we are. Grey heart items, they are your shot level up, and they're also a Yagawa metal chain. I believe that's the last of the Zako. Yep.
Oh, nice.
So we can just bomb our way through.
They also seem to just fly right to you.
Yeah. So it's dependent on how high your shot level is, whether you'll get the suction effect. And this is stage 3. There's actually going to be some priests which will be preventing us from getting that suction in a while. Now, Generally, your priority target in this game is these shield guys because they have very dense bullet configuration and take a lot of health. They take a lot of hits. And so it's very easy for those to, if you're not paying attention, kill your options. You can tell when options are taking damage because you hear this squelchy, and you know if you've lost one when you hear a very distinctive scream. Okay, annoying sword guy. So that was the squelch example, so pull him back a bit, collect some shot ups to get their health back.
Oh, real quick, I'll fix the overlay because I forgot he has game info off screen, so hang in there.
Yeah, I should have gone with a 3x4 layout, which actually keeps all the information on the screen.
Yeah, I think I actually requested that directly. I was like, hey, can you put the stuff on the screen so I can play in Tate? Or something like that. I can't remember what exactly it was.
Yeah, there's been some adjustments in 1.1. Demonic difficulty in particular is much fairer, so if you've seen the ridiculous playthrough that Jaimers did, the game is a bit nicer than it was then. Just bomb this section. I'm not messing with that one. That one can snowball really easily. Extends in this game are score-based various thresholds. It's not just a fixed number. There's also a stage extend in the next level coming up. Alright, getting up to boss 3. This is the first time that we get to see the gun effect in this game, which is a lot like a lot of lasers in shooters, where you get the trace line followed by the actual shot. So I generally go by audio cue here. You click, and then about a second later, it'll move in. Oh, this is... Yeah, just gonna panic bomb there. That was getting a bit out of control. That diving attack is just a setup for the next phase. It's not actually an attack, and we cannot avoid it. Now, the big thing here is your homing shots get distracted a lot in this phase by the familiars that have been summoned. So you need to make sure that your actual main shot is what's hitting the boss.
I think it's awesome, the art style in this game, where you're like fighting through little villages and churches and stuff. I like that a lot.
Now, there's no friend recovery bonus this. That was actually gaining every bonus for that level. Level 4, cruelty is the point. So, this is the level with the most heavy use of the rescuing friends mechanic. There's a lot of people in cages. They're getting set up in vats, getting tied up and beaten up for the hell of it. And oh, okay, that was the auto bomb going on.
There's also some stage hazards too you have to watch out for.
And that's annoying because they're coming up to the first zombie section, and these have exploding corpses, which is somewhat unstable to deal with. You've also got to watch out for the mines there, that they don't kill any of my options while they're out. Nearly got our first bomb recovery. I usually spend a bomb in this section, but I'm going to have to be a bit safe. Fortunately, this is normal difficulty, not so bad here. We want a bomb here to make sure that these lightning wizards don't electrocute any of our friends trapped there. Now I'm going to get some guys just throwing some sort of magic missile at the people who are tied up. There's going to be some sections where it's ambiguous whether I've actually saved the friends, but basically if you don't hear the scream, then you're good. Bomb there. Just to make sure I deal with
suicide
the one
bullets
that's behind you. Alright, this mini boss is pretty quick usually. Just about there we are. But unfortunately your options do often tank a couple of hits there. So you gotta watch out. Alright, second half of this stage. This section is pretty straightforward. Hit stuff. Make sure that you take care of that guy before he electrocutes the water, because if you're on top of it at the time, you will take a hit. And we basically, if I'm gonna beat my previous best, then I need to make sure that this entire run is deathless. Stage 7 is really gonna be the key. This is a very back-heavy challenge. Okay, these guys, you gotta make sure that you do not hit the harpies which are flying about, because they're currently being brainwashed. So you gotta take care of the guy in charge. We just lost one, so that's gonna hurt our score for this level. We'll see how we go. This section, you need to protect this Lamia in order to get the stage extend. Pretty easy to do on normal, can be a bit trickier on hard, and much more so on demonic, because...
Yeah, on hard mode,
an option as well.
The boss of the stage is real tough.
This boss isn't too bad on hard. On demonic, it's a build thing. Yeah.
Maybe that's what I was playing. I remember it being crazy though. I was like, holy hell.
You're gonna get it. You get a lot of stuff on the screen no matter the difficulty you're playing on. First phase is pretty straightforward. He's got these familiars that shoot a bunch of stuff, but their patterns are easy. This second phase is where things can get really hectic on higher difficulties. On normal, you can do basically the point blank there. Anytime he's ducking behind that lava, he's involved. Yeah, we can see there, lost the option and lost the...
Oh, nicely done, yes. Yeah, much different than what I was remembering. I must have been playing Demon Mode because it was crazy.
So while we're in this section, I guess I'll talk about how, maximum score is 3,000 for each medal when you're playing on normal with snow. That goes up to 6,000 on hard and I think 9,000 on demonic. Amy, it's 5,008 and 10, I think.
This section is
Panic
fun.
Bomb there. Staying safe for marathon. Really, this one is just, you just gotta manage when the horses are coming in, because they're what add the complications to dealing with the flyers here. You really want at least one bomb in stock before getting to the boss, as that will allow much greater exploitation of bombs for the boss fight, which really stabilizes. Oh, dang.
Yeah, this boss fight without bombs can be pretty tricky. Oh, yeah, by the way, don't items give you invulnerability, which really comes in handy in the later stages?
The option items specifically
yes.
give you invul. So that's the red items that pop up. Alright, this is going to be rough. No bombs. Going in, gonna need to lock onto one of these side shots and then immediately get to the middle so we got some breathing room. Fortunately, this is where
this guy.
No strength in the character really come in. Okay, we got a bomb. Sit on top of things to rebuild our bomb gauge. Look at that. We've nearly got our next bomb already. In fact, we do have it now.
The fact that snow reflects those bullets is really, really good, by the way.
So good.
It's really good.
So much more like, and her iframes are so much larger than Amy's are, which is what makes Amy's bombing really tricky to use, is that you have like half a second at most. Like way less than you usually expect from a bomb's invul time.
Yeah, I remember discussing this game with Danbo, the creator of Blue Revolver. He's like, more iframes. Bring on the iframes for the bombs.
Oh yeah, snow is absolutely a Dumbo bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I get a free resources? Thanks, Dumbo. So, the ninjas are the tricky part of this first section there. They move very fast. On higher difficulties, they can be a massive nuisance. I just bombed through that mini-boss just to make sure it doesn't accidentally kill any of my friends who are tied up there.
Should we feel guilty for murdering all these villagers? Or are they getting what is coming to them?
Oh no, that's oh man, we just lost a familiar. That's unfortunate. Oh no, the humans are absolute bastards here.
Okay,
like, they're just doing a colonialism. Now that big square in the middle of that mud section, if you bomb that twice or one very precise bomb when you're playing as Amy, that's how you unlock snow. Yeah, there's a prequel comic.
Yeah, I actually read it. That's pretty cool. I got Demonizer. Yeah, super early. I was really hyped for this game because I got the demo on itch.io, I think it was. And I actually wrote it down on my schedule when the game came out because I was really enjoying the demo a lot. And I feel like now I got to return and get a hard mode clear with snow.
Is enough? Good, we've got a bomb safe. Really want at least one bomb when we get to the graveyard. First we have this stage 5 rerun. Yeah, I do recommend buying this game on itch.io because in addition to getting the game and any other fun features, you also get a copy of the smartphone port, both the iOS and Android builds.
Well, when I bought it on itch, it gave me I don't know if this gets the dev in trouble. I don't know how Steam feels about this, but it gave me a Steam key, which I thought was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, the Steam key's included as well.
Yeah, so there's no reason not to buy it on itch because you literally get a Steam key. So
All right, here we're getting to the graveyard. It's full of zombies and ninjas, so you wanna time your bomb to just obliterate as much of this graveyard as possible, particularly so you don't get back hit. We get to stage 6. So this is the ghost of Amy's mum, which is unfortunately being raised and slayed by a necromancer. So she's gonna be a bit angry. If you play as Amy, you get some actual dialogue.
Yeah, you get like a little story, yeah.
And
the snow just melts through this lady.
Yeah. In the second phase here, it's basically, okay,
Get out of here.
Third phase, panic bomb again, doesn't matter, get out.
This is pretty unique though. Like having cover systems and stuff, like that's not something you typically come across in shmups.
There we are, everyone loves a MILF as we move on to
Nice
7.
Nice juicy explosion too.
Now I should be able to make a good like 7.5 million off of this stage, assuming everything goes well. I need to do this stage deathless. Generally, yeah, at the very least I want either deathless or to gain every other bonus. The trickiest thing is you can't bomb against the final boss if you want to maintain your... Well, rather, the boss of this stage. There's a true last boss after this, but there's no conditions to unlock it. It's just stage 8. So you can't bomb on the king because he will kill any familiars which run into him. And since the big part of the damage is the familiars running around, so watch out here. First you got to get through. This gauntlet part is fine. You can just bomb if things get a bit too hectic. But immediately after this is the mini boss where you cannot bomb either, or else that will also kill your familiar bonus. Ah, Snow's bomb, so good. So we're gonna switch to make sure we're doing unfocused fire here, just to strike more of the bullets. So need to kill the old wizard here, who has got me cornered, which is not gonna go well. Okay, I think that was good. Second half the level here, we get ninjas, we get more of the shield guys, and more importantly, golems to complicate things with a...
Yes.
Oh no. So, oh no.
So this is the section where I figured out that getting the options brought you invulnerability.
Yeah, particularly on demonic, you really got to route around those red pickups. On normal, I can kind of just do whatever. Probably gonna bomb here just to be safe. Yeah, not really a necessary bomb. Coming up, we're going to get a flood of golems on the screen, which is usually a good spot to bomb, but you can just dodge. Yeah, it's better to bomb it just to make sure that you kill them all and get the huge amount of medals that they drop.
Here they come.
Panic bomb there, I routed that poorly. That's a bunch of guys with swords who will just keep on chasing me.
Yeah. I remember being surprised when I was first playing this, when the dude turned around. I was like, wait, what? That doesn't happen in shmups.
Oh, bad bombs. I have to go through this. Fortunately, we did bomb through the phase. Normally, when she's at last third of her life, she'll just flood the screen with flaming arrows. Yeah, she's done everything she could to defend her father, and her father does not care. Sorry to the king here. Plenty of lives, so we got the clear. Unfortunately, I don't think our score's going to be up to scratch. So the first half of this isn't too bad. He does these wacky streams, which are much more blockable with snow.
Yes, no kidding.
Gateway gunshots. The second half, though, is where things get tricky because he moves around so much that he subtly adjusts the laser spread in very annoying ways. Here we go. This laser is... Okay, we managed to get a pause on that laser because we hit a damage threshold.
There you go.
You got to do very careful micro dodging there. Okay, that was a pretty clean fight, except for that one mistake, which unfortunately broke things. So, what's the score gonna be? The bonuses. Okay, just the item bonus and less of the familiars. Yeah, not gonna be a PB, but hey, we're getting a nice, quick, reasonably clean clear.
Yes. Oh, where's the PB? Where's the?
Back on track.
Is there? Okay, there it is. I was like, wait a minute. Because the first version of this
Jaimers run, it's very funny. Yeah, this fight.
Yes. Well, the first version of the game I played didn't have this. Like, I got the very first version, and there's either a glitch or it wasn't in. And then he updated. I'm like, whoa, there's a TLB.
Yep. Unfortunately, 700,000 short of beating PB.
Yeah.
And that's basically the bonuses that I would have gotten for no miss. No worries. There we go. Nice quick one.
Very clean run. Oh, speaking of a Demonizer, the developer was really cool and hooked us up with some free Steam codes. So I have, as we were going through the run, I was checking the chat, and I've selected 2 winners who are Sora and Fintlook. So Sora and Fintlook, there's going to be an email on the screen here. Let me pull it up. There you are. Go ahead and just email shmupslam@mail.com, and I'll hook you guys up with the codes.
Congrats there. Thank you for watching. I guess next slam I'll probably have finished my routing for the M2 version of Fantasy Zone 2. So look forward to that.
Yeah, that'll be
if you're
cool.
in South Australia, come to Level 5 Union House Adelaide Uni and enter some fighting games later today.
Nice.
Good luck to all the runners.
Alright, let's see what's up next. Looks like we have... Oh, Goji Guy. Playing some G-Darius HD. I know you're all going to enjoy that. Goji Guy was also cool enough to be the person to hook the winner of the ZeroRanger itch.io code up. So shoutouts to him for doing that.
Oh yes, a fish game.
Yes.
Get around for that.
Cannot go wrong with some G-Darius.
Alrighty, I'm signing off then.
Adios. Thanks so much.
See you next shooting.
let's go for some G-Darius. I am Boffner, and we're going to be watching Goji Guy, aka Alex, playing some G-Darius HD. So this is the recently released G-Darius, pretty much, not a remake, but a remaster that was released for the Switch and PS4 as part of the Cosmic Revelations, but also just part of... it also kind of has its own unique release, so you can just get this game without the other version. So it looks like we are hopping right in here. So G-Darius was the follow-up to Darius Gaiden. I want to say G-Darius came out in 1998, and obviously the first thing you're going to notice about it is two things. One is, obviously, it's in 3D now, so most of the assets, if not pretty much all of them, save for maybe the shots, are going to be 3D polygons. And the other big change that we have is the capture mechanic. This actually comes from Darius Gaiden's capture mechanic that you could do on some of the captains or the mid-bosses throughout the game. And pretty much what you do is you have these capture balls that you should be able to see down at the bottom left of the screen. And those are going to show you how many captures you have left. G-Darius is pretty liberal with the amount of capture balls it gives you, so unless you're like spamming them all the time, you don't really ever have to worry too much about running out of them. And they offer this other kind of mechanic that we'll get into as it shows up in the gameplay. But so, if you're familiar with Darius Gaiden, more so than G-Darius, what you'll notice is the shot type that we're going to be seeing is actually much more reminiscent of the shot type from the original Darius. So you start off by shooting missiles, first single fire, then they upgrade to double and triple fire. And then from there you get the laser, and then you get the wave, which we'll see later on in the game. If you look up at the top left of the screen, you'll see that you can tell how many more red power-ups Alex needs to get before he upgrades to the laser. And it's kind of a big number. I think it's around 7 or so. And so it can be pretty tricky to get all the way max power if you die. So what he just did right there is he fired off his alpha beam. The way that that works is anytime you have a captured enemy, you can hold down the fire button to sort of convert their essence into an alpha beam and or a little explosion. The alpha beam's going to do a lot more damage than the explosion, but the explosion does have its uses here and there. And so here we have the first mid-boss capture. As you'll see, where the mid-boss just did a little spin move and he sort of fired off a beam from his mouth, that's a special move that you can get every mid-boss to do by inputting a sort of Street Fighter-like button combination. And each mid-boss has their own unique attack like that. So for this one, he does a little twirl and shoots out a laser. Some of the other ones we'll probably see later on. And now we get to our first huge battleship, Eclipse Eye, where we're going to see some more mechanics of the game displayed here. So you'll notice up in the middle of the screen where it has the zone. The zone is Alpha, and we're in Area A. And halfway through the stage, we had gotten to a midpoint where you either had to fly up or fly down, and that would determine what area of the stage you're going to go to. So while overall there are fewer stages in G-Darius than there are in previous Darius games, there's actually every stage has 2 different areas that make a pretty big difference. It'll change what power-ups you see, as well as what the end boss patterns and color palette will look like. So here we're going on the sort of default route that I think most people tend to go to. So right now, Alex is holding down his fire button to charge up the alpha laser. You actually don't need to charge it for that long, but he doesn't want to accidentally kill Eclipse Eye here before he fires off his beta beam, because what you can do is you can get into these crazy laser battles where your laser will expand greater in power as it battles against the other enemy boss's laser. And by defeating that boss with your alpha laser, it's actually going to net you a big bonus. You can also get a bonus by beating the boss with a mid-boss or an enemy still captured, but the bonus points that you get for that is not nearly as much as you get for actually killing it with the laser beam. So you pretty much always want to just go for the laser beam. And so now we're heading into Zone Beta, which is my personal favorite zone because it's the giant world. So all of the assets are pretty much doubled in size, which was something that they were able to do a lot more seamlessly than they could have if they were doing it with sprites. Because when things are pixelated, you can kind of tell when they get just sort of doubled. But here, since they're using polygons, it's really easy to sort of just make the assets bigger. And it really does kind of change the dynamic a little bit, because now all of the enemies that you capture are much bigger, so you kind of have much more of a shield that you can work with. And so here we see Alex upgrading to the laser. The laser is good in this game, but if you're more familiar with Darius Gaiden, it might be a little tricky at first, because the more you upgrade the laser, the longer it gets, which is how it works in the original Darius game, which is good, but it's a little tricky because in Darius Gaiden you just got more lasers added on to your ship. So here again we can see he's choosing to go down to Area D instead of Area C, and that's going to affect what he's going to find along the way to the final boss, as well as the final boss patterns and color palette. But so what's really tricky is the middle point of the game, so pretty much the next couple of stages can be pretty tricky. And so if you die on any of the upcoming stages, it becomes really difficult to power up to the wave, especially if you die later on. So if he were to take a death right here, which I don't expect him to do, this level's not too tricky, he'd probably be okay, honestly. He'd be better off to die here than on the next stage, because he's only collected a couple of weapon power-ups, so he doesn't have that much more work to do to get up to the wave shot. Whereas if he dies with a full arsenal of lasers, one power-up away from getting the wave, that can be a bit tricky. So here we see him using the laser again. The laser is really good, the Alpha Beam, because it pretty much makes you invincible. It destroys any projectiles on screen. The only thing that it cannot pierce through are the gold-plated enemies. So any captains or mid-bosses will have gold plating in front of them, and if you want to capture them, you first have to destroy that gold plating. I'll point it out again when we see it later on in the game. That's really the only thing that the laser can't do, but the reason that he used it there isn't necessarily because it's a tricky area, but because he was actually maxed out on capture balls, and so it would just be a waste not to use it there. And now we're going into Tripod Sardines battle. So all of these boss battles have these cool little cinematic intros that you can skip just by hitting start. So, but Alex is showing them off because they are pretty fun. And so Tripod Sardine isn't too tricky. This form of him is definitely easier than the one in C area. And this is the one that I always fight when I play through this route. But you pretty much what's tricky about routing this game is that you want to, especially if you're going for score. Alex is mostly going for a survival route, but he is trying to destroy as many of the bosses with those lasers as possible. So he could be dealing much more damage by sort of point blanking him to get the missiles to hit Tripod Sardine in the face, but he's kind of timing everything so that he can deliver that final blow with the Alpha Beam. And you'll notice that he does not have a captured enemy right now, so he actually can't create an Alpha Beam. But as far as I know, I think every boss, and here Tripod Sardine is doing it, they'll send out a little enemy, specifically that type of enemy, right before they're about to Alpha Beam. And so pretty much all he has to do is counter Tripod Sardines with his, and he'll back off screen and be invincible for a minute, but as long as he dealt enough damage beforehand, as he did here, it's no problem to just take him out. And so now, I didn't say it before, but Alex is going to be going up on every single zone selection. So now we're going to be going to Zone Delta. And this is where the game starts to become a little bit more challenging. These levels are definitely manageable for first-time players. If you're experienced with shoot-'em-ups, this level shouldn't give you too much trouble, but this is definitely where the game starts to heat up. And if you don't know the mechanics of G-Darius and how everything works, it can be a very difficult game. if you know what you're doing and you know the mechanics of the game, you can kind of get through any route you want, but it takes a lot of practice of just learning the basic mechanics of the game to sort of get to that point. So I think the original Darius is a lot similar in terms of difficulty to that, where if you know where to position yourself and how the angle of your missiles works and all of that, it's not a terribly difficult game. But for first-time players, it can definitely be really hard. So Alex is going to make this game look pretty easy. And so if you see this and think, wow, this looks like an awesome game, and you want to go play it, don't be deterred if it starts kicking your butt right off the bat, because it happens to everyone, don't worry, myself included. And so there we've just got another mid-boss capture. He had to first destroy the golden mask before shooting the capture orb in order to get him. This mid-boss has an interesting secondary attack for the input. He kind of stops moving and he throws that little bottom fin. I think you'd call that a pectoral fin. He shoots it off like a boomerang. And I honestly can't tell if it's very useful or not. I feel like his default attack covers a lot of area and does a lot of damage. So I personally don't ever use his secondary attack, and I don't think Alex does either. But he's really helpful because he's really big and can take a lot of hits, so you can pretty much just hide inside of his hitbox if things start to get spooky. And so here we're going to be seeing another route. He's going through the G area, and what's interesting about this one is depending on if you go up or down, it'll kind of change where you're either going to be going against a level that has a ceiling or a floor that you're going to have to deal with. And so by going up, I believe you have to deal with a floor here. So he does have to be a little bit careful not to smash into the floor here. But with the captured boss here, it's not too bad because he does have a lot of range. The mid boss, okay, yeah. So I was about to say the mid boss is probably getting pretty low on health. So Alex is going to be sacrificing him to use an alpha beam because this portion in particular can be pretty tricky. There's just a lot of fire that goes on screen. The amount of bullets in G-Darius is definitely comparable to a modern bullet hell. I mean, it's not like Toho or anything, but it can get really hectic, and they're not pattern based for the most part. Most of them are aiming at you, so if you are moving all over the screen and having enemies fire at you, you can definitely put yourself in a position where you just can't escape, and so you have to be really careful. And so using the alpha beam sort of halfway through the level is going to be really helpful, especially since, as far as I know, the amount of capture balls that you have does not affect your score at the end of the game. So you can kind of just use them willy-nilly. Obviously there's a set amount, but as you can see, he just picked up another one. He's got 5 of them in stock. He doesn't need to worry too much about wasting a capture ball or anything. He's also got it routed out pretty well. And I missed it earlier, but so now he's on the wave, so that's good. So if Alex dies again at any point, or even more than once, he'll just be set back to the basic wave. So he doesn't have to worry about dropping back down to the lasers or the missile, which is really nice. In Darius Gaiden, you could get dropped all the way back down to the beginning. In this game, you cannot. And so here we've got Dual Horn. Dual Horn can be pretty tricky. This pattern in particular can trip you up, especially first-time players. The only part that will damage you is the little bit at the end, the little tracer at the end. You can actually fly through the big laser coming out of his eyes. So there's a lot of patterns in this game like that are visually a little confusing, but are actually, the hitboxes for them aren't as scary as you might think. One of the differences, too, between this version of the game, G-Darius HD, and G-Darius, is the player sprite. In the original one, it was made up of just a 2D, maybe 8x16 pixels or something, or maybe 16x32. But here, with the remake, they actually went ahead and remastered it and made it full polygons, which is really nice. One of the issues with Dual Horns is if you don't know his patterns, he will just fly right into you. And so it looks like Alex missed that first volley of enemies, but thankfully he sends out 2, so he can prepare his alpha beam now. But this part in particular can be really dangerous because you want to fire your alpha beam to attack his beta beam, but then if you fly down where he's kind of baiting you to go, he will just run into you right there. So Alex knew that that was coming, so it wasn't an issue, but that can be really frustrating for first-time players. And once again, he gets the alpha beam kill, so that's going to be good for his score going towards the end. And so now we move on to zone Eta, or Eta. It's been a while since I've done any physics problems and had to deal with the Greek letters or anything. Pretty sure it's Eta. I think that's how my professors used to say it. If you are a fan of Titanic Lance from Darius Gaiden, you might be a fan of this level because it's a little bit similar. It also gives off vibes of Zone Z from Darius Gaiden, as you'll see right here. It's the lava level. I think there's a one-up on this level that you can get, which can be, depending on how good you are at the final boss, can really make a big difference. The final boss in this game, all of the final bosses, all 7 of them, are quite challenging. Here we've got another one of the mini bosses. You can see Alex is actually using the bomb feature. There's the one-up right up there. He'll probably grab it in a sec. He used the bomb feature to attack the boss. The bomb does give you iframes, as well as destroying any projectiles within its small radius, so it can be really helpful. It's not quite as powerful, or not nearly as powerful really, as the black hole bomb in Darius Gaiden, but you have the alpha beam in addition, so it doesn't really need to be that powerful. Plus you get so many of them with the amount of captures you get. And in the background, you can probably see that's the final boss that we're going to be facing. And then we get this interesting camera angle coming up right here, where it stops being a Yoko shmup and sort of turns into this diagonal thing, which is really unique. I don't think I've ever seen, at least off the top of my head, I haven't played any shmups that do this. I'm sure there's another one that exists that does this, but I always like this part. It's kind of cinematic. It's not difficult or challenging. It's just a nice sort of, okay, time to get ready for the boss. Fire Fossil. What's cool about Fire Fossil is the zone, the area that you go to, Area M or Area N, you are essentially deciding what attack pattern you want to face against this guy. And that's the whole thing, because just like Titanic Lance was in Darius Gaiden, Fire Fossil is the entire stage. So he can be pretty tricky if you're not used to it. So if you're trying to get a 1cc on this game, pay attention to what Alex does. He starts off by firing off his alpha beam to destroy that middle turret. And that's really important because that, I believe it fires out a huge laser that can really mess up your day. And so after he does that, what he's going to be doing is he's going to start by destroying these small turrets down on Fire Fossil's back, because those will just spray bullets everywhere. I believe they're destructible bullets though, but still you want to get rid of those, because then he's going to be firing these sort of spines off of his dorsal fin. These might look scary, but you actually don't really need to worry that much. As long as you've got the wave and you've got a captured enemy, you really don't have that much to worry about. It's later patterns that are going to be giving you a bit of trouble. These missiles aren't too bad either. You do want to be careful though. You can destroy them for the most part, but you need to be careful that you don't accidentally fly into any of them that are coming your way. This part, I think, is probably one of the more difficult phases, because there's just a lot of stuff going on, and if you don't destroy those lasers that are shooting up at the top quick enough, they can really mess up your day. Because what they're going to do is they're going to end up shooting these lasers that will turn 90 degrees, and if you have all 3 of them shooting shooting lasers that will home in on you at 90 degrees, it can be a mess. Like, imagine that, but times 3. It can be pretty hectic. So you want to make sure to get rid of those before they fire out those homing 90-degree lasers. And here we get to see kind of more the spectacle that this game does. In Darius Gaiden, the big boss that took up an entire level, Titanic Lance, was much more of an onslaught of just continuous fighting, whereas here they tend to be more spectacle. They are still difficult and challenging, but they do a lot of this cinematic kind of fun stuff, like right here. In a moment. It is a bit of waiting is the only problem. But here, see, I mean, you can imagine, like, it's really cool, but you can imagine if you're grinding through this game, having to wait and watch and see him flop through the air, you know, you can be like, come on, man, swim a little faster. So here we're gonna, this final phase of Fire Fossil can be pretty tricky, but Alex has this amazing cheese strat that I hope he's gonna pull out. Where, so you start off by hitting him with an alpha beam, and then you can position yourself right at his scales, and this is actually a really easy move to pull off. There's a lot of room in between where those lasers are firing out and the hitbox for his body, so you can just sit there all day until his scales sort of form this circle, and then you want to back out because otherwise you'll get hit. But that's like a pretty tricky pattern to dodge, but if you can land in that sweet spot, you're golden. And so here, again, he's just gonna be using the alpha beam in order to counter all the beta beams. And you can't see the gadgets, I don't believe anyway, I'm not watching the YouTube stream. But we're seeing, as you can see physically, his laser is getting much larger. And what that's doing is it's right now, in the Switch version and PS4 version of the game, you have these gadgets on the side of the screen that not only tell you how much shield you have left, but also how powerful your alpha beam is. And so the more beta beams that you counter, the more powerful your alpha beam is going to get. So there he was actually able to get up to a 4-fold alpha beam, and you get bonus points for however many of those you end up accumulating over the course of the game at the end. So we should see that, assuming he does get the 1 CC. And now we move on to the final zone, Lambda. And this one is really cool because you're gonna wanna pay attention to the background for a couple reasons on this stage. One of them for strategy, one of them for a cute little Easter egg that I'll point out when we get there. So as I was saying, gold enemies before, I said that you can't capture them and they are a bit of a pain in the butt because the alpha laser doesn't work on them. This level throws a lot of golden enemies at you, so you have to be very careful. Thankfully, this capture that he has right now with the more 90-degree lasers is really helpful. So here's the first part where we're going to want to pay attention to the background. These enemies are flying in from the background, and if you're not careful, you can actually hit the shield and the power-up enemy while they're on the back of the screen and totally lose out on getting the power-up. And if you look in the background right now, you can see a Titanic Lance class battleship crash landed on the background, which is really interesting. As far as Darius lore goes, I am probably not the person to talk to. That would probably be more like Prickly Angler. He knows all the Darius lore. I'm pretty sure this game takes place before Darius Gaiden does. I think this might be the first game chronologically, but don't quote me on that. So it's interesting to see that the Titanic Lance class battleship has kind of been around for this entire time. Again, we've got another mid-boss capture. Right now he's doing his special move, those green spheres that we're shooting out. They're kind of like these homing spheres. It's hard to tell how much more damage they do than these sinusoidal waves that he's shooting out. So I'm not sure if Alex is ever using them on purpose or if the movement of his ship just happens to coincide with the special attack of this guy. I know when I was playing last night, he kind of just did it on his own. So I believe, yeah, so if you saw there was a triple power-up down there, it was colored red, blue, and green. That was actually an enemy in disguise. What's even worse is he doesn't always just spawn as a triple power-up. He'll sometimes spawn as just a regular power-up, or even a 1-up. He can spawn as a 1-up, which is so mean. Because if you're on your last life and you don't have a shield and you see this 1-up flying by and you run into it and it turns into an enemy and kills you, that would just be so devastating. And so we're going to be coming up on a very specific timing here for an alpha beam. So it's as soon as this next shark comes by and his nose kind of touches the edge of the screen. Oh, I guess he's doing it slightly later. So that was a very specific timing because he wants to be able to destroy these last two sharks on screen with that attack so that he can get the capture on these horizontal 90-degree laser guys because they are incredibly helpful. I don't know if they are actually some of the most powerful common enemies to capture in the game, but they're definitely my favorite to capture because they just output so much, and it at least feels like they're doing a lot. But so Alex is going to be carrying this into the final battle with Lightning Coronatus. If you're familiar with other Darius games, you'll know the Coronatuses are quite dangerous. And this one, I think, is no different. He's tricky. I think he's probably not quite as difficult as Vermilion Coronatus and Darius Gaiden, but he's still pretty hard. And he's got some attacks that can really mess you up. So right there, you can see he shot out his lightning. That's going to happen every time Alex crosses over between the fin and the upper or lower side of the screen. So right now, he's kind of keeping his distance, staying down so that he doesn't activate that lightning. It's not difficult to dodge, but if you don't see it coming, it can really mess you up. And one fun thing to notice is these missiles that Lightning Coronatus is shooting out, they're sort of coming out of his belly button, which makes sense because seahorses are some of the only, might be the only male organisms that give birth. And that, if you've ever seen a video of a seahorse giving birth, it pretty much looks like that. They kind of pump, and then a bunch of these small things shoot out, just like those missiles. So that's a fun little, I don't know, Easter egg? I don't know what you'd call that. Attention to detail, physiological, anatomically correct robot fish. Right now he's in a safe spot. If he wasn't down there, those little sort of electric spheres that we're shooting out would kind of just get all in the way. This attack is not undodgeable, but the longer it goes on, the faster these sort of ribbons go, and they can be tricky to dodge, but they're also just taken out really easily with an alpha beam. So he's opting to go for the alpha beam instead of dodging them. And here, Lightning Coronatus is going to try and clip you with his little lobster claws. I don't think seahorses have those, but Lightning Coronatus does, and you have to be careful because one hit with those can really mess you up, especially if he hits you for a couple different shots on your shield. I'm looking right now at Alex's shield on one of the gadgets. He's only got 2 shots left on his shield, which should be plenty, but he does have to be careful because sometimes those missiles can sneak through your shots, or maybe you get clipped by one of the missiles or even one of these bullets. So he does have to be a little bit careful here, but nothing too much to worry about. What he's doing right now essentially is waiting for these to come out so that he can deliver the final shot with the alpha beam. Every enemy in the game actually does something different when you capture them, and that rainbow, that sort of rainbow icosahedron, if you capture that, it will actually do something totally different. I believe that enemy is completely unique to the final bosses. And there you go, a very good run, no death. Very impressive. That was a really good run. And so now we just get to see the points that tally up for all the beams that he was able to land, and I think he killed every boss with a beam, so that should net him a pretty sizable final score. I'm not terribly familiar with what the high scores are on the Switch leaderboards, but I imagine Alex is probably somewhere within the top 200 at least, if not higher, because that was a very good run. And like I said, G-Darius is a pretty difficult game if you don't know what you're doing. It takes a lot of time to actually sort of figure it out. Very good job, Alex. Now, of course, we get to see the ending. Very good. I hope he's gonna come in and talk with us, but I think his setup is not entirely built for that. Awesome run. Awesome run. Mark, are you there? No, I guess not. Oh, Alex! Hey, congratulations, dude.
Thank you. I just
That was
wanted to
flawless.
Thanks. There were a couple of hits I didn't want to take, but overall, I'm thanks
Hey,
for.
everyone, I'm
thanks-
setting up for the ZeroRanger run, and it's kind of a mess because I got to juggle between 2 computers here. So.
Oh yeah.
Hang tight.
Yeah, dude, that was great. I mean, you had 2 extra hits there at the end that you could have taken. You seemed like you had. Did you ever lose your shield? I didn't notice anyway.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't. I didn't.
that was-
I took
that was
a
awesome.
couple of hits throughout the run, but like I never totally depleted my shield.
Yeah, it seemed like you had it totally under control. That was absolutely brilliant. I tried to do that route last night, and I got all the way to Lightning Coronatus, and he just whooped me.
He's an asshole.
He's tough.
He's a big asshole. It was like after a while when I got pretty good at him, it was just those homing lasers are such a
The little
pain in the
ribbon
ass.
ones, right?
Yeah, like if you don't have a capture, you just have to deal with them, and they get faster and faster with each one, and it's like
Yeah, they're tricky. I think their hitbox isn't the entirety of them, but I could be wrong.
yeah,
I
I don't
think you
think
can kind
so.
of
I don't
fly
know
through the
how
very
long it
end.
is. Yeah, they've got some give room. Well, anyways, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. That was awesome. That was a great run, dude.
And
Perfect.
I gotta figure out some way to get my game audio and my PC audio like rectified so I can actually hop on mic. But
Yeah, because it'd be awesome to go back and forth while you're playing at next Shmup Slam or something.
yeah, for sure. Speaking of which, we got more Darius up next.
Yeah, I believe we've got Sagaya version 2 with Prickly Angler.
Which I've never watched a play of that, so I'm pretty excited.
Oh, you should. It's the hipster Darius too.
It's the hipster Darius too.
Yeah, even Taito doesn't know if it actually got released in arcades.
Awesome. All right, well, I'll check that out, and I'll definitely check out your Mega Drive Darius play.
Yeah, I'll be doing Mega Drive Darius tomorrow.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
Yeah, GG.
Cheers.
Hey, M.Knight.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm fine, and no audio issues this time.
Nice.
I can hear you.
Perfect.
It's fine.
Perfect. I need to open up
Awesome stuff,
Prickly
everyone.
Angler stream.
Okay, I'm
Yeah, that was
going
great.
to swap on over to the next run. Sorry, I'm battling my own setup here to prepare for ZeroRanger and all that.
No worries. ZeroRanger is awesome.
But yeah, we also had a previous run for ZeroRanger earlier today.
Yeah, there was
the-
a white vanilla one, right? I
Exactly.
missed it. 'Cause
Oh, it
I
was
cleaning
great.
the kitchen of all things. I should have just been watching.
Yeah, the kitchen can wait, you know.
Yeah, I mean I didn't do anything in it after. I should have just cleaned it after all this.
The VOD will still be there for you. That's fine. And there's
Yeah.
still more ZeroRanger afterwards, so that's
Yeah,
gonna be great as well.
I know white vanilla pretty well. Although I would have liked to have seen it live, but I'll go back
Yeah.
and see it again. I would love to see some white vanilla speed runs at some point. Just saying. More people need to do that. I don't know. It's fun. I do it. I currently have the speed run world record, which is not at all a score. I do not play for score. I'm not good at scoring in games.
Yeah, it plays
But-
very differently. So it seems like
Yeah, it's totally different.
Right now, the player is kind of ready, I guess. For Saga
I think
Evolution?
Prickly
Or
Angler's
is it?
ready, yeah.
Yep, I'm just getting it set up for him.
Okay, got it.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't have the YouTube stream up. I have it like minimized just because it always distracts me.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna watch it on Twitch and. I mean,
All right.
Yeah,
the
I've got the
right,
Twitch
yeah.
stream up.
Yeah.
Okay, coming up next. Hang in there, everyone. So.
I don't know. What do you think?
Hello, we're back.
Yeah, some more Darius. So we're back
Yes.
in time now because it's an earlier Darius game. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
we've traveled backwards.
at the same time, it's a newer Darius game because here it's Sagaya V2, a game that probably none of us was able to play until the Cosmic Collection.
Yeah, so this is this probably, it's possible that this game was actually never released until 2019.
Yeah, we don't know.
Taito doesn't even know.
because basically what we are playing here, I mean, what Prickly Anger is going to be playing here is an alternate version of the arcade Darius 2. So there was a Darius 2 Japanese version. If you've checked out the Shoot the Baguette stream, the restream, he played that live. And there's Sagaya, the export versions that were made for the export market, international market at the time. There's Sagaya version 1, and then Sagaya version 2. And we're going to play that version 2 right now. This one, it's not on MIM, it's not emulated, at least not as of now. And yeah, first time most of us saw it, it's like the Cosmic Collection.
Yeah, so he just started up.
Okay, so we can start maybe explaining how the game works, probably?
Yeah, so if you are familiar with Darius 2, it might look pretty similar so far. The only big difference is that instead of having like a lava field on the bottom, or a lava river, we've got this kind of destroyed city, which can kind of be more difficult because you can actually fly into it a lot more easy than you could the lava in the first Darius game.
Yeah, indeed, that the game is a remix of Darius 2. It reuses most of the same basic mechanics, so you've got a shot, you've got the missiles. In the older Darius games, you had two different buttons for both. It's kind of, you can fire them separately. And yeah, horizontal shooting with fish, double screen, 2 screens. It was maybe a downgrade from the original Darius, which was 3 screens.
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, exactly. And the
I'm personally not a huge fan of the 3-screen aspect ratio.
It's very, very wide, yeah. So you may have noticed Prickly Angler is collecting shield items. They look like shields. They are the power-ups. So usually the power-ups have different colors, like red one increases your shot power, green one increases your missile power, blue is the shield, like your actual shield. And there's a gold one here. The gold one increases your laser. Like, you got those green lasers, which are kind of a special weapon that you only see in this Darius game, or maybe Twin as well, maybe the console, but
yeah, they're in Twin as well.
It's kind of a weapon that you only see in this arcade Darius game.
Yeah, and Darius Force as well.
And yeah, the console games, exactly. So that's how the game plays, more or less. There's also one-up items, and if you've seen the boss fight right now, what happened is that there are no bombs like in Darius Gaiden, which you just press the bomb button. There are some specific places where the developers put some nuclear bombs. You can trigger them and then explode everything on screen.
Yeah, they can be. Some of them can be really tricky to get off. So these lasers, actually, the ones that are currently shooting vertically, with a couple more power-ups, you can actually get them to shoot out diagonally in front and behind you, and those can be really helpful because those will pierce through walls, and they can make it a lot easier to activate some of those more tricky nuclear bombs to go off.
So this is kind of strange because you're used to point blanking, like being really close to the enemies, but the angles will have to be completely different with those lasers. Like, you handle it differently from your regular game. And
so,
yeah.
Another thing that we might want to point out right now is that Prickly Angler did not get to pick the next stage. He just got flown right into Zone B, and that's because you actually only choose a level every other time you beat an end boss.
Yeah, this is like the Darius fans who don't know about Sagaya will be like, oh, this is heresy, how come he didn't pick a stage? So the reason why is that Sagaya V1 and V2 simplified the routes a bit. There aren't as many stages because, as you said, you only pick them every 2 stages. But there'll be some route picking. And the route Prickly Angler is going for is the all-bottom route, which is kind of challenging, like a pretty difficult route, I think.
Yeah, and if you'll notice here, if you're familiar with Darius 2, this is a very different pattern for Alloy Lantern.
Exactly.
I believe the heals are exclusive to Sagaya version 2. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure those don't show up in any other version of any Darius game.
Yes, Sagaya V1 only removed the second phase of that fight. But this one adds a completely new pattern. Like those blue knives that the boss is shooting at you, they're exclusive to this version. And there's a few other things that are exclusive to this version, like backgrounds and all that stuff. There's a lot of effort that went to it.
Yeah, this third stage in particular, I think is a big upgrade. I haven't gone through every route, but I know that on Zone E in the original game, the background was this kind of orange and pink color, and these purple shots, as well as the other shots that these enemies are going to be firing, would easily blend into the background. But here, it's much easier to see what's going on.
Oh yeah, but don't worry, like the purple sky with the purple bullets are still there in some other alternate rounds.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah. But yeah, this background is new, and the effect on the background is like really impressive. Remember that this game was supposed to come out like in the late 80s, maybe 1989 or something. So
yeah, so this parallax effect that you can see going on in the background, where the things in the middle that kind of make it look like you're flying through almost a tunnel of space, are super interesting, super cool. How they pull that kind of stuff off.
they went wild, and you think of Darius Gaiden as the first one with all the psychedelic visuals and all that stuff, but actually they were trying stuff even before that, like you can see here with the effects in the background.
Yeah, Sagaia version 2 actually has a lot of like really interesting kind of experimental things going on about it. It's a shame that it wasn't ever released, or at least wasn't released in a wide capacity that people were able to play it until now.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Like, and as said, as Peachy says in the chat, in the original Darius 2, there was a lot of recycling between stages, like the orange sky, all that stuff. Some of the backgrounds would be reused between levels. Here you have like this compact list of stages with new effects and new visuals. It's a really cool experience, and I think anyone who has the Cosmic Collection should definitely check this game out, because it's like one of the most unique features about it. Because the other games, everyone's already familiar with them.
Especially if you're already familiar with Darius 2, because it does maintain that Darius 2 just absolutely unforgiving difficulty, where if you die once, it's very difficult to recover just because you get set all the way back to default shot.
Exactly. We haven't mentioned this yet, but this is probably a good time for this. As you said, like, if you die once, like if you lose all your shield units and then get hit once again, your power level resets to the default, and the power-ups in this game, there's not enough power-ups for you to come back. You will be limping with your default shot for like the rest of the game.
Yeah.
This means the run can be kind of scary. Like, there's this aspect where you can't really afford to die until very late in the game.
Yeah, which makes it either like really early on or very late in the game, where the only times that you can die. You can see him there use the laser to hit one of those bombs that was tucked up in the corner. Otherwise, you pretty much wouldn't be able to hit it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, some of the obstacles like rely on your environmental, on your side weapons, and if you have low default power, you can't use them. You can.
No, they just don't exist. There's nothing you can do.
The saving grace is that the final bosses can all more or less be beaten even with your default shot. So if you die really late into the game, but still make it to the final boss, you can get the clear. Hopefully, Prickly Angler will like one life the game. That would be really great. But
that would be awesome.
Yeah.
That final stage is brutal though.
Yeah, and even bosses like this Red Crab here.
Red Crab is really just
It's
following
like,
him.
Yeah, and if you've played the older versions of Darius 2, you'll be pretty surprised here, because Red Crab is like one fast boy here. Like, he's moving super fast in this first phase.
Yeah, he must have like not skipped leg day after that or something.
Exactly.
Just going all over the place.
Yeah. So
you'll also notice in general the boss battles are much faster, and it's not just because he's using 30 hertz. I believe they actually just have much less health. Every level is a bit shorter. Every boss battle is a bit shorter, but they do they can be more difficult, especially if you're not using 30 hertz. It can be absolutely brutal.
Oh yeah, and Red Crab is one of the most prominent examples of this, because in the original it was kind of fine, and here it's really difficult. Speaking of difficulty, this stage is pretty evil. It may not look like it, but there's several tricky sections, and Prickly Angler hopefully will make it look like it's easy. For example, here, you see that bomb, it delays it. Why? Because if you shoot it too early, it will explode the enemies on the left, like you see those popcorn enemies that give you the power-ups, and then the power-up, you won't be able to catch it because the power-up will spawn on the very left. And now we've got those rectangle enemies that spawn on the right side, and then they shoot lasers. If you leave them alive too long, they'll just corner you and you'll be screwed. And they will spawn several times in the stage. So
yeah, you have to. What's interesting about this game, and Darius 2 to some extent as well, is that sometimes you really do need to just let go of the fire button, specifically so that you're not destroying those power-up pods near the back of the screen. Because missing one shield upgrade can be absolutely devastating. I mean, you see right there, he just took 2 hits. So if he ooh, it's getting a little claustrophobic.
Yeah, and those enemies from behind, like the first time you play the game, you will not be able to react to them properly.
Also-
Like, we really need a strategy for this level.
Watch the background on this. Prickly Angler absolutely loves this.
Oh, it's awesome.
The scenery changes from sunset to nightfall as the boss sort of sets onto the screen as well. It's
That's
almost
crazy.
poetic.
I don't even think such an effect exists in any other version of Darius 2 in the arcades. Like this.
I believe this is totally original to Gaia version 2. That
Yeah.
background transition.
And that's really impressive. Like, makes you wonder how the game remains so obscure. Like this revision of the game.
They
Why
clearly
was-
put a lot of work into it, but they just didn't. It just didn't really release it for some reason.
Yeah, I have no idea why, but thankfully now everyone can play it.
I believe you guys call it the hipster version of
Yeah,
Darius 2, am I right?
Exactly. Like you see, most people will be like, "Oh, Cosmic Collection, yeah, there's Darius Gaiden, it's awesome, go get it." The hipsters, the people who know, they'll be like, "Yo, there's Sagaya V3. Go get it."
Yeah, the real hidden gem, because it's actually like, I mean, it's really the only way to play it as far as I know. Is there a ROM floating around for MAME or anything, or is it,
Not
is
as
it
far
just
as I
the
know.
Cosmic Collection?
For version 1, there is one. That's how I knew about it beforehand. But version 2, as far as I know, nope. So
That's wild.
Yeah.
This stage is absolutely brutal. Like,
Yeah.
just look at all of the stuff that is flying on screen at once.
The rocks are evil. Like the angles they're moving in, like the diagonal trajectory they have, it's like perfect blind spot. You know. They
And
just-
this part, if you don't have the lasers going down and the bombs that you can drop, that like sort of missile silo area is just really brutal. And
Yeah.
these lasers, these satellites, will destroy your shield if you run into them, because they don't disappear when you get hit by them, and so they will just keep hitting you frame after frame and just wreck your shield. So you have to be
Right.
really careful with them.
Exactly. So those enemies are really dangerous. Thankfully, your weaponry right now is pretty good. See, you've got this big blue shot, the lasers as well. So you've got enough weaponry to take out the satellites, but you have to be really careful as well.
Yeah, one death and you can, if you die on that stage, getting through Grand Octopus, is this Grand Octopus? Grand Octopus is quite difficult.
Yeah, and here Prickly is going to the back, like behind it. That's a good strat for the first phase. Second phase now, where the little octopus just jumping around. If you leave them alive, they'll just do tons of bullets. Here, he's at full power. He used 30 years probably and just quick killed it. If you're here at low power, it's just hell, because you can't kill the little octopus fast enough, and they'll just rain death upon you, and you'll be
In Darius 2, I believe the little octopuses will sort of skirt off the screen if you're not killing them. But here they just cluster up.
Yeah, the strategy is completely different because the behavior is not the same. In Sagaya V1 and Darius 2, those two would be, they would float upwards, and if you do specific movements, they just go away. That's not the case here. So now on the final stage, and it starts with mid-bosses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You continue.
Like, that's something that, in the original Darius 2 Japan version, there are mid-bosses on every stage. Here, it's only the final stage. You've got 2 mid-bosses. Here, it's just, what was mean is that it spawned before you got the shield power up, like the shield recharge. So that's, you gotta be careful, you gotta be ready. Thankfully, Prickly Angler point blanked the boss and killed it really fast. But there'll be a second mid-boss coming up next as well. The turtle, if I recall correctly. Oh, here we go, here it is.
Strong shell, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So the mid-bosses are bosses from Darius 1 that reused. And the patterns are relatively similar, I think. But
I believe so, yeah.
But yeah, they're a bit... Wait, what happened?
He took a hit. I think my stream might be slightly ahead of yours.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
taken one hit. He should be fine though. He's
okay,
got 5 extra lives.
Yeah,
and the final boss is definitely doable with 30 hertz default weapons.
So see, that's the difference. Like, he had that big shot and everything. Right now, he has nothing. But thankfully, he beat the 2 mid-bosses. The final boss is coming up next. And as I said, final boss can be beaten even with the default weaponry. Just gotta be careful, manage your lives. I didn't explain earlier, but you have like every 700,000 points you get alive, so you get plenty of lives in this game.
And so
yeah.
he's taking advantage of the laser that he had. So instead of having to get in front of him and dodge all his attacks, he was able to just sit underneath the Mother Hawk and take it out.
Yeah, you can, there's some silly safe spots. And here he took out the final boss, which was surprisingly not a fish.
Yeah, it's just a big drawing of the actual ship. I believe the reason they included that is because they really liked the design of the Silverhawk, which makes sense. It's a beautiful ship, and so they wanted to show off how good the design was. So they just made it a boss so that they could make it take up half the screen.
Yeah, I wonder if it's not like an asset that they had already in the attract mode from a previous game or something. Like, oh, we have this close-up of the Silverhawk. We have no time to release the game. We need to put something.
I know at least on the Mega Drive version, I'm sure it's the case in the arcade, there is a big drawing of the Silverhawk that flies by. I wonder if it's the same. I wonder if they just ripped that sprite. That would be funny.
It would be hilarious. In any case, that was a pretty damn good run by Prickly Angler. The route is
great.
Yeah, he made it look really easy. It's not an easy route. And he died really late, so that was fine. And he managed to...
Perfect place, yeah.
What can I say? Like, I've seen him play and stream, and he's improved his consistency a lot in the last few weeks. So I think he was pretty confident, and it's nice to see that he managed to pull it off alive, and no resets or anything.
No, that was a great run. That was a great run. Both of the Darius runners today making these games look like they're cake, but trust me, they're not. They're really hard.
Exactly. And he's not too happy about this run. That's like the super player mindset, you know. Just he has godlike run, amazing, and there's like, oh, it's not that great, you know. Oh, I can do better. Amazing.
It was a good run though. It was very good.
And it's nice to showcase this game because this is like, you know, obscure game, hidden gem or whatever you want to call it, in the Darius series, which is actually pretty well known. I mean, the series itself.
Oh yeah, it's a hugely popular. I mean, this might be the first time that it's ever been showcased in like a live event, right?
Oh yeah,
because it's so obscure.
Yeah, that's great. Like, so thanks a lot, Prick Angler, for picking up this game and playing it and showcasing it to the world.
You opened my eyes to a really cool version of Darius 2 that I think I want to start running it actually because it's so cool.
Oh yeah, you should pick it up. So. With your Darius experience, I think you're gonna have some fun with it. Like, it's a pretty good game, and it's interesting playing it when you've played Darius 2, Sagaya V1, all that, to see the differences and the new additions. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, I'm mostly familiar with the console ports of Darius 2, but the arcade ones are tough. They're really hard.
Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, because in the console versions, you can recover more easily from a death, at least from what I've seen in Prickly Angler's Mega Drive runs. Arcade version is not a beast, yeah. And Prickly Angler is telling us about Mother Hawk. He says, the devs were unhappy about not seeing the sprite bigger, so they just made a boss out of it.
That's so good.
Incredible.
I believe we've got ZeroRanger coming up next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, ZeroRanger with Legless and Mark MSX.
Yes. Just got
Hell
the setup going. I was
Are you ready,
panicking a
Mark?
bit there. Yeah. It was just tricky because I'm streaming from this computer, so I had to play off a separate computer, but I didn't have the ZeroRanger save files on that second computer.
Oh.
Yeah, so I had to transfer them over because otherwise we'd run into some issues. But I got it done in the nick of time, so we're ready.
Perfect. I'm excited. Darius is my favorite game series, and then right below that, I mean, it's not a series, but it's like literally my second favorite video game ever, ZeroRanger.
Yeah, great game.
Green Orange and White Vanilla. Those are two completely different games. Maybe you can call it a series if you want.
Yeah.
Each Orange is a different game.
Yeah.
Can't wait for episode 3, you know, the Black Onion mode.
Oh my god, yeah. Well, awesome. Thank you for having us do commentary, Mark.
Yeah,
I will see you tomorrow
excellent stuff.
with my
Darius
Mega Drive run.
With your Darius on the Genesis.
Yeah, and you'll see me die a lot in Shikigami 3 tomorrow, so...
Yes.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
And thanks.
I don't know. What do you think?
Hello. Hi. A strong start, I
We
see.
are smooth. So,
Should we
who's going
introduce
to take
us?
it from here?
What?
I think.
I presume so.
Yeah.
Hi, chat.
Hello, chat.
We have no idea what we are doing, so bear with us.
Yep. Oh, so we're commentating solo because I had the impression that Mark or like literally anyone else will be here, but apparently it's just the two of us. Oh boy. So here we are, and the So, in case it's unclear to anyone, we are the developers of the game. I am Ibroski, and with me here is Ebo.
Hello.
Oh, I really thought Mark will be here with us, but apparently not. So
you're an adult. You will manage.
Ah, baby. Yeah. So I think Legless already started, and
looks like so.
Yeah, Mark's stream is apparently still on the pause screen, so I'm not sure about that. So, what Mark wanted us to talk about, like for instance, was the special weapon choices. Are they actually starting yet? Because I see Legless.
Now, Mark started.
Okay, okay.
And like Legless restarted, right? Okay, we should be good to go right now.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so. So.
This isn't Eschatos.
Yeah. I would rather. Yeah, this is the most elaborate Eschatos fan game there is. Ebo, is there something you wanna say about this here video game?
If you look closely, you can see a small house right about now.
Oh yeah, the burger hut.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a
Lore.
mystery what it is, but it's a piece of history from the development of this game. But yeah, we found something to talk about. Wow.
Yeah. It's pretty simple at the beginning, as you can see.
Yeah, there's like, it's just as Mark put it, if I remember correctly, you just have your pea shooter.
Yeah.
As he put it. But like.
Well, one thing that came in my mind was the fact that there are these cameo mini bosses, such as the Arc Adder, and originally I think that there was no big idea to add any of these cameo ships, but when I made the second mini boss in the stage 2, I realized that it looked kinda R-type ship.
Oh yeah.
And then it kind of snowballed from there.
Yeah, I forget whose idea that was, but I think it was your idea originally.
Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah, and also referring to the file name, the our typo is called Miniboss A, so I think we made that first.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and Arc Adder came after that, but it was like a much better fit for the stage without walls.
True.
I don't know. Even both Gradius and R-Type are games with a very prominent presence of walls, but you know, just felt right.
And another thing that I just noticed that both players are playing as Type B. That means they are certified cowards.
Ooh, we got a gamer over here. My friends also asked me to make monkey noises during the stream, so apparently they already got what they wanted like 2 minutes in. Yeah.
Your neighbors will be very very happy.
Yeah.
It's quite late here.
Yeah. I might have to turn it down, but I'll have to see if I can keep it down sufficiently. Also, even though they are both using Type B, I see they're picking different weapons. I wonder if they're going like the entire run picking the opposite weapons.
I think they are going to do so that maybe we should talk about the weapons. Well, the multiple weapon system kinda was just something that we borrowed from Gasked, the Shmup by Pixel.
Yeah, I guess so, because
I think
definitely the selection that's presented was Gust inspired from the beginning.
Yeah, I think that the very first weapon that you made was pretty much the direct rip-off from one of the Gust weapons.
Trident?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Trident.
Yeah,
the only special weapon that we removed.
Yeah. But that kind of shows that we started to think more critically what the role of each weapon is.
Yeah,
instead of just putting their stuff that we like.
Yeah, initially, I think it was present only in the first demo of the game. Your ship had a piercing shot right from the start, like when you tap the weapon instead of holding it. I mean, you always get the initial shot. It was a piercing laser that could go penetrate like a single enemy and hit another enemy. But it was like an overlapping function with the charge shot, so we did away with that.
Yeah, we also did away with the brilliant scoring system where using weaker weapons was always better.
Yeah. Well, initially we had a scoring system where you like each hit gives you one score, like not depending on how much damage each weapon did, because in my head I just wanted to have like a fancy scoring system, because every shmup has a fancy scoring system, but eventually I realized that we didn't build the game around that at all. So we just landed on the combo system.
Yeah.
Because I think because we wanted something nice and simple and not like
overthink
reach
it
too far. Yeah.
And I guess that ultimately worked out.
Yeah, that snowballed like hell. So we're at the second boss. It looks like my developer eye sees that rank is maxed out.
Yeah, if you can tell by the spread patterns that they are much denser. How does the tell us, bro, how the rank actually works in this game? Did you know?
I don't know. It's a combination of mostly score gained and enemies killed and how much lives are you like holding in stock.
Yeah.
It is a combination of those factors, and I think the higher your rank is, the like less likely it is to rise and like more likely it is to fall. And I guess I'm spilling out all the beans. The only ways to lower rank are two things. One is to get hit, which you don't want to do, and the other one is to let your multiplayer drop. So I guess this is like first ever exclusive gamer tips. If you want to lower rank, raise your multiplier, let it fall all the way down, repeat.
Yeah.
I wonder.
On the other hand, we really didn't design it in a way that a drop in rank is ever necessary.
Yeah, that's
So
something
this
I
isn't-
really
this is-
wanted
this is-
to avoid.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I think we both like Kareka as much as the next guy, but we both have our limits.
Yeah, we didn't want to make Karega.
Yeah.
But yeah, like to lose rank is to lose score, which means it's to lose lives, because this game hands out lives like candy. So
you mean score is life?
Yep.
Deep.
And so on. So it seems like they are going for opposite weapon sets here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Legless is picking B charge shot, which is the very popular choice usually for type B, because it's very good for survival, because you can, the charge itself acts like a shield with little to no penalty for using it, and
it activates kind of like smart bomb if you take a hit while charging.
Yeah, and we know how much people think they abuse it, but we don't actually mind because if you need it,
it's still something that you have to discover and experiment with. It isn't
yeah.
out you.
Yeah, actually, I didn't even think about that aspect. But that's true. And also, if you feel like you need it, then you should.
About that.
Yes, everything we did was definitely planned, and I am a big brain
Master
boy.
game designer.
I have, please, I have a very big brain. Please listen to me. Anyway, if you feel like you need the, as they say, crutch, that is the shield, then by all means use it. You deserve it.
And it still has some scoring potential because if you scrape the bullets or absorb them, you get the multiplier. Choice, so to speak.
Yeah, people like saying like, this is a good segue to lock on, but people like saying that the lock on is the scoring specific weapon, but I think with regards to all weapons, we had scoring in mind that they can like at least compete.
Yeah.
And both of the third weapons have a little trick to them regarding the multiplier. So with charge, as Ebo said, many names, is that you can keep up the multiplier juice by absorbing bullets, and with lock on, as long as you lock onto something, you can like freeze your multiplier to prevent it from falling.
Yeah, so basically with lock-on, as long as there are enemies on the screen, you can keep your multiplier up, and with the charge shot, as long as there are bullets, you can keep the multiplier up.
Yeah.
So they are sort of opposed there, but they still serve the same function in giving you a chance to keep the multiplier going.
Totally. And it seems like both players have finally attained the mech form, and again, they pick the opposite weapons, which is very nice in the terms of a showcase run.
Yeah.
So.
And the biggest part of the melee weapons is that it overloads the multiplier as you kill enemies, so it goes all the way up to 12.8.
Yeah. Normally the multiplier is capped at 6.4, but as long as you use your mech to attack, you can go all the way up, as Ebo said.
Yeah.
And I think the Type B drill is the very final weapon we designed for this game. So, in one of the later demos, Type B has an identical drill to Type C, but we took some...
It was kind of an... experimental. Well, everything about Type B is sort of experimental.
Yeah, totally.
We made Type C was sort of default, and then we looked at Type B and said, okay, what we can make to make this differently.
Yeah, totally. It was like.
And thanks to Sarok's efforts, Type B isn't completely busted. Just short of.
Yeah, thank you, Zarok, who made ZeroRanger into an 8-button game. Holy shit.
Don't try that at home.
Yeah. He uses a bunch of auto-fire binds that aren't like even included in the game because their use is so niche.
Absolute mad lad.
Yeah. And yeah, we took, I believe the inspiration for Type B drill was Eschatos, as usual, advanced mode.
Yes, when in doubt, steal from Eschatos.
Yeah, like this very section here. It's totally one-to-one Eschatos ripoff.
Yeah, those
Usagos
are running in.
Yeah.
With definite intent skill.
Yep.
Could we talk about stage 4?
Yeah.
Since it's sort of infamous.
Yeah.
It took pretty much. I think it took pretty much as long to develop as the other stages, probably.
Yeah. Like combined.
Yeah, I mean.
Kinda, yeah. And I remember having an immense pressure about it. Like, there was a small but dedicated group of people very excited about Final Boss. The game's former name was Final Boss, by the way. No need to thank us for changing it. And people were like, Stage 4 is gonna be so fire, and at least I was like, gosh,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, like as long as it didn't exist, we were like, oh my god, what are people expecting? And then we just poured all this shit into it, and it seemed to have worked out.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that I remember when we doodled some design documents, air quotes, that it was actually much longer. And then we decided, nah, this stage will go too long, and I think we estimated that the stage would be at most about 4 to 5 minutes long. And then this happened.
Did we ever clock how long this stage is? It's like 6 to maybe 8 minutes.
Probably longer than that.
Yeah.
But the good news is that it could have been longer.
Yeah, totally. I will not admit that this call is an Eschatos reference. But it might be.
You heard it here first. Oh, and this conveyor belt part is totally ripped off from Rockman 4 minus Infinity.
Oh my god, we're just revealing everything here. Yeah.
It's all the hot reveals around here.
Yeah. That is a ROM hack, and it's supremely good. Recommended for everyone who likes a game like, for example, ZeroRanger. How much should we be reading the chat? I think we should be, because people might have questions. So shoot away.
I'm not sure if I can keep up with all of it. I will do my best.
At least for me, this is my first time hosting a chat. So
it probably shows.
Yeah, so apologies if we can't keep up. What we'll do our best. Extruder is asking what ROM hack. Rockman 4 minus Infinity.
It's the only Mega Man game you ever need.
I see ZeroRanger being called an Eschatos ROM hack. They're not being entirely wrong.
That's back of the box stuff right there.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe we should touch upon some of the scoring design behind this stage and other stages. Because I think most of stages we designed so that you could keep multiplier up.
Yeah.
Right.
And the other parts people discovered that you can keep up the multiplier anyway.
Yeah. So it sort of worked out.
This is
although I'm not sure if it's always a good way to design the multiplier, so you have to keep it all time up. It can be a bit too restrictive in that way. But on the other hand, since people just happen to found these exploits how to keep the multiplier up for longer, I think that it makes it feel more organic and not as strict.
Yeah, I feel like one way to look at it is like people will find a way anyway to keep the multipliers up, so we can at least account for that by building them in. Think of like, I don't know, Metroid Zero Mission sequence break design. That might be a stretch, but anyway. Here's the skull.
The Marble Madness.
Oh yeah. There are two parts in this game. largely referred as Marble Madness. This is the first one. This game's about marbles.
It's about losing them.
Yeah.
M.Knight said, this skull boss has a Flame Zapper Kotsune reference. I'm not sure if this particular boss has... wait,
I think it does, actually.
Yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, it has definitely some inspiration from the last boss, though.
Yeah, like the...
Yeah, because I remember now, I pretty much showed you the YouTube video and said, do this.
Yeah, and I did. Yeah, it definitely, the one pattern that where it loops back is definitely a Flame Zapper Kotsujin reference.
And Leles is now in the boss rush portion, at least on my end.
Yeah,
I was wondering how much should I reveal about this boss rush in what we left out.
We're spilling a lot of beans today, aren't we?
Yeah, it's a special occasion.
Yeah, well, as you might have noticed at home, there are 6 faces on the wheel. Yet there are only 4 bosses.
What could this be? Devs being lazy?
Step it up, game designers, anyway.
Oh yeah, and this Space Invaders mini boss is from Escatos as well, so take a sip or something.
Yeah, it's a drinking game.
When you see Escatos, you drink.
Rules don't die.
And this Salamander boss, many have pointed that it reminds them of Guvang, but I didn't actually think about it while I did it, but now that I have looked it up later, I realized, okay, this certainly has same energy.
Subconscious references, maybe.
Probably.
Yeah, it's a thing that happens to me a lot when making soundtracks for games. I compose something and I'm like, wow, this is a really good original melody. And then like a few days later, I'm listening to the soundtrack of a Kirby game and I realize I can never escape my influences. Like, it's straight from here.
Do you know what the bone joke is?
No.
Neither do I. At least some mysteries will remain after this.
You know, I actually snuck in another bone joke when we added a timeout for that boss.
Oh.
I'm not sure if you ever noticed, but
I haven't seen it.
Of that one.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's... Well, actually, before anyone goes to look, I don't think it's actually worth opening the game to go look for that, but I can't stop you. GLDF says...
We should be almost done with the boss rush. Now that I'm looking, both players are almost at max health.
Yeah, that's actually pretty nice. Well, boss rush actually gives you a lot of life because, as you might have noticed, this is not stage 5, this is stage 4.
Yeah.
So we acknowledged stage 4 is pretty damn long and like wanted to keep players a bit of a break. In some form.
A bit of an encouragement.
Yeah, definitely.
That you can make this if you just itch your way.
Yeah, and
bit
like
by bit.
It's not like you can't lose all of those lives and more when the game spoiler continues. It's actually not the end of it.
Legless got a Z for stage 4. Pretty nice.
That's pretty nice. the scoring requirements for, like, the grade requirements for this stage 4 are, I believe, a bit more lenient than for the other stages because stage 4 is so long.
Yeah, and stage 1 is probably the strictest because it's the first and shortest. So restart syndrome is real.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's up with the second loop, huh?
I like how Kuzo players said it. Shinugayoi bitches. So it's the same game, but not.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second loop felt really natural because, like from the developer's standpoint.
You have all these new toys.
Yeah,
that
and like,
you want to use.
You might want to re-experience the old content with the new weapons, and we did that, but somehow we decided that it would be more cool if it wasn't the same game. I mean, we made it more difficult, but at some point we started also changing a lot of the boss encounters and so on.
Yeah.
Do you remember how we ended up doing that?
I probably drew some new face for a boss, and then it snowballed from there again.
Yeah, something like that. I think the first and second demo, they were like very similar with their second loops, except a little bit harder, but like no new so-called content.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like until the third demo when the foundations of what eventually became ZeroRanger started taking place that we started changing like even the music and the other stuff.
Yeah, when we started to have actual intent behind our design choices.
Yeah, like until the second demo, this game was just like, well, I think it still is a fan game of sorts, but it was like we're just slapping all these SHMUP references here. No like, what do you say? No cohesion.
Yeah.
And then it was you who started thinking more about like what this game should actually be about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a really good thing that you did.
It really helped with the design. I know that SHMUP having a story in a SHMUP or something along those lines. What I was going to say about the story.
Story in a SHMUP, it helps, you said.
Yeah, I think that it helps that in a way that when you design enemies or patterns, it can help you because there is something that you can latch onto and you can think, how can I work this into the actual gameplay and vice versa.
Yeah, totally. You can actually see that in in like a very old, let's say, NES era platformers, because well, platformers were the go-to hot genre for any license. That their enemy design is a bit all over the place. Like I don't have a specific example, but like everything is an enemy that you could think of.
Mm-hmm.
People often refer to as Paperboy as the example of this kind of enemy planning, even though that's not a platformer, but you know. Anyway,
Paperboy is actually a shooter.
Let's not go there. Anyway, it seems like they're both using backshot for now.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to further synchronize their weapons, or if it just happens to be so that their preferences are what they are.
Either that or Legless got tired of side shot.
Yeah. I mean, backshot is going to be a really big help with the boss that's coming up. even though side shot really does do work there, we think. At least I think.
I think that it's the fastest way to kill that boss.
Yeah. And we're talking about the end boss of this stage, not necessarily R-Typo, the easiest boss in the game. I think he should definitely be buffed more.
Yeah.
Practically free.
No runs have ended there.
GG, EZZ. Topics. Developer commentary. Cool weather.
What's up with those golden enemies?
Oh, glad you asked. They're bonus enemies. I think. Well, if you didn't catch the earlier ZeroRanger stream, then it's like not a repeat. They're bonus enemies. I think bonus enemies existed before we colored them golden. Like, whenever you destroy a formation or whatever, and like, whenever you play too quick, too good, then the game rewards you with golden enemies that have double the score value. And they're golden just to signify you that you have played like a true gamer. Do you remember?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you remember if we had bonus enemies before we decided on the golden enemies?
I think the first bonus enemies were those that the scout axes spawn.
Oh yeah, right.
Because that was pretty much just Chorenza.
Yeah. And I think stage 1 is like surprisingly unchanged from the first versions, and I think even before golden enemies, it has had bonus enemies. I would like to think so. Not sure.
Yeah, it is surprisingly similar in the basic enemy formations. Of course, there's much more bells and whistles.
Yeah.
And stage 2 kinda as well, but then we added that horizontal tunnel that everybody loves.
Yeah. Because we're going into developer stuff about this game, this boss is a good example of... I don't even know all the references this game has, because we had this boss, Pandemonium, in the game for a few years, and at one point we went to one of the few Finnish arcades, Sugoi, and you insisted me to play In the Hunt, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got to a boss that climbed upwards on the screen and was like, oh, I see, you cheeky bastard. Yeah, it's a fun journey for me as well, like spotting out all the references you jam in the game. And maybe I've gotten in some of my own references too.
Yeah, at least some JoJo references that I didn't get until much later.
I did a JoJo reference before it was cool. God damn. Oh yeah.
Actually, those weapons that are direct JoJo reference as well.
Weapons?
Yeah, I mean at the end of the stage when they
those weapon charts.
Yeah, they are same as the stand stats.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, and actually, Leclerc is giving his multiplier up in the part.
Oh my god.
That we didn't invent. I think it was Sagar who found it the first time.
Yeah, there's a few methods of doing that. Sagar found the
hard way.
The hard way, which is like pick up an indestructible projectile from the boss before, and like, how would you say that? Wiggle it up and down so it doesn't leave the screen, and somehow manage to do it without even seeing it through the clouds.
Yeah.
And you may keep your multiplier, because even when you juggle shots with those melee weapons, the multiplier doesn't fall. It's like a little touch that I don't know why I did that, but I felt it was cool, and lo and behold, it became an exploit. Anyway,
feature.
Yeah, a feature. But the way of keeping the bonus enemy is like way more sane and easy to do.
Yeah.
And it's something we've been seeing more in the later runs.
Also gives charge some actual benefit. Besides the train section, I think the charge works much better in the train section.
Yeah. At least the C charge is really good because it has a piercing property.
But you gotta remember, I don't play Type B.
You've never seen this ship. What is this modded version of the game?
A fan from Hack.
Yeah. There are some questions in chat.
Is there an arrange grapefruit mode or turn into the boss mode plan, or is it Black Onion the last?
Classified.
We will see.
Yeah. All we can say right now is don't hold your breath.
Yeah.
More content is planned, but like even that is looking for its shape right now. Oh, they have nicely synchronized boss intro, like only a few seconds apart.
Yeah. How did this battle come around? Do you remember?
Do you remember? Because I remember, I think we were at a Smash tournament when you showed me the initial concepts of grapefruit, this mecha right here, and it told me about like the main idea behind it. That like on the first loop it's just like a pushover fight.
Yeah.
And on the second loop everything changes.
It got an AI. It knows what it's doing.
Yeah, it's like the most elaborate boss I've ever done.
Yeah, it can be still exploited if you know what you're doing, but it can be surprisingly tricky as well. So,
yeah, the AI I think is completely deterministic, but like when it throws the piles around and where the spread bullets appear, those parts are randomized, but the AI itself is, from what I can remember, entirely deterministic.
Yeah.
We got almost synchronized grapefruit kill here. Nice.
Just a few seconds apart.
And I remember when we were wrapping up the third demo of the game, that was the first one to have this fight. We were like, we didn't want to make the final phase yet, like where you clash with your weapons. For some reason, we felt like that would be like too much work. But eventually we ended up thinking like, why not do it now, because we have to do it anyway, eventually. Yeah. And it found its way.
Story of our life.
Yeah, like, because all the substitute patterns we were thinking for it, like, just weren't good enough. So we made the big drill, we made the big sword.
It had to be done.
Yep. So here's the omelette tunnel. Omelette ocean.
Sort of Ikaruga reference, maybe not.
Yeah, kinda. It's the only part in the game that like forces you, well,
to use
almost
certain
forces,
weapon.
Yeah. Heavily suggests you use a certain weapon for a certain enemy type. You don't have to, but well, if you want to score. Yeah, the optimal scoring way here is not that obvious to most people, I think. Because the way to get most score from this section is to feed the blobs first, like make the green blobs big, make the orange blobs split a lot, and then destroy them, because they do give an increased score value. So it becomes like a scramble. That's a scrambled egg joke. Ha 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 ha. I'm very funny. And here's definitely the other Flame Zapper
Marble
Kotsu.
Madness.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flame Zapper Kotsu is paired with Sora.
Yeah. Or Suguri.
Oh yeah, or Suguri.
Yeah. So, as people probably know, each of these orbs are like a different shmup protagonist type kind of deal shot.
Yeah, and when there are 3 orbs, all of them are from the HORISMUP.
Yep.
Gradius, Darius, and R-Type.
Yeah. What is the first orb? We're not gonna tell. We'll leave a single mystery for people to find out.
It's not that hard to figure out.
Yeah. It's not the only reference from that game either.
And here comes what we would like to call Rondo Dracula. Open up that a bit.
Well, it was another Sunny Smash tournament. And me and Ebo were playing all the other games besides Smash. We just played old arcade games.
Because we are that cool.
Yeah, because we were the cool kids at the corner that nobody talked to. No, I mean, we decided to play Castlevania Rondo of Blood because it's a really good game. And when we got to Dracula, we were both like, this is baby easy boss. This boss is trivial. We both know what's going on. We can beat this easy. And like 20 tries later, we still couldn't get it down.
This boss is impossible.
There's something about that boss, like, even when you know it back to back.
Yeah, and that's something that we try to channel into this boss.
Yeah, like
even if you know how it works and what it can do, it can still wreck you.
Yeah.
I see that Mark is at 4 lives, and he entered this fight with the max.
Yeah, that's the boss design proving itself, I guess. But yeah, I feel like oh my god. Mark got sandwiched there.
Yeah.
But I feel like, holy shit, I didn't know those patterns can overlap. That might be my fault. Apparently, when you cancel the mandala, Despair can move while it's still out and overlap it with other patterns. That's pretty nasty, but that's also kind of cool.
And 1cc rank also rears up its head in this fight.
Oh my god, Mark, hold on. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Salute.
There we go. Yeah. Well,
Legless is
going at it again. Anyway, the thing I was saying about Rondo, I feel like the entire game is tuned so well, like, even though you know the game back to back, like, it's every single boss and enemy encounter is like...
This can go horribly wrong.
Yeah. And I feel like it's almost entirely like, because they have tuned all the timings and distances of the attacks so well, it's hard to describe. It's like extremely deliberate planning. It's a beautiful game. It's my favorite Castlevania by far. At least from the classic ones.
And Legless enters now the escape sequence.
Yep.
And in the somewhat recent update, you added this new song when you reach this point starting from the start of the game, right?
Yeah. There's no other requirements. Like, as long as you start from the start, you deserve the song.
Yeah, even if you use your continues.
Yeah, I'm not sure if can you hear the stream audio? I'm not listening to it, so it doesn't echo back to me.
I'm not listening to it either.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway, there was a bunch of songs that didn't make it to the original release of this game that I had, like, at least partially on my hard drive, waiting to be worked on. But, like, I don't think people minded us adding more songs, like, without warning, even though we did warn a bit. Like, that was the reason I was so stubborn about releasing the soundtrack. Because I felt there was way more that I could do.
And Mark just got the despair fight.
Yeah, I think you're like 2 seconds ahead of me. Let me catch up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm probably still quite a bit behind, judging by the chat. Oh well. Also, that's a nightmare death animation there from Kirby.
Yeah.
If it wasn't obvious enough.
Yeah, the entire aesthetic of the fight is like very Kirby inspired. Oh, they can hear the new song, nice. Also, when we were developing Despair, I was on a specific Kirby song groove. Attack from Kirby Triple Deluxe. Do you remember? Yeah, I couldn't stop listening to that song while developing Despair. I remember I was staying at your place and like the very moment I got up and got myself a cup of coffee.
Here we go again.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of hearable in actually Despair's theme too.
It's a Kirby song. Everybody thinks it's a Toho song.
Yeah, because trumpets. And I don't blame them. They are from the same set as Zan's trumpets. But every song with a trumpet isn't actually a Toho reference. I have finally made that clear on stream.
Finally, you said something sensible.
Yeah. So, end of the game nearing for Mark as well.
You can't actually die in this part.
Yeah.
But the ship does get much weaker if you take too much hits.
Yeah, it's kind of a victory lap. Like, it exists. The reason you play it is entirely for score. After the first initial impressions of, oh my god, I can die here, but you actually can't. And that's the video game. Did you check what was Legless's total grade? We can see it here.
It was full T.
Holy shit! That's
we have
pretty nice.
Have a gamer.
Gamer alert ringing. There's one gamer among us. Damn. We managed to commentate the entire game.
It was a struggle, but we made it.
During the first minute, I was thinking back to the time when Mark interviewed us, and we were like, well, he gave us the questions and he made it all easy for us. And when I see them just start up the game and start playing, I was like, where's the commentators? Holy oh my god, we are the commentators.
Yeah. So that was a pretty huge joke. There's no denying that. It took every ounce of control not to pull out my arcade stick and throw it across the room. I was like, oh, I have to finish the run. I can't throw my arcade stick right now. But
I shouldn't lie.
Well, the thing was that I kept getting, because I was a little too eager, so I kept getting caught in my transformations. So I was like trying to use my booster, but I was still a freaking robot. I'm like, ah, shit. And then I tried to transform and Yeah, I just kind of
To be,
choked at the end there.
to be fair, Desperate did you dirty many times.
Yeah, that is pretty much the only boss we designed with the intent that it can be hard.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
there is-
all week I've been crushing that fight, and of course when I'm doing
Yeah.
it live, I fail. But whatever.
Damn, I feel responsible for this.
How dare you? No, I just choked it.
Oh, sorry about the video game.
But the problem was, I was sitting there thinking about my acceptance speech as I was playing. That's never a good idea. I was like,
don't plan for failure.
yeah, well, I was so confident coming in with so many resources. I was like, I got this easy mode. But anyway.
Easy baby game.
Anyway, I would peek over at Legless's stream every now and then. Of course, he's destroying the game. I'm like, well, at least I'm not dying. So if you take 98% of that run and just cut it right at the end, I played really well. The last minute.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm pretty salty, but it is what it is.
Oh, that was a good run. That was a pretty good run.
I died. I don't know if you know, but I
I'm very
completely
happy.
choked on the TLB. Like, I came into the TLB with full resources and then somehow managed to lose them all.
How many lives?
All of them. 8.
What? Oh my.
Well, I kept.
I mean, it's a lot harder with lock shot because
Well,
you don't have the.
It took forever to fight him, but I kept trying to I kept getting mixed up in my transforms because I was getting nervous at the end there. So I'd go to fire my boosters, to shoot the stuff behind. That's how I died at the end. Whereas I went to fire my booster, but I was still a robot. I was like, shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
I
hey,
shouldn't
Mark,
have
that
died,
makes
though.
a good showcase because we were just talking about Rondolph Blood's Dracula and how that seemingly trivial fight just smacked me and Ebo over when we were like overly confident in it. And that is the energy we wanted to channel with the Despair fight. And you proved
that's
that point. But yeah, still, regardless, a very strong run from both of you.
Yeah, great work.
I think you.
Also shout out.
Well,
to
the thing
other players
was,
who did
the insider
quite well,
baseball was Legless said he would donate a certain amount of money for every death. So I was like, at the end there, I was like, shit, I gotta die a whole bunch to get, as maximum donations. So that was the strategy.
Damn.
No, I just joked. But if you watch my stream all week, immaculate runs. It was a good run until the end, though. It was super. I was feeling myself. I'm like, I'm so freaking epic. I'm so good at this game. And then I just chain death on the TLB. Oh my god.
Damn.
Yeah.
Were you
No
listening to our commentary real time?
I'm gonna watch this back so many times. I'm pretty proud. I'm pretty proud of that.
Yeah, you like
Jeez.
every time I look over, you're like Z ranking things, and you're just killing it. I'm like,
Yeah,
"God damn
that
it,
was no
Legless."
joke.
I was really
Z
hoping
ranks
to.
all the day.
I could not ask for anything better than having the devs as well. I'm a little bit salty that I missed every single life bonus in the second loop.
Don't worry about it.
Whatever.
You can have everything.
The scoring system is an afterthought.
Well, thanks for doing the commentary. Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen back.
Please don't.
Yeah. Oh.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. At the first, we were like, I remember when we were doing the interview with you, I was kind of like expecting you to somehow lead us in. But then I realized, they're just going.
Oh,
And I was
sorry.
like,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I probably should have.
It's on us. We were just like unprepared, and this is new to us. And we were like, oh, nice weather we're having in here in ZeroRanger land. How are you doing today?
That's the real game dev experience, though.
Yeah, but we got the ball rolling.
Also, one more thing. I specifically did not practice that much in the recent days because I looked at my Steam timer, and I wanted it so that this run was exactly the 100th hour I've played of ZeroRanger.
Well, good for you, Legless.
I actually really love that. It really went really well. I love it. What a great game.
Thanks.
Indie shmups are the best.
Yeah, that was a really fun time.
Shooting game never die.
I'm just gonna just try to Eternal Sunshine the last 5 minutes of the run out of my brain and try to remember the rest of it.
Thanks for having us.
Try to remember the accidental double donation I put in.
There you go.
I'm not taking it back. You can have it.
It's only right. Well, it's all for the fans.
Yep.
All right.
I don't want them thinking I'm good yet. You gotta stretch out the arc like Ash Ketchum. You know, there's a few more seasons before I can really shine.
Damn.
Yep.
That's well put.
All right. Well,
awesome. Let's see what's next. I'm sitting here talking about our run for.
I'll be back here for TC Strikers later, by the way. Stay tuned for that. I might have a few beers.
Omega Fighter Special. Awesome by Kaio.
Oh, yeah.
He's really
Banger.
fun.
Absolute banger.
All right. Well, see you all in a second. I'll get the overlay switched over.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
The waiting game sucks. I get